Naruto. Drifting. From great to genin. 2 years later. It was a lovely, warm summer day out in the woods, conditions that all of the animals and insects living in the forest could agree with as they went about their early morning routines. This sort of went double for one Shino Aburame as he too was out mingling with the common folk. Being a weekend day, the boy had decided to live it up by pursuing his favorite pastime, scouring Konoha's surrounding forests for the most diverse and exotic bug life he could find. Whether to add them to his arsenal, his collection, or to his research it was uncertain, but whatever the case was, the young man was so intent in going about his business he was almost completely submerged in the serenity of his environment. Without any need for a logbook for documentation, the boy in the high-collar jacket and sunglasses moved from trunk to trunk across the wide expanse of land, checking every possible place his friends or targets could be hiding. As expected of someone of his discipline and character, he was incredibly thorough. Brushing past a couple of branches, the young academy student spotted a golden cicada perched atop of a fallen log resting against a large oak. The song of the insect filled the air with a deafening hum, adding to the sounds of the forest and luring Shino to its position. Glasses flashing, the teen reached down to pick it, only for the insect to suddenly fly off when a cluster of twigs and leaves fell around it. Blinking, Shino looked up. In the brush of the tree above, silhouetted against the sunny sky peeking through the canopy, the Aburame spotted a series of small figures leaping and swinging through the upper branches. The teen raised an eyebrow at the commotion of creatures dashing across the heights, which he quickly identified as a family of gibbons. It was a common sight, nothing out of the ordinary and nothing to get too excited about. But when an even larger figure darting in amongst the group rushed past Shino's point of view, the boy recoiled a little and followed the group of monkeys more intently. The larger animal was so damn quick he barely had any time to identify it. "That's no monkey," Shino murmured to himself. "How do I know?" "Because monkeys don't wear orange." It was a fact he and many others knew all too well. The massive beast, leaping through the vines and treetops like he was flying, was wearing an orange jacket with a hood pulled over his head and short, blue sleeves with orange arrow marks on either side pointing forwards. He also wore a pair of orange cargo shorts that stopped at his knees, blue sandals, and a pair of goggles slapped over his eyes for protection. Furthermore, to accompany the massive grin that he wore, his short, blonde spiky hair waved in the wind as he tore past the family of gibbons he was playing with and ascended the canopy at high speed. Shino continued to follow the strange figure with his eyes till the young man was gone from sight, moments before the Aburame returned to his task and once again went about foraging for insects. He didn't need a photo lineup to know who that person was, and neither did anybody else who knew that person. Jumping from branch to branch, making tight corners, impossible climbs and long strides through the canopy, the boy in orange eventually reached the tallest tree in that neck of the woods, which was situated at the top of a very large hill. With fleetness only a wild animal could possess, he clambered up the tree till he arrived at the very tip, allowing him a clear view of his surroundings. The chattering gibbons that had been pursuing him arrived seconds later, crowding around the branches beneath the winner and looking up at him as if he were the big boss himself. "Huh! Looks like I win again," Naruto exclaimed, pulling the goggles from his eyes and pushing them up to his forehead. He grinned down at the family of monkeys beneath him. "Sorry fellas. Better luck next time." The family fussed for a bit, yet maintained their positions and gazed up at him attentively. With his dominance established, the Jinchuriki then turned his gaze back toward his village further out, where his eyes fell upon the Hokage monument situated in the distance and the mountain-like cloud towering over the horizon beyond it. His admiring gaze locked onto the tranquil scenery of his home at peace, capturing his attention long enough to allow two swallows, one with a familiar red kunai mark on their back, to fly circles around him before landing on his right shoulder. Naruto folded his arms for comfort and sat himself on top of the crown as a gentle breeze caressed him, a healthy sigh escaping his lips. "It's almost here," he spoke in a low yet excited tone of voice. His eyes shimmered with anticipation. "The day that I finally become a genin is nearly here." Curling his fist, he filled it with all the confidence and heart he could muster before jabbing it towards the four faces of the mountain far in front of his reach. "Look out world, Uzumaki Naruto is coming to get you." Oh. The academy. Midday. The sound of the school bell signaling the start of lunch rang out throughout the entire building, cutting Irika's lesson short and breaking everyone out of their emotionless trances. Before the scuffle for the door could commence, however, the chief homeroom instructor, determined to finish on a point where he could easily retrace his steps afterwards, clicked his fingers so that he could get everyone's attention and, by extension, kept them from leaving prematurely. "So remember to study hard tonight for the written exam and that you're ready to take it by tomorrow morning. I expect each and every one of you to at least get a credit for it, so do your best, Irika stated before dismissing them all with a wave. As kids began filing out one after the other, the man then turned to the middle row where he could see his most troublesome student fiddling with the brace on his wrist, as if waiting for everyone else to excuse themselves before he did. Naruto, could you stay back for a bit? I need to talk to you. Interrupted from his task, the Jinchuriki looked up with a start and quickly processed the question. Oh, sure thing, sensei. The rest of the class left easily, save for Shikamaru who needed to be woken up by Choji to get his butt in gear and out of there. Once everyone was out, Naruto and Irika approached each other on the classroom's ground floor, where the Chunin confronted the blonde-haired student with a serious gaze in play and his hands on his hips. The Jinchuriki meanwhile maintained his normally collected expression and gazed up at the man curiously, yet remained indifferent towards the overall atmosphere surrounding him. The blonde scratched his ear when his instructor finally spoke. So, it's been 2 years. I believe we have some unfinished business we need to take care of before we move into your finals. You remember the agreement we made back in the woods regarding your Bunshin no Jutsu assessment, don't you? With the reason for his prolonged stay now out on the floor, Naruto grinned and nodded his head affirmatively. The one we made about me learning a different technique to make up for the Bunshin no Jutsu if I'm unable to get it working in time? Yeah. Of course I remember that. I've been on it almost every single day for the past 2 years, sensei. The blonde stepped back and pressed his fists into his waist, sticking his chest out and looking incredibly pleased. Believe it. Oh? So you've actually managed to find a jutsu that you can use? Irika exclaimed, looking the grinning child over once before fixing him with a curious gaze. What is it exactly? It better not be something useless like that ridiculous Oiroke no jutsu you pulled on me 2 weeks ago. Honestly, that was a shock he did not want to relive lest his dignity be dragged further through the mud in front of his entire class again. What? The sexy no jutsu isn't useless. Naruto shouted in outrage, quickly forming the hand seal necessary to execute it. It's my Sunday punch and one of the greatest weapons in my arsenal. Want another demonstration? Before he could start gathering chakra, his teacher grabbed his hand and pulled it away from the other with haste, disrupting his performance. Please don't, Irika replied quickly, feeling immediate relief wash over him at stopping yet another embarrassing fiasco from taking place. When the blonde's hands dropped to his sides dejectedly, the Chunin continued. Despite how shameful and underhanded the Oiroke no Jutsu was, as a shinobi Irika couldn't condemn it entirely. After all, the kid worked hard on it and, for the most part, it at least got results. Okay, it's not entirely useless. I guess. It's effective, but only against a certain, target demographic. Naruto's expression brightened at hearing that, but Irika wasn't done yet. Just try not to use it too often when you're out and about. A jutsu like that can do you more harm than good if used excessively. What? Oh, but sensei. The Jinchuriki exclaimed but was cut short when he saw the seriousness appear on his teacher's face. After which Naruto huffed and folded his arms in resignation. Fine. Though he agreed to it verbally, it didn't mean his heart had to be in it. Come on. I spent hours trying to think up a good use for the Henge no Jutsu and Irika-sensei says it stinks. The sexy no Jutsu works great. No. It didn't just work great, it worked brilliantly. Why didn't he or anybody else see that? Probably because his sensei and every single person in this village were prudes. That was perhaps the most logical explanation he could come up with, but Naruto made sure to keep this observation solely to himself. Anyway, about the actual jutsu you came up with, Irika continued, getting them back on track. Did you come up with it yourself from the material you learned at the academy or did you find it in one of the archive scrolls? Naruto snapped back into it quickly and smirked up at him. It's a new one. I came up with it myself. Yourself? Or, by accident? It was a really weird day for me, the Jinchuriki replied with a distant wave of his hand. An explosion happened, I was thrown into a wall, I heard a voice, Hokage Jiji broke into my house, it was a real mess. Seriously. I spent hours just trying to fix up my bathroom. Irika chuckled in amusement. I'll bet you did. Man, Naruto had to have the most interesting day-to-day life out of everybody else in Konohagakure. I gave it an awesome name and everything, Naruto quickly informed with a shrug, feeling a renewed sense of confidence overcome him for that achievement. And like I said, I've been practicing with it a lot so that I could get better control over it and see what else I could come up with. And? How's it working out for you? Is it coming along well? It's getting there, though I still need a bit more time to master it. I've got tons of ideas that I'm experimenting with and you wouldn't believe some of the plans I already have written down. They're awesome. I can really put them to good use if I'm able to push them forward. This was a good thing, since it showed he was actually taking his education and training as a shinobi seriously. He was committing himself to getting something right, something that could help him when out on the field and needed some extra leverage when push came to shove. Irika's expression warmed up at this information and he returned his student's words with an approving nod. All right then, the Chunin exclaimed before gesturing towards the door. Let's take this out onto the fields. You can show me what this original technique of yours is and I'll assess you on it. I need to determine for myself whether it is a genuine, working jutsu that is both practical and functional. Hope you're ready. I'm as ready as I'll ever be, Irika-sensei, Naruto replied with a smile, jabbing himself in the chest. I'll show you what the future Hokage of this village can do, Databeo. He then left the classroom in a run. His teacher, smiling in amusement, followed him shortly afterwards. Oh. Naruto and Irika arrived at the training fields on the edge of the academy grounds shortly thereafterwards, and quickly began searching for an area where they could test the former's new jutsu out to its fullest. Since he didn't want to trash the place during an official assessment, the Jinchuriki led his teacher towards the shuriken range, where posts had been lined up specifically for the practice of shuriken jutsu. The area was perfect for any long-reaching techniques to be used to their best effect without stirring up a fuss in the surrounding neighborhood, and it helped that they were currently empty. It was lunch period after all, and the only group of students present in the academy was Irika's class. With exams coming up tomorrow, the other year levels had been given the day off so as to not interfere with the proceedings or unintentionally disrupt the graduation ceremonies. Their time would come later. Irika situated himself on the sidelines in the ideal observation position, watching for the next few minutes as his student fussed over the setup. For some strange reason the blonde began running all over the place and grabbing miscellaneous objects of all shapes and sizes, from training dummies to barrels, to even a massive boulder lying beside the fence. That sucker must have weighed a ton from the way Naruto lugged it over in his arms, but he eventually accomplished his task of foraging and stood behind all the items collected with a determined smile on his face. While Naruto caught his breath, the Chunin raised an eyebrow and tapped his clipboard with the tip of his pen patiently. So? Are you sure this is a genuine article? Sure, I'm sure. Naruto replied, slapping his hands together and rubbing them enthusiastically. I'm a man of my word, Irika-sensei. When I say I'm going to get something done, I get it done, no matter how impossible it is. The man smiled impishly. And yet you're still unable to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu properly. Care to explain that little discrepancy? Hey, the blonde shouted while jabbing a finger in the shinobi's direction, me screwing up that technique over and over again is totally not my fault. I told you 1,000 times before that jutsu is bullshit. The boy had made it quite clear to everyone in his class that his efforts in trying to create at least one live clone for the past 2 years had been more than just a frustrating venture. This was evident from his frequent and often profound swearing and cursing over the academy's most basic requirements. Irika laughed while giving the boy the ease up gesture with both hands. Okay, sorry. That was a low blow. The man waited for Naruto to stop seething enough for him to clear his throat and go over the problem again, only with a little rewording. That technique takes only a specific amount of chakra to execute correctly. My guess is because you have such an enormous amount of chakra that trying to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu is like trying to squeeze a single drop of water out of an entire ocean. It's just physically impossible for you to produce a working clone in that manner. This bit of information made the Jinchuriki feel even more depressed, which Irika hurriedly backtracked on so that his student didn't skulk off again. But don't lose hope. I'm sure you'll be able to find some way to make use of your situation. Naruto sighed. It's cool, Irika-sensei. I'm already used to disappointment in that area. Seeing rain clouds begin to form over the distraught child's head, Irika took action. Tugging on the collar of his vest, the Chunin decided to move forward with the supplementary examination of his student's abilities so that he could let the boy off to enjoy his lunch break in peace. Alright, how about this, Naruto? After you get through this test and school's out for the day, I'll treat you to 3 bowls of miso ramen for dinner. How does that sound? Irika asked hopefully. Like a jack-in-the-box, Naruto's head shot back up with stars in his eyes, the glow of which dispersed the proverbial storm clouds hovering over him. Really? 3? Yes. Really. Yatta. Naruto shouted, jumping in the air and punching the sky. Upon landing, he then stood directly behind the training dummy he'd lined up alongside the other materials, and retook his stance. Alright sensei, step back and prepare to be amazed. You won't want to miss a single second of this. I'm on the edge of my seat, Naruto, Irika chuckled, though his expression and position didn't exactly show this. Let's just say he was as eager as he possibly could be without losing his composure. He was upright and proper, and that was good enough for him. Clicking his pen, the Chunin prepared for assessment. Okay. You can start whenever you're ready. Naruto didn't need the whistle to be blown twice. With his target set and his teacher standing a safe distance away, the Jinchuriki began to skip rapidly on the spot. Upon loosening up and ensuring he had a strong enough base to launch himself from, Naruto went for it. He exploded from his spot in a blur, right hand cocked back before sending it forward in a palm strike straight into his target's chest. Jet hand. Iruka wasn't prepared for what he saw next. The second Naruto made contact, a blast of wind erupted from the point of impact that sent the training dummy spiraling through the air like a bullet down the range and into the end post. It took only a second for it to reach the trunk, and the moment it hit, the mannequin exploded in a shower of splinters. In the end, all that was left of it was an empty flour bag with a ruined target symbol slapped across its front. Other than that, there was really nothing else that could distinguish it as a training dummy any longer. All of the hay had scattered on the wind and its frame had disintegrated. Still in an unloading position, the moment the dust settled, Naruto slid out of his stance and looked back at his teacher with a grin. How was that, sensei? On his side, Iruka was, in a word, flabbergasted. With a deer-caught-in-the-headlights expression and his mouth slightly ajar, the man was lucky enough to be able to catch his pen when it suddenly dropped from his hand before scribbling notes furiously onto his pad. After which he then glanced back up at his student. Not even his actions or attempts to look professional could hide his shock. What kind of jutsu was that? It's a wind release technique that I call jet hand, Naruto replied, holding up his right and flexing his fingers. By placing my hand against any surface I come into contact with, I'm able to create an ejection point for high volumes of air. The air blasts out of the affected area at high speed like a vacuum with enough power to send objects flying like they have rockets attached to them. At first I needed to use hand seals to use the technique until 6 months ago, now I don't. That's really impressive, Naruto, Iruka murmured, jotting down notes as the boy explained to him the mechanics of the jutsu. How in the world did you come up with it? I've never seen or even heard of a technique like this before, and I'm supposed to be good at this stuff. Most jutsu associated with that affinity were expelled from the mouth, used in conjunction with weapons or, in even more uncommon cases, generated from the body. On top of being a rare element, what Naruto did was take the general concept of air circulation, brute force, and precise cutting technicalities of the affinity and created a technique that could function as a highly effective offensive weapon he could use at his convenience. It was sharp, short, and simple, something he would expect the boy to use but not something he'd ever seen before. Since when could someone attach chakra to an object with the touch of their hand so easily and generate that much power with it? A jutsu of that level must take an exponential amount of energy to use from the amount of force that was behind it. This was definitely something Naruto could work with, no doubt. You can use it freely? Iruka asked. Yeah. And not only that, I can use it repeatedly, Naruto said. He illustrated this point by walking past the barrel, the log and the trash can he had also lined up and slapped his hand against them one after the other. With every touch, the object he brushed was sent spiraling down the field to the other end and, just like the training dummy before them, was either utterly destroyed or damaged beyond recognition. Naruto threw his hands out after showcasing his masterpiece to his teacher. Cool, huh? I'm not even tired. Well, that's no surprise. Your chakra is monstrous, kid, Iruka mused to himself before writing more down, making sure to keep his facts brief so as to limit the technique's exposure. Something like this, details on it needed to be kept to a minimum for the benefit of the user but at the same time needed to inform any third-party candidates should issues arise from this jutsu's usage. Because it was something Iruka hadn't seen before, he needed to be careful with what he wrote down. So, what do you think you will be able to accomplish with this? What kind of damage can this thing actually do? Yes, the question he was absolutely dreading the answer towards, especially concerning the orange-wearing menace of the streets. Naruto scratched his chin while looking at his hand. It does a ton of physical damage. I can rip trees out of the ground and stuff that weighs heaps with just one ejection point alone. Walls can also be ripped to pieces if they're standalone, and I was even able to get an entire house to move several feet from its spot. This had the Chunin shake his head in disbelief, being unable to comprehend such a scenario. It was then the blonde looked up at Iruka and dropped him the coup de grace of bombs. I also know it can do some serious damage to people, and not just send them flying across a valley. How do you know that? Yet another answer Iruka started sweating bullets over. The last person I fought with was a guy named Crow. I sent him packing with a full-power jet hand and blasted his body into a concrete pillar. The barrier caved in on itself, and I'm pretty sure if the guy wasn't so damn hard-wearing he would have died right there. Crow? Iruka murmured, trying to figure out where he'd heard that name before. It must have been on one of the low-profile sections of the bingo book since the name clearly wasn't anywhere near S rank, probably low B or mid-C rank. It was somewhere in there, he was sure of it. Irika just wasn't familiar enough with the name or the face that went along with it. But after giving it some thought, the man then looked down to see Naruto march over to the boulder, which he then stood beside and waited patiently for a response. "Are you talking about the time when you were absent from class for 2 weeks?" "Yes, I am," Naruto smiled before turning to face the huge rock. He dropped into a stance and pulled his hands back. "But no matter how many times I tell you the story, you guys still don't believe me." He then slapped his hand across the face of the rock, launching it from its position and sending it at breakneck speed across the range. Irika and Naruto watched as it not only crashed into the target post, it ripped right through it, through the sand bags behind it, shattered the first concrete divider, took a chunk out of the top of the second and went straight through the wire fence. It bounced across the road a few times before carting to a complete stop against a reserve wall, astounding the teacher at the amount of brute force displayed by the versatile technique. "Well, I sure as hell believe you now," Irika breathed out, before looking back at his student to see Naruto grinning up at him. The positive response he saw from the kid then coaxed a smile of his own and, after jotting down the final details, pocketed the pen and arm-pressed his clipboard to his side. "Evaluation complete. You'll have your results handed back to you by tomorrow afternoon once all your exams are over and done with. I'll see you back in class, Naruto." "What about the Bunshin no Jutsu test, Irika-sensei?" Naruto asked curiously, seeing the man begin to saddle off but stop upon hearing his question. "Do I still have to take it?" The Chunin shook his head and passed the boy a warm smile. "You don't have to if you don't want to. I'll allow you to sit it out, just as we agreed." Naruto grinned and nodded boisterously. With pleasantries and good wishes traded, the pair then went their separate ways to spend the rest of their lunch hours doing whatever they needed to do. While Irika needed to get his paperwork done as well as arrange a crew to be brought in to fix up the shuriken range, Naruto had his own business to attend to. It was exam day tomorrow, so he had to be as physically and mentally prepared for it as he could make himself in time to sit through the onslaught of tests. It was going to be one hell of a ride. However, unknown to both the teacher and the student, the two of them failed to notice the shadow of a hawk watching over them from atop the nearby roof. With his white hair waving in the wind, Mizuki glared down at the schoolgrounds beneath him with a big frown on his face as he saw Naruto dash off to rejoin his classmates. After seeing him disappear round the corner, the Chunin rubbed his chin worryingly before standing up to full height. "Damn you, Irika, warming up to that demon brat. Guess I'm going to have to get my own hands dirty in this one if I'm going to come out of this clean." He needed to rethink his strategy, one that would be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone while excluding himself from the equation long enough to make a breakaway from this travesty of a shinobi village. The question though was, how? Oh. That afternoon? Naruto slipped away with a quick weight-shifting dodge to avoid the palm strike thrown by his opponent Tayuya, who managed to swivel around to face him again when he dashed around her at high speed in full reverse. Though the space in the clearing of the woods they were using for their sparring session didn't provide much room for excessive movement, the Jinchuriki was using it surprisingly well, much to the chagrin of his partner. "God damn it. Now I know how everyone else feels when they rush in to try and hit you," Tayuya shouted, dripping sweat as she tried to run after the boy, only for him to shuffle on the spot before suddenly zipping off to her left and out of reach. "Hold still. If you want to get into a hitting match with me, I'll be more than happy to give you one, Tayuya-chan. But I don't think you'll like it as much as the thing we've got going now," Naruto exclaimed cheekily, allowing the girl to run in and uncork a flurry of her best attacks on him. He ducked and weaved around every single one of her punches and kicks, giving her a good workout before swaying back when she came in with a spinning back kick. "Whoa! You're actually doing really well today." "Like hell I am. I haven't even hit you once, while you could have hit me over a dozen times by now." 3 dozen, actually, Naruto replied with a playful grin. "Whatever, you smart-ass bastard. Get back here," Tayuya shouted again, throwing a few jabs, only for her opponent to weave through them. Damn it. Ever since Tayuya came to Konoha and made her bed next to Naruto's, the pair of them rarely spent any of their off time apart. Though few people outside of them and the Hokage knew about the newcomer, of all the people their age they could be spending their days with, the 2 shinobi in training spent nearly all of their available hours together. When not hanging out at the apartment and just crashing, they were going out for long walks, running around the village, shopping, eating, going to fairs and all manner of casual fun. Almost a week after being instated into the shinobi training program, Tayuya had managed to bag an apprenticeship under a woman named Mitarashi Anko, whose personality strangely mirrored Naruto's in a really creepy kind of way. Though the training got off to a rocky start, in which both kids were scared the shit out of by the crazy Kunoichi in her first few days interacting with them, things started rolling much smoother after the introductory sessions. Thanks to the woman's delicate touch and her students' willingness to learn, Tayuya's progress to becoming a fully fledged ninja alongside her friend was coming along nicely. She was making good ground. To help her along and to trim out any rough edges in their development, the pair often trained with each other. While training by oneself was good at times, it was even better when you had a second there to support you. Aside from basic theory, meditation and chakra control exercises, the duo also split their time between physical training and practicing their ninjutsu skills. They also sparred a lot, with today's session being one of the many occasions where both Naruto and Tayuya used their one-on-one conference with each other to its utmost. Though it seemed like a one-sided bout from a distance, it was doing wonders for their senses and reflexes. After a few more exchanges, Naruto raised a hand and stopped Tayuya hard in her tracks, ending their fight in a cloud of dust settling over the still grass. Thanks to their full-on session, the redhead was sweating from head to toe and looking incredibly run down, as if she'd just finished a marathon across the entire country. Her Energizer-powered opponent on the other was not only looking like he'd had the best day of his life, but was also wearing a wide smile and emitting an aura that she swore was lighting up their entire training area. That's enough for today. You did well. Thanks. Tayuya breathed exhaustedly. Man. You've gotten heaps strong since the last time we sparred. Enko-sensei must really be putting you through your paces. The musician gasped and straightened up, running her hand through her long, untamed hair that she allowed to hang freely on the breeze. How the hell are you able to move like that? I know I've seen you fight before and I know how you move from a distance, but it's different when you're up close and facing off against the real thing, huh? Pretty much, Tayuya replied before scowling at him suspiciously. It's hard to believe you learned most of your taijutsu skills from getting into fights with delinquents on the streets and hanging around with animals for most of your life. From the way you move and hit, you make it seem like you were trained by a master or something. His speed was unreal, and his eyesight, sense of timing, flexibility and reflexes were just as unnatural. Not only that, but it seemed like he was getting better with every session. It's just a lot of training and hard work, Naruto replied casually while shrugging. You'd be surprised at how much you can learn just from watching and mimicking what you see. I know how to fight and react from experience. Tayuya giggled. I doubt even your classmates would be able to keep up with you when you get really serious. Don't be surprised. It's not like I'm going to use the same moves over and over again, right? That would be stupid, Naruto laughed, slipping both hands behind his head and grinning. My opponents would be able to see where I go before I even get there and counter me if I tried to be too direct. Why do you think I choose to dodge most of the time? It saves energy and allows me to observe what my opponents are thinking first so I know how and where to attack them from when I need to, and build up my rhythm. Tayuya blinked at him. So, what you're saying is that it's all reflex? Your fighting style is no fighting style at all? No set fighting style, Naruto corrected, reaching into his jacket pocket and pulling out his goggles, slapping them back around his head. Basically I just visualize what other people have done and what my opponent could do, and improvise. In other words, I just use moves that I know will work in a fight. It's sort of like freestyle. Freestyle? Tayuya repeated, testing the word out a little before smiling. So your taijutsu style is freestyle taijutsu? That's pretty cool. Yup, Naruto nodded affirmatively, always different, always changing. That's how I fight. The girl giggled and set herself in another stance, throwing out a random combination of shadow attacks. Enko-sensei taught me her fighting style and how it worked. She's really good at hand-to-hand combat and she's not afraid to trade blows with her opponents when things get tough. I've seen her strength too. It's terrifying how much raw power she can actually muster. She's a Tokubetsu Jonin and a strong kunoichi. I'm just surprised they haven't made her a full Jonin yet, the Jinchuriki commented, remembering her skills from previous encounters with the specialist. Not only was she quick and incredibly capable, she also knew how to throw dango sticks with terrifying accuracy. Tayuya then looked back at him with a bit of disappointment in her gaze. I used so many different combinations against you, even moves I just made up on the spot, but you dodged them like you knew that they were coming. The positions of your hands and feet give you away, Naruto said before shrugging. I don't know. I just avoided them the way I did because I knew that was where your next attack was coming from. What, did he possess some mild form of foresight or something? This boy was incredible. No matter what anybody tried, he wasn't shaken or put off in the least. He just took every attack in stride and economically used his time in thinking up a method of countering. Naruto wasn't just light on his feet and physically tough, he was also deceptively clever, sharp and intelligent, definitely an improvement from what he was 2 years ago. All of that book grinding had really helped him along in the areas where he was weakest. It brought a smile to Tayuya's face knowing that the person she wanted to walk alongside, the person that she could count on the most was so strong. It's like you see everything in slow motion, Tayuya exclaimed before placing her hands on her hips and leaning towards him knowingly. She raised a finger in warning, but don't get too cocky. Someday I'm going to catch up to you, shithead, and when that happens we'll see who's going to take the top spot in this village. Naruto laughed before gesturing towards the exit of the field. Already decided that they'd done enough, the two of them started walking out of the training area side by side, all the while looking across at the other with the utmost respect. I'm always up for some healthy competition. Having you gunning for me would be a very interesting learning experience. Let's make the race to the crown fun and train even harder from now on, okay Tayuya-chan? No problem. They exited the forest and into the suburbs, where they were immediately met with the afternoon rush to get home. While walking through the streets, passing by the silhouettes of everyday villagers in the background, Tayuya couldn't help but quietly soak in more of her surroundings of what had since 2 years ago become her home. Seeing both the familiar and unfamiliar, she then looked back across at the Jinchuriki and gazed at him fondly. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun. What for? She stepped closer to him and wrapped her arms around his right, causing him to look down at her in surprise. For letting me come with you when I had nowhere else to go. You knew nothing about me or who I was, yet you invited me into your home without hesitation and gave me a reason to keep on living, something good and wonderful. I can't imagine what my life would have been like if you hadn't come along when you did. Tayuya closed her eyes and rubbed her cheek against his arm soothingly. Thank you. Puzzled at first, Naruto then quickly caught on to what she was saying and nodded with an equally warm gaze crossing his expression. You're welcome, Tayuya-chan. The girl smiled at him as they continued walking hand in hand. From the villagers' point of view, the pair looked like the perfect couple, like they were made to be with each other the way they were latched on to the other. The bright boy with blonde hair and wearing orange walking beside the girl dressed in a khaki battle top and black figure-hugging spandex pants, almost fitted together like yin and yang. No matter how you looked at it, they obviously cared about each other and weren't afraid to show it. When they arrived at a junction, Tayuya pulled away and waved to the blonde before he could march off in the opposite direction. I'll see you when you get back home, okay? What about dinner? Naruto asked. You don't want to come with me? Tayuya grinned and pointed down the road. There's a new teriyaki chicken and fried rice dish on the menu down at the bar that I want to try out, so I'm all good here. You can have your ramen with Irika-sensei. Smile forming, the boy nodded back. Understood. Have fun, Naruto called, watching the girl run off before setting his own course down the other lane. As he moved on, the Jinchuriki was unable to suppress the grin tugging at his lips. With his heart soaring the way it was right now, the task of removing this smile was made even more impossible. We'll both be genin tomorrow. Both of us. Man, I can't wait. It was going to be a restless night, no question. XXX. Later that evening, Konoha's jail. While it is true criminals of the shinobi world hanging around the area of the Land of Fire were normally sent to the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility or the International Prison of Hozukujo located in Kusagakure, it should be noted that there are a few exceptions to the rule. The village of Konohagakure had facilities of its own close at hand for dealing with the above-mentioned offenders, whom would be confined to quarters of varying levels depending on the severity of their crimes. While murderers and law-breakers of the same class were given the usual treatment, rogue ninja and shinobi who have broken the laws were given different privileges. To put it simply, those shinobi from other villages or missing nin that were captured inside of Konohagakure's borders were confined to one of the lower levels of the Leaf's temporary holding facility for interrogation. The location of this facility is known only to Konohagakure shinobi of Chunin level and above, so if anybody wanted to make any appointments or visits to criminals before any processing dates, they had to see shinobi of a high enough rank to approve a visit. Chunin and Jonin on the other hand could come and go as they pleased on the clock, including ANBU, though their visits were strictly off record for obvious reasons. A lot of criminals came and went through here, save for 1 or 2 special cases. One of these cases in particular just happened to be the focus of a rare visitor to the establishment, Mizuki of the Ninja Academy. At his behest, the man entered the facility to one of the lower levels reserved for rogue ninja. With only 2 cells registered as occupied, he looked for the one at the very end of the hallway. There, sitting or lying wherever they were on the other side of the bars, were 3 very familiar kunoichi. Dressed in blue prison uniforms with seals slapped over the walls and gates, the girls were doing whatever they could to occupy themselves. While two were playing cards in the middle of the room, one of them was lying across her bed reading a book. From their current states, they looked like they hadn't bathed in months, and appeared quite exhausted from whatever inquiries, physical and verbal, they had to go through. For the most part though, they looked fine. "What the hell do you want?" the silver-haired leader of the three asked from her bunk, not even bothering to tear her eyes away from her novel for even a second. "Is it lights out already?" Her teammates glanced over to see Mizuki looking in with a smug smile on his face. Wearing his bandana with his village's emblem inscribed clearly on the forehead protector, he looked even more sinister adorned in that piece than he normally would without it, and gave the trio of kunoichi a quick flyover. "You all look like shit," the man pointed out in clear amusement. "The services in this hotel must be pretty shocking." "Haha," the woman mumbled back dryly. "Don't you have anything better to do, like filing paperwork or something? Piss off." "Yeah," the kunoichi with the long brown hair snapped as well. "Beat it, Konoha scum. We don't need your pity," her shorter-haired companion followed up. My, Mizuki said with an even wider grin. "Why so negative?" "You know damn well why," the team leader said again without even turning to face the snake in their midst. "If you expect us to smile and be cheerful after all the shit we had to go through, you can cram whatever words you have to say to us up your ass and leave now." "Well, that's an awfully blunt thing to say to the guy who's going to bust you three out of here," Mizuki exclaimed. His words immediately earned him an eyeballing from the kunoichi leader on the bed and dead silence from her companions. Despite their hush, the two kunoichi playing cards dropped whatever they were holding and rose to their feet, an action that coaxed a smirk from the white-haired man standing right outside their front door. "Oh, what's this? You want to listen to me now?" The boss of the group frowned before looking back at her novel, "Dangling bait in front of us to try and get us to spill more secrets to you dirtbags? Forget it. I know a bluff call when I see one. This isn't some con to get you three to talk some more. I'm pretty sure you already gave them everything they wanted to hear. To be frank, I could care less about your business and personal interests. I've got my eyes set on a much bigger prize," Mizuki replied, stepping closer to the cell and getting the kunoichi behind it to glare at him even harder. "In fact, that's exactly why I'm here. I have a proposition for you girls that I'm sure you'll be most interested to hear." The two compatriots looked over at their boss, whom they could see was still reading her novel in a disinterested manner. After a few seconds of silence though, she shut the article she was skimming but kept it level above her face. "Keep talking," Mizuki smirked. "There's an item sealed away in the third Hokage's vault room that is of substantial value to me, something that possesses a great amount of secrets of the Kinjutsu nature. I wish to acquire this item for myself and leave this village. But before I can get my hands on it, I'll first need to create a big enough distraction to draw the eyes of the third away from his homestead, long enough to break in and out without anybody noticing." The head kunoichi looked over at the Chunin carefully. "What's in it for us?" "Your freedom and a portion of the secrets from the scroll in question once I've acquired it," Mizuki replied straight away. "In return, I want you to set off explosives at the main entrance to make it look like the village is under attack and to draw all attention of the home forces to that area. You were able to bypass Konoha's defenses the first time you entered 2 years ago, correct? I'm sure with those same skills and with the intel I can provide for you, you'll be able to do it again." Sitting up in her bunk, the silver-haired kunoichi smirked across at the man. "From the look on your face, you seem to have something else you wish to accomplish from this joint enterprise." She tilted her head at him curiously. "What else is involved with this grand scheme of yours?" Mizuki chuckled. "As an added bonus, feel free to kill the little rat that put you three here in the first place." He thumbed at his chest. "As it turns out, I want him dead too, but for a completely different reason. I just think that the world would be much better off without him in it." The two kunoichi standing stiffened at the mention of the blonde-haired kid that had toyed with them all those years ago. With that proposition on the floor, the pair turned back to their leader for instruction, only to stop when they saw her smirking just as eagerly as the man offering them their freedom. Obviously, the entire squad had been thinking about revenge on the kid for quite some time, particularly after all the shit he'd put them through. Even though he was able to run circles around them in their first encounter, they had seen how he operated and had plenty of time to think about making up for lost opportunities, so to speak. What this man was planning basically gave them a chance to accomplish two things at once: escape from this wretched place and allow them to take their frustrations out on the kid who put them here 2 years ago. How could they possibly say no to that? Mizuki held up his other hand, revealing a set of keys he'd managed to swipe from one of the guards on the way down to their cell. "So, what do you say? You help me and I help you find the rat. Deal?" The leader stood up, with her teammates turning back to face the turncoat. The girl with starlight in her hair grinned. "Let us out of here." Mizuki gave a small laugh and twirled the keys on his finger, stepping forward to remove the seals on the bars. Just as he was grabbing the first strip, he turned to the prisoners. "I'm sorry, I don't think I ever caught the names of you lovely young ladies?" The silver-haired Kunoichi smirked. Noriko. The brunette with long hair also smiled. Kureha. The one with the shorter cut folded her arms. Shuko. "Well then," Mizuki exclaimed, yanking the first of the tags from the gate. "Let's get started." XXX. Night. Inside Ichiraku's? "So, what other brilliant ideas were you able to come up with for your new jutsu, Naruto?" Irika asked after slurping up a stray noodle that had been hanging from his lips. He pointed his chopsticks at the kid, who was still busy gobbling up his second serving. "You've obviously had it for quite a while now by how well you were able to execute it. With that crafty personality and unpredictable nature, I'm sure you were able to imagine up some interesting concepts." "You know that I can't tell you that, Irika-sensei," Naruto stated while giving his teacher a tight glare. He kept on talking despite having his mouth full. "We're ninja, remember? We're supposed to keep stuff like this a secret. Besides, didn't we agree that the test was for one jutsu and one jutsu only?" Irika chuckled, scratching the side of his head. "Of course, but I'm just so curious about it now. After seeing you blast that boulder and training dummy across the field, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. It's not every day a person discovers an entirely new jutsu no one has even heard of until it's actually used. Anything that appears new nowadays has either been developed from existing techniques or is derived from a Kekkei Genkai." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. "What the heck's a Kekkei Genkai again?" In response to his question, since his forehead was covered by his goggles, the boy instead received a flick to the nose. "Ow. Hey. Think, Naruto. I touched on it in my lectures for the past 2 years, and at the beginning of this semester," the Chunin stated with a frown. Kekkei Genkai literally means a technique limited to inheritance by blood, which means abilities handed down genetically through specific clans. "Oh yeah, that thing," Naruto exclaimed while rubbing his nose. "The weird jutsu like what the Hyuga have with those eyes of theirs and what Sasuke is supposed to have, the Sharin whatever." "Sharingan, yes. But Kekkei Genkai aren't just limited to doujutsu. There are many others out there, even ones that haven't been discovered yet, that use all kinds of elements in one and possess interesting traits. Like abilities to manipulate lava, to create poison from the body, or an ability to absorb chakra. Stuff like that exists out there in the world and oftentimes are hard to come across," Irika exclaimed before smiling at his student, propping his head up on his arm. "You don't have a Kekkei Genkai or anything like that, but you were able to come up with something as equally impressive. I think you should see your overwhelming level of stamina, imagination and chakra reserves as a blessing." "Of course I do. Why do you think I'm able to keep smiling all the time?" "Because I'm able to beat everyone at anything involving long distance," Naruto grinned while poking the side of his head. "But these new ideas of mine, they're staying right up here in the safest place in the world." Irika smirked. "All right then, if you say so." Before he could go back to his noodles though, he felt a tug on his sleeve and looked back to see Naruto leaning towards him. The boy gestured for the man to drop down a level, to which he then loaned him his ear. "What's up?" Looking left and right, making sure Tsuchi and Ayam were both occupied, Naruto then focused back on his teacher's ear with a mischievous grin. "If you really want to know what else I have planned, I'm learning how to fix up the timing," he whispered. "Timing? Yeah. Like a countdown for the technique to activate," Naruto said while looking exceptionally devious. "I want to catch my enemies off guard with a delayed attack. Doesn't that sound cool?" Irika considered the idea for a moment before letting out a laugh of his own, leaning back and readjusting the headband on his head. Even he had to admit that sounded like a swell plan, especially with the technique he'd seen. "It sounds awesome, Naruto. I can't wait to see where you go with it." With his student beaming up at him, the man couldn't help but shake his head at the humor of the moment. The little rascal, he just couldn't resist. "I've got tons more ideas in the workshop," the Jinchuriki added before downing the rest of his bowl in one go. He then beckoned for Ayam for a third, which the young waitress gladly obliged. "But I wonder what else I can do with Jet Hand besides using it to blow people away and to send stuff shooting off into the distance. Maybe I can get it to screw around with the air to mess with people's movements or something." He made a note to take a peek at his science book for something with a little more bang in it later. That sounded like a feasible way to help feed his creative genius. Irika chuckled before ruffling the kid's hair. "I'm sure you'll think of something else." Grinning brightly, Naruto dove right on into his last bowl for the evening. He wanted to get home as soon as he could so that he could hang out with Tayuya and work on some new material. There was a time for everything and he didn't intend on wasting a single second. XXX. After an incredibly satisfying dinner with Irika, Naruto then bade his teacher goodnight and headed on home as quick as he could. With his final exams coming up tomorrow, he needed all the time he could muster to cram everything he needed to know before the assessment bells were rung. All he needed to do was make sure he had everything covered, and while walking down the street back up to his apartment, compiled a list of all the tests he needed to pull through in order to get his headband. So let's see. I have the Kawarimi test, the Henge test, and the written exam, Naruto listed one after the other, a smile being brought to his face once more as he walked along. And I don't need to do the Bunshin no Jutsu test anymore since I did that supplementary exam with Irika-sensei today. Though I'm still bummed out that I can't even create one clone yet, I'm sort of alright with that. The exams were a long and arduous enough process for any kid to deal with already, so it was great that he didn't have a fourth point weighing him down. In the past few years Naruto had been at the academy, he'd had end-of-year tests involving jutsu each and every time, and for the last two he'd failed to produce a single working clone. What? Was his chakra really that big that he couldn't pop out one little speck for the simplest supplementary move? Geez. I guess I can catch up on it another time, Naruto thought while stretching his arms. I've got other tests to worry about. The Henge and Kawarimi I can put at the bottom of the list. All I need to concentrate on now is the written exam. Damn theory. Rubbing the back of his head, the blonde stopped in the middle of the road and looked across to his left to see the local convenience store in the area lit brightly for the awe of all passers in the area. The sight of the blaring neon lights then set off a different kind of light in his head, which had him snap his fingers in remembrance. Oh, that's right. I need to restock my cupboards. Shop first then study. Two people living in the same place did have some give and take to it, but Naruto had no problems with that. Finding everything he needed in the one place he could always count on, the Jinchuriki entered the store, grabbed what he needed, paid for it, and then started the quick march the rest of the way back to his apartment. When he arrived at his corner and looked up toward his apartment where he could clearly see his balcony and floor, he saw that the lights to his flat were on and smiled. Tayuya's back already? That's good to know, Naruto exclaimed before heading upstairs. Reaching the third floor, the blonde skillfully whipped out his keys despite having both hands occupied by bags of groceries and unlocked the entrance to his pad. Nudging himself in, he then shut the door with his foot and made his way into the lounge room where he figured his apartment buddy was sitting right now. He stopped when he saw the television on and gave a puzzled blink when he saw no audience. Looking around, he set the stuff down and walked in, placing his hands on his hips. Tayuya-chan? Scratching his head, Naruto headed around the couch to look for the remote before hearing a scuffle over by the other door. He looked up towards the kitchen to see said girl dressed in a V-neck singlet and shorts come strolling out with cupped ramen in hand. Hey, Naruto-kun, the redhead exclaimed in greeting, stirring the contents with the pair of chopsticks provided. Back already? It was a quick dinner. Normally I'd have asked Tsuchijiji and Iamnezen for way more, but I went easy on Irika-sensei today, Naruto chuckled and rubbed the side of his head. 3 bowls of ramen is better than no bowls at all. That's what I always say. The red-haired flute player shook her head in amusement as she stepped a little further out from the kitchen before starting towards him slowly. You're such a weirdo. Sometimes I find it hard to believe you're even human, Mr. Broth for Brains. After stirring the noodles around, she then pulled up a clump of it and slurped it up, giving a satisfied murmur as her answer. I take it from your stupid grin that you had an enjoyable dinner date? Oh yeah. Irika-sensei is always great to hang out with. He's like one of the only guys in this village who's genuinely nice to me and doesn't look at me funny like all of the other adults, Naruto exclaimed with a good-natured laugh. Even though he can be loud and scary sometimes, I really think Irika is an awesome teacher. Before he could open his mouth to continue telling the girl about his talk with his homeroom instructor, his radiant expression suddenly switched from delighted to puzzled when he saw Tayuya continue to slurp up noodles while striding towards him. Eyeing her movements carefully, he then sniffed the air a bit before a small frown crossed his lips, followed shortly by his eyes narrowing into an intense glare. You sound really attached to the guy, Tayuya giggled before picking up some vegetables. Tell me more Abu Dash. She glanced up at the sound of rushing footsteps before her stomach was unexpectedly hit with the force of a charging bull. Giving a strangled shout along with the heavy thud that filled the room, Tayuya was blasted off her feet and slammed into the far wall beside the balcony entrance of the apartment. The plaster cracked and splintered at the force of the impact before the girl slumped to the floor, bits of residue sprinkling down on her. What the fuck? The girl groaned before looking back up again through a pained face and blood running from the corner of her mouth. Hey, shitbag. What the hell was the dash? She stopped when she saw Naruto stop directly over her with a kunai drawn. 4. Who are you? Naruto hissed, his tone set on dangerous and face overshadowed by his hair, amplifying his already serious appearance several times. What are you talking about? Tayuya said back, her own expression deepening. It's me, you dumbass? Who else do you think it could be? Naruto then pointed his kunai straight down at the teen so that it was trained on the center of her face. Tayuya-chan always eats ramen with her left hand, no matter where she is or who she's around. You're eating ramen with your right hand. The blonde then lowered his weapon. That, and you also smell much different from when the two of us were training together. I can sense your toxic odor above the cupped miso soup you stole from my cupboard. Staring incredulously up at the boy, Tayuya then gave a smirk and licked up the blood at the corner of her mouth. My. You're a lot sharper than I remember. I'll give you points for picking up some extra brains over the past couple of years. Remember? Naruto repeated before thrusting the knife further forward. Talk. Who the hell are you? The redhead slumped against the wall, pulled her knee up to her chest and brushed her hair aside. Maybe this will help jog your memory. She then burst into a puff of white smoke, the fumes dispersing seconds later to reveal a long, brown-haired woman wearing a familiar dark gray uniform. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw her form emerge fully from the sheath of her transformation. Well? Ring any bells, sweetie. Igriagajure? Naruto choked before swinging his kunai around. Before he could follow through with an attack, however, the boy's eyes widened in horror when he suddenly felt a sharp sting shoot through his entire body from his right side. Mouth dropping and giving out a strangled yelp, the Jinchuriki dropped the knife he was holding, the blade clattering loudly on the floor before he looked down to his ribs to see another kunai being driven into his side from an unknown attacker. What the hell is this? Looking over his shoulder, half of his question was immediately answered by another familiar face popping into view in the form of the silver-haired fox from his younger years. The lead kunoichi of the band of 3 that had infiltrated his village 2 years ago to steal information on Konoha's security system grinned slyly at the boy as she knelt behind him with her specialized, curved kunai buried into him. She twisted the weapon for extra measure, earning another strangled shout from her still-standing victim. Blood began seeping out of Naruto's mouth. Pay back, the silver-haired kunoichi exclaimed, with the third member of the group appearing behind her with her hands on her hips and looking toward the child smugly. Don't bother calling out for help, though I doubt anyone will be able to hear your cries of terror even if you tried. I've made sure to aim for your lungs so that you wouldn't be able to even squeak. You'll bleed to death, but live long enough for us to enjoy this. It can't be? How are you 3 even here? Naruto choked out as best as he could. His gravelly tone registered barely above a whisper thanks to the blade sitting inside of his organ. I took you down ages ago. Why you should be rotting in jail right now. Should be, could be, would be, but thanks to the little mole hiding out in your cozy little village our sentence has been cut short. Now that we're free to do as we please, what better way to turn over a new leaf than by taking out all our years of pent-up frustration on the runt who put us in that hellhole, Noriko exclaimed. You should be happy, although, not as happy as we'll be when we're through with you. That's not fair, Noriko, Shuko whined in disappointment. I wanted to stab the kid in the back. Why do you get all the kill shots? Because I'm the leader, that's why, Noriko replied before smiling over at her teammate. But I'll let you break all of his fingers if that'll cheer you up? Oh goody, the kunoichi exclaimed with a clap. Noriko chuckled before looking back at the Jinchuriki, while their teammate pulled herself to her feet and placed a hand on her hip. They were all dressed in the same uniforms they had worn all those years ago with their swords strapped to their backs. This showed that they were all set and ready for action, but clearly wanted to take their time in wanting to cause the boy they now had at their mercy as much pain as they possibly could. After all the humiliation he'd put them through in their first encounter, they wanted to make good on their promises to put him through double, even triple the pain he'd caused them. So, Runt. Where were we? What did you do with Tayuya-chan? Naruto growled, biting his teeth together and shutting his eye as the pain continued to shoot through him. You better not have hurt her, because if you did. Oh? That little waste of skin? Noriko chuckled before looking up at Kureha standing in front of them. She's probably still wandering around the streets doing God knows what at this time of night. Good thing we saw all those pictures of you and her cluttering your nightstand for us to figure out you had a roommate, otherwise this wouldn't have worked out as well as it did. Yeah. She's quite the looker too, Kureha commented while rubbing her nose. We didn't think you even had the sack or smarts to bag an item like that. Good on you. But don't worry about kissing her goodbye or anything like that. We'll make sure you're dead and bloodless by the time she gets home and discovers your lifeless corpse lying across the floorboards, Noriko said darkly, twisting the knife a little more. How does that sound? Damn it. Naruto hissed through his lips. Where the hell was Tayuya if not here? Oh, Elsewhere? The redhead in question hummed pleasantly to herself as she sat at the local bar just a couple of blocks away from her apartment. True to her words earlier spoken to her dear flatmate, Tayuya was busy enjoying the new item the stand had on the menu tonight. Teriyaki chicken with fried rice and a side of dumplings. It was exquisite. It was so exquisite in fact that she decided to have 4 more dishes. Since they were each served small, as a lot of people loved them and it was good for business to leave customers wanting more, the redhead had gone on ahead and spoiled herself over a handful of servings, while making sure to order several as takeaway for her to chow down on later and for Naruto to share with her. Figuring that 3 bowls of ramen wouldn't be enough for her energetic teammate who needed more fuel to burn in a day than most, and because he did technically have a black hole for a stomach that was very much like hers when it came to delicious treats, Tayuya made sure to plan ahead. She needed meals to please the boy who was letting her stay in his apartment, so she loaded up with everything she could to go along with the other shopping she also needed to do tonight. Tayuya noticed that they always ran low on milk. That was weird. How could 2 people burn through 4 liters in 2 days? It doesn't matter, Tayuya thought after that brief interlude and picked up another dumpling from the side of her plate. She held it in front of her lips, allowing its aroma to fill her nostrils with its intoxicating smells of oil and hot sauce. Naruto-kun will probably do some shopping as well, but I'll do some extra just to make sure he didn't miss anything. One thing was certain, Naruto was definitely going to be refilling his cupboards with more ramen. It was the one thing he couldn't live without. Could you imagine Naruto going for an entire week without ramen? That's like a smoker going cold turkey. The thought of a pale, blonde-haired Jinchuriki lying in a fetal position on the couch while watching television together made Tayuya laugh. Yeah. There's no way in hell he'll ever let that happen to himself, the musician laughed before munching down the dumpling. Man, this is good. It was her last serving for the night. She wanted to make this one count. Looking at the clock hanging over the chef's work area, she figured that Naruto was home by now and waiting for her. Hopefully he would be able to keep it together while waiting for her to return and not make a mess of the place in her absence. Oh, back at the apartment? You, sneaky, despicable. Naruto began to curse but felt the knife dig in deeper, silencing him. Now that's not very nice. You shouldn't say things like that about your guests? Noriko exclaimed, twisting the blade. Another strangled scream rang out throughout the apartment, sending shivers down the spines of all those present. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I making you uncomfortable? Actually, Naruto panted, coughing up more blood before grinning down at the woman still kneeling behind him. I've got a little cramp in my lower back. See, could you massage it for me, babe? Too bad, Noriko chuckled before burying the knife at an angle that made the child wince. I don't usually deviate from my regular services for clients. That's gonna cost you something extra. Yeah? Well, take your pick from anything you like, Naruto choked out while shakily looking around his apartment. I've got a whole pile of crap in my bedroom. Take whatever you want. We don't give a shit about your stuff, Kureha snapped with a cocky smirk. All we care about is getting even. Do you know all the messed up shit we were put through after that bullshit fight you had with us 2 years ago? Shuko asked with a little more irk in her tone. After we were treated, they sent us to the interrogation facility of the ANBU Black Ops to coax information about our group and whatever organization we were working for out of us. If the physical torture wasn't enough, the mental torture got us for sure. Hell, we don't even remember anything from when your Yamanaka guys tiptoed through our brains. You sure know how to entertain visitors in this village. There's no question about that, Noriko said to an intently listening Naruto, despite the fact he was probably in unbearable pain right now. Though it's a shame we won't be able to put you through the same fun and games since you'll be losing all mobility in your body in a few minutes, we'll try to mimic the same material on you for however long you have left. Oh, I just love surprises, Naruto choked with a cocky grin, tell me more. It was routine over the next year or so, Kureha spoke with distaste in her voice. They interrogated us, then shoved us into a cell somewhere underground and sealed us up for a month, then did the same things the next month. I don't know why they kept us there, but I guess we were just eventually forgotten and left there to rot. Though the quiet times were great and they gave us a few things to keep our sanity and health in check, it also left us plenty of time to think about the perfect way to get back at the person who put us there at the start. A lot of time to think and gain enlightenment, same as those jumped-up monks in the temples, Shuko said with a sigh and a shrug. What can you do? It's karma. We did a lot of bad things in our lives and we were punished for it. But we served our time, paid for our misdeeds, and now here we are. Kureha spoke up again with a reinvigorated smile, living it up after spending 2 years in the ass end of the world. It feels good. And on that note, I think I owe you this from the last time we met. The woman marched forward and quickly buried her fist into Naruto's stomach. The boy hunched over her arm and spit up more blood, falling into a groaning and coughing fit. Kureha then backed up and shook her fist out. I've wanted to do that for ages. Damn kid, you've got quite the six-pack on ya. Been working out, Naruto choked, looking back up with a pain-stricken face. He then smirked. Oh yeah, it's paid off. Kureha chuckled forebodingly. I'll give you this if nothing more, you're tough for a little spitfuck. Too bad all that skill and strength you've managed to build are gonna end up wasted, Noriko whispered with a shake of her head, bringing the boy back up to lean against her. Such a shame. You should have just given us the kunai when we asked. If you still want it, it's in my room, on my nightstand, Naruto spat. Forget it. The information on the paper around it is long gone, so it's nothing more than a rusty old knife now, Noriko said with a frown, seconds before a smirk sprouted. But at least we'll be leaving with a few more neat things under our belt and not just the updated intel on your village's security system. There's a sweet deal waiting for us outside of this village, but thankfully we were able to sneak in this last little meeting with you before our exit from the stage. I guess it's curtain call, kid. Jay, just one last thing before you go on and have your way with me, Naruto choked. I'm listening. Who was it that let you out? The boy asked in an incredibly strained voice. You mentioned a rat in our village? Who is it? No one important. He's just a small fish swimming in a big pond. I doubt someone like that matters in a world like this and should matter even less to someone like you, Noriko replied, keeping her details short and to a minimum while at the same time failing to divulge anything of importance whatsoever. A classic triple threat. You're just a baby-faced academy student about to die. I think that fact alone speaks for itself. But shouldn't the dying get one last request? Depends on the request, Shuko said while folding her arms. Why, you said you had something else waiting for you when this whole thing was all over, that means you made a deal with this person? Naruto asked, his words spacing as he was struggling to speak right now. His legs and arms were still shaking, showing that he was in incredible pain. This at least kept his hosts entertained. What was involved with this deal besides me? He let you out, not just to free you so you could get back at me, he let you guys out for something else? Right? Yes, Noriko nodded. What's the grand prize? Naruto asked while gritting his teeth. You want spoilers? Duh, Naruto coughed, at the same time seeing his attacker hesitate. Come on, your cold-blooded killer's about to break me for good. Can't you give a dying kid one last hurrah? That's our choice. I can just cut your throat now and be done with you, but Shuko still has to break your fingers, Noriko spoke back. Well, just so you don't leave this place with your souls completely torn apart from straight-up torturing and killing a baby-faced academy student and feeling proud about it, Naruto spoke again while shrugging offhandedly, the very least you could do is give him this last little thing. Just this once. Come on. He whined childishly. It's not like I'm gonna tell anyone. Plus I can't even scream, so there's your advantage with getting away with it. Noriko gritted her teeth and glared back at the kid. After about half a minute of soul-searching and looking into the puppy dog eyes the blonde was able to send her despite the supposed excruciating situation he was in, the woman relented. Just so her conscience wasn't scarred for life for doing this in the first place, she spilled the beans so to speak. Fine. Last request. We made a deal with the Chunin who let us out to cause a distraction for him to steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's mansion. He's waiting for that signal right now, but we won't give it to him until we set off the explosives we have hidden at the entrance to this village. So, you have some kind of fireworks show set up to make it look like the village is being attacked. You set them off, you distract the guard, your jailbreaker makes a grab for the scroll of seals, and then runs off when no one is looking, Naruto said while nodding, feigning an expression that he was impressed. Sounds good. After that we're supposed to meet up with him out in the woods, Noriko said with a frown. There's a way out through there that he's going to take to leave this village. We meet at the rendezvous point and finish the trade while Konoha's forces are still running around trying to figure out what the hell's going on. It's that simple. The guy also wanted us to snuff you out as a sort of added bonus to the whole gig, Kureha said while shrugging. Personally, we have no problem with that. While instead of finishing one job, we kill two birds with one stone, Shuko exclaimed with a smirk. Well, 3. We get intel, a portion of the scroll of seal secrets and your blood. All in all, it's a damn good day, Noriko said while tightening her grip on the knife and driving it further into the kid's side. See? Now was that so hard? Naruto asked while smiling at the woman kneeling behind him and peering over his shoulder. He sounded surprisingly chipper and back to his usual self for someone with a knife in his side. Instead of killing your target swiftly you can kill him with theatrical style. I'm thinking of adding that to my repertoire when I finally get to go out to do big missions for my village. Saving damsels, assassinating criminals, helping people, man, I'm really looking forward to becoming a jonin. Well, good luck with that. I just hope that, hey, hang on a second. Realizing something was wrong, Noriko glared suspiciously at the boy now blankly staring at her from over his shoulder. How come you're able to talk normally now? The boy tried to look confused. Whatever do you mean? The two kunoichi in the room also noticed his change from outright suffering to trading casual pleasantries. Wasn't he supposed to be in absolute agony right now? Noriko then looked him up and down. Second of all, why aren't you on the floor yet? You're bleeding internally and have a knife shoved into you. You should be half past dead right now. Oh that, well, Naruto grinned sheepishly at the woman. Magician's secret. Looking alarmed, the leader of the kunoichi then lifted up the boy's jacket to find out what the fuck was going on. When she did and had his midsection exposed, she saw to her utter shock a thick body cast the same color as Naruto's skin wrapped around his waist. Acting like a protective vest, the cast prevented the knife from slipping into his ribs and into his lung. It merely redirected it and had the blade poking sideways. How? What? Noriko looked up at her grinning victim in alarm. How the hell did he know he was going to get stabbed? There was no way he could have seen this coming and acted against it. There was no way. Their strategy was flawless. Naruto, who still had blood running down from his mouth, chuckled. You fell for the fake waistline trick. He then stuck out his tongue, where he revealed a packet of ketchup sitting and had been torn open with his teeth. Noriko's eyes widened a split second before the Jinchuriki suddenly and without warning dropped straight down and out of her hold. Backflipping right off the floor, the blonde then rammed a knee straight into her startled face, the blow smashing into her nose and sending the kunoichi's body reeling back with blood flying from the offending orifice. While the silver-haired kunoichi was recoiling, her partner Shuko rushed forward and drew her sword to slice at the still airborne Naruto. While suspended in mid-attack, Naruto dropped a hand to the floor, pivoted on it and pushed off. Jumping even higher upside down, he then spun a kick straight into the approaching woman's sword, the momentum allowing him to kick it out of her hand before slapping his against her side. Jet hand. A loud whoosh blasted off of the shocked woman's side and sent her careening across the room to plow straight into the wall beside the television. The loud crack echoed throughout the entire apartment before her body dropped to the floor unconscious. Landing in a crouched stance at the same time Noriko fell back onto the floor. Naruto looked behind him to see Kureha charging at him with her sword thrusting downward. Before she even had the chance to finish swinging, her target leapt back off the ground and slid underneath her legs, appearing behind her when she stumbled forwards, missing her mark entirely. When she turned to face him alongside the down team leader, who was now holding her broken nose between her fingers, they saw the blonde crouched on the floor like a monkey grinning deviously before holding up a pink-laced bra and matching panties. He dangled them before the puzzled kunoichi teasingly. Missing something? Recognizing the articles, Kureha squealed in fright, dropped her sword, held herself on the ground and crossed all her limbs. While blushing a brilliant shade of red, the woman glared furiously up at the boy. You little pervert. Naruto laughed hysterically. You would think that you girls would learn from the last time you met me. Noriko glared hatefully across at the child while her friend crouched shivering on the ground next to her, muttering endlessly about how in the 7 levels of hell the boy had managed to get his hands on her undergarments. This is bad. He's gotten even faster and stronger since the last time we met, while we were all just sitting around and rotting in jail. Not only that, the fact that he's so small makes his speed even more ridiculous. What the hell is this boy? Shaking her head, the team leader glared at her partner. Finish him and let's go. What about Shuko? Kureha asked. Take her. But deal with the rat first. He fights by avoiding a direct exchange and he's damn good at it, and we're on his turf. The woman then hopped into a crouching position and rotated towards the window. Do whatever you can, then meet at the rendezvous point. I'll set off the explosives. After receiving a nod from her still conscious partner, the woman then leapt straight out the nearby window, not even bothering that it was closed and ruining another part of the apartment. Oh, no you don't. Naruto shouted, tossing the underwear and rushing forward. He was quickly intercepted by Kureha, who sliced at him with her katana, which he swayed under and leapt to the other side of her when she spun to meet him. You're not going anywhere, you little shit, she shouted, lunging at him with another slash. Naruto ducked that and the follow-ups when she advanced on him as she tried to dice up his upper body. He kept swaying, bobbing and weaving under all of her strikes, before wordlessly grabbing a hold of one of her arms when it came back around and kicking off the floor. Using her momentum, the boy suddenly flipped up till he was literally hand-standing on her arm. As if he was viewing the world in slow motion, he saw her expression widen into shock. As long as I believe I can do something, nothing is impossible for me. He flipped over her so that he started descending to the ground behind the woman. Kureha spun around to intercept, but he was already spinning his body like a top while upside down in midfall, sending a kick flying for her head. This is why I can keep fighting and win, even against you. His kick slammed across Kureha's face and had her spinning to the ground, which then allowed him to land as well. Naruto landed atop his solid floor at the exact same time her body crashed into it. Just as the woman struggled to her feet and backed away in a daze, Naruto lunged swiftly at her and slapped his hand against her stomach. A second jet hand propelled her off her feet and sent her crashing straight through his lounge room wall, across the street and into another apartment block through the closed window. She was unconscious the moment she was sent flying through his wall, so she was spared from the pain of landfall. The brief spar between them showed just how much Naruto had improved over the years. However, he could also attribute his victory tonight because his opponents were also 2 years out of practice from being stuck in a jail cell the entire time, so it took some of the fun out of it. Not forgetting that one of them got away, the boy ran over to the window and looked out, intent on following. However, this plan was cut short when he looked down at the street below and saw a familiar face looking up at him. Tayuya-chan? What the hell was that, Naruto? The redhead shouted, pointing after the escaping woman. It was crazy. She just saw a person leap out of their apartment, fly across the street, land on top of a telephone pole, and look down long enough for the musician to get a good shot of her face before disappearing across the rooftops. Gate crasher, the Jinchuriki shouted back and pointed after her. She tried to knife me. Eyes widening, Tayuya dropped the shopping bags in her hands and immediately leapt up towards their building. Kicking off the wall, she sprang after the retreating figure. I'm on it. She was gone before Naruto could get another word in. She can handle her, Naruto thought before turning back towards his apartment and quickly walking towards the kitchen. My best friend trained by me and a psychotic snake lady up against a Chunin with Genin-level skills 2 years out of practice. Sounds like a fair fight. He hurried back into the living room where he then proceeded to tie up Shuko, after which he hopped across the road, collected the unconscious Kureha, and brought her back to his place for the same treatment. Dusting his hands down like it were your everyday chore to tie up 2 kunoichi and have them propped up against your living room wall, he then knelt beside the one with the short brown hair and tossed a glass of water over her. The woman was woken from her slumber with a startled yelp and, upon shaking off the shock of ice-cold water dripping down her face, looked around wildly. What happened? Shuko's answer came to her in the form of her hair being grabbed at the top and her head being forcibly turned towards the Jinchuriki, who glared down at her. Talk. I want straight answers from you. Naruto said in a surprisingly commanding voice, quite the opposite of his character. Being the most unpredictable knuckle-headed shinobi of the village, however, he could make it work for him. He damn well pulled off the best close-to-dying act anyone had ever seen just several minutes ago, so a tough guy act? Piece of cake. Who broke you 3 out of jail? Who's after the scroll of seals? Wah. He silenced her with a hard glare. Answer me. Who told you where I lived? Who wanted you 3 to kill me? Finally realizing her situation and remembering where she was, the kunoichi with the short hair glared back at the boy firmly. I'm not telling you jack all. Gritting his teeth, Naruto's head suddenly shot up when he heard a loud explosion and felt his entire building shake. Looking around, he quickly figured out that that was the signal the team's leader was instructed to set off to begin the theft operation and escape. With Tayuya hot on the perpetrator's trail, he knew the signal woman would be cut off soon enough, but he still needed to find out the identity of the mastermind behind this entire thing. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back. Shuko. Talk. He banged her head against the wall, not enough to knock her out but enough to rattle her brain. You're captured. You're done. You failed. There's no need to keep anything from me anymore. The interrogators are bound to find out everything sooner or later, so spill it. He banged her head again. Who set you free? Humph, Shuko smirked. You won't get anything out of me, brat. I've gone through shit worse than anything a nose-wiping little kid like you can think up for the past 2 years. I may be beaten but I still have my pride as a kunoichi. Do your worst. Staring at her blankly for a moment, the blonde then gave her his most devious smirk. This devilish smile was then multiplied several times over by a shadow crossing over his eyes which became incredibly fox-like from how he was now leering at her. This had the kunoichi start sweating bullets instantly as his teeth slowly started to show fangs. You know, I can put you through even more humiliating stuff than what I did to you guys 2 years ago. Believe it. I can do way worse than just slap you around, pull down your pants and unbuckle your chastity. While you three were stewing away in a cell doing nothing but slacking off, I've been training and working hard on perfecting my craft as a master prankster and a public nuisance." Naruto grinned before wagging his eyebrows suggestively. "Now, I wonder what kind of underwear you're wearing this time. Care to show and tell?" Paling at the prospects of having her undergarments stolen from right out under her, again, the woman began excreting waterfalls worth of sweat with a brief but defiant shake of her head, before eventually caving in to the pressure. "All right. Fine," she screamed with a red face, before glaring up at the still grinning blonde. "I'll talk. Just don't steal my underwear." "I won't. Now sing for me. Who gave you all the information you know and sent you to kill me?" "A Chunin with white, short hair and wearing a bandana with your village's headband," Shuko answered firmly. He said his name was Mizuki. Recoiling a little at the identity of the brain, Naruto's gaze tightened. "Why did he want you three to kill me?" "He said it was personal and nothing else. He knew that you were the one that put us away, so he threw us a bone." "And the scroll of seals?" "A scroll sealed away by the first Hokage said to contain all of the village's most dangerous kinjutsu. It's one of the most valuable items in Konohagakure, and that Mizuki guy said he wanted it all for himself." "All right, and where's your rendezvous point?" Naruto asked with a stone-hard glare. "Where were you three going to meet him after you dealt with me?" "An old shack in the West Woods," Shuko replied quickly with a nod in the direction of. "After that huge explosion we set, odds are he's already got the scroll and is heading straight there. He'll be outside the Land of Fire by sunrise. Unless somebody stops him," Naruto said with a smile appearing on his face. Seeing the surprised and doubtful look on the woman's face, he smirked even wider. "I know every forest in this village like the back of my hand. No one can outrun me on my turf." "You know he's a Konohagakure Chunin," Shuko pointed with a frown. "He'll kill you." "Please," Naruto rolled his eyes. "Whenever Chunin were sent after me after I painted the Hokage monument or lined their uniforms with itching powder, I ran circles around them." He then nodded politely to the woman scowling at him from the floor. "Thanks for all that, by the way. I owe you." "Untie me," the kunoichi snapped. Naruto grinned cheekily at her. "No can do. After what you did to me back there, you're going back to jail." He then stuck his finger in his mouth, Wet Willy, and then stuck it in her ear, getting the kunoichi to squirm and snap at him. "I hate you." "I know," Naruto chuckled before bringing his other hand around and flashing the girl a pair of black panties and a bra right in her startled face. "You did one hell of a wardrobe change too. Good job." He then quickly ran for it just as the woman turned a bright scarlet and shrieked after his retreating shadow. "You pervert. You said to me that you wouldn't. How the fuck do you even do that?" "Magician's secret." Naruto yelled back, his voice echoing into the room from the window he just jumped out of, leaving one flustered kunoichi and another unconscious one. Oh. Half an hour later? Elsewhere? Though it had been a close shave, to have slipped right underneath the third Hokage's nose and get out with trophy wrapped firmly in hand, the sense of accomplishment and the feeling of pulling off the impossible never felt so good. Seriously. This feeling of success and joy filled Mizuki's heart and soul as he flew through the trees at top speed, scroll of seals over his shoulder and a massive grin on his face. Chuckling to himself, the man stopped when he came across the familiar hut situated in the middle of the woods surrounding the village, the agreed-upon destination where he would cross paths with the trio of kunoichi he had hired on as extra help for the last time. Since this was entirely his plan, he knew exactly what he needed to do, where he needed to be and at what time he needed to be there, all in order to clear up the last of his debts. It was something akin to starting a new life with a clean slate. He wanted to make sure the cannon fodder did their job, killed the Kyuubi brat, and made it out of there scot-free. The last thing he wanted was an entire village on his heel if they somehow caught wind of him through them. On the other hand, why would I need to worry about an entire village when I have this? The man chuckled while tapping his fingers against the massive scroll hanging behind him. "I've got all the power I need right here. Once I learn everything I need from this scroll, I'll become the most powerful shinobi in the world, maybe in all of history." It did belong to Hashirama Senju at one time after all. That definitely had to count for something. Once that thought crossed his mind and knowing full well that he finally had his main objective in his possession, Mizuki quickly concluded right then and there that he didn't need to uphold his end of the bargain. This whole business with the three kunoichi and killing Naruto, they were just bumps in the road, mere stepping stones. He only needed to get over them to continue on his way, and what better way to do that than do that right now? He didn't have to wait around for the extra baggage and risk getting caught. They could have their revenge on the brat. They got the intel they wanted anyway. Chuckling, Mizuki rose to full height on the branch and patted his prize. "So long, Konoha," the man sang. Just as he was about to take off, however, he suddenly heard a rustling of bushes ahead of him and stopped in his tracks. When he looked up to see what the noise was, the man got quite the surprise when he saw Naruto Uzumaki himself drop down from the canopy and land on the branch across from his. The blonde, looking grungy from an obvious sprint through the forest, huffed impatiently before fixing his best glare on the white-haired man. "Caught ya!" the blonde exclaimed with a victorious smirk. Mizuki blinked in shock. "And Naruto? How in the world did you find me? Or better yet, how in the hell was he still alive? Didn't he send those 3 dogs after him to tear him to shreds? What the hell was going on?" Naruto chuckled and wiped his nose proudly. "The next time you want someone killed, better to do it yourself than to hire out a bunch of deadbeats to do it for you, Mizuki-sensei." He said the last suffix with a lot of spite in his voice. "Fuck. They screwed up. How could they screw up? I thought." Mizuki cursed in his head, grinding his teeth in frustration before allowing a smirk to come back to him. He faced the boy with renewed interest and confidence. "Humph. So you're not as pathetic as you made yourself out to be after all these years at the academy, Naruto. I'm impressed. Thanks. You've really come a long way from the little street shit you were when you first set foot in that place. And you've really come a long way from the whiny, boring, poor excuse of a substitute teacher you were when I first laid eyes on you when I first set foot in that place. I've gotta admit, this whole trying to kill me business and stealing Hokage Gigi's scroll has put you in a new light for me, team." "Likewise. But I don't have time to play around with the likes of you," Mizuki replied while shouldering the large scroll hanging from him, which the blonde eyed carefully for the briefest of moments. "I've got a relic to cash in. This thing's got a lot of secrets to share with me and I don't intend to waste them." "That's funny, because I don't hear it talking back to me the same way," Naruto replied harshly, clenching his fists. When he did, the canopy above him rustled again and he was soon joined by a small band of macaques and gibbons, which appeared around him on the branches. When the sight of the monkeys surrounding Naruto didn't surprise Mizuki, then the swallows that suddenly darted out from behind the man certainly did. When the little birds perched on the blonde's shoulders, the Jinchuriki frowned. "I'd like you to give that back now." "Not a chance in hell," Mizuki barked with a grin, before drawing a massive Fuma shuriken from behind him and snapping it open. The massive star between his fingers then began to spin like a saw blade. "It's mine. If you want it, then you'll just have to pry it from my cold, dead hands." Naruto chuckled darkly. "I was hoping you'd say that." The animals around him dispersed the moment Mizuki threw the massive shuriken at him. Timing its approach, Naruto ducked right under it and sprang straight across at the Chunin, who leapt at him in kind with kunai drawn. "Since those 3 kunoichi I sent after you failed," the man roared, taking a swing at the boy and watching him spin around it, before the two passed each other and traded branches, "then I'll just have to kill you myself." They turned and glared at one another, a split second before Mizuki leapt with a wide lunge. "Die!" Naruto waited for the man's blade to come within range. It was the moment it appeared just inches from hitting him the blonde swayed back till he literally fell over the side of the branch, but instead of falling to an untimely death, his legs hooked onto the branch and he swung around it. His body rocked like a weight and went right under the still lunging shinobi, whom he appeared directly underneath a second later and sent a full swinging uppercut right into his stomach. With a yell of effort, Naruto drove a punch with the force of a piston straight into Mizuki's gut, a loud thud ringing out and causing spit to fly from the man's mouth. Beginning to fall straight towards the forest floor after receiving the counter, Mizuki choked in disbelief. What power! How can he hit so hard? It was when he began spinning towards the ground the Chunin remembered the boys' sparring matches of months past and how he was able to knock out the genius Sasuke Uchiha with a single punch that one time. It was this memory of that particular incident alone that jogged Mizuki out of his stunned descent. That's right, taijutsu is one of his strongest points. Shit! Flipping to control his fall, Mizuki landed hard on the ground below and spun around, glaring up to see the boy perched up on the same branch high above and looking down at him. From the angle Mizuki stood at and was now glaring at his target from, the boy looked very much like a monkey with his left arm swinging in front of him and his form crouched on the section of tree. The sound of animal calls filled the air as the Chunin felt himself get pelted by seeds and berries from the family of monkeys up in the canopy. The man held an arm up in annoyance when the projectiles came dangerously close to his face. "Punk," Mizuki muttered, tossing a barrage of shuriken at the blonde. He watched the boy dodge them and leap to swing around the tree. When he appeared on the other side, the Chunin threw a kunai after him, and then another, but the boy kept leaping through into the canopy evasively and disappeared before the white-haired thief could take another shot at him. Damn it! For several minutes Naruto was gone from sight with no trace of him to be found. All Mizuki could do was search fruitlessly through the treetops for any signs of him from where he was on the ground, weapons at the ready and an intense look on his face. It pissed the man off that the boy was so good at hiding and that he also had characteristics of a wild animal, which made the Chunin consider setting the entire place on fire to try and smoke him out. However, when it appeared as though the blonde had fled the scene, a light thump suddenly resounded behind Mizuki that had him spin around and look with a start. Drawing the last Fuma shuriken on his back, he ditched the weapon straight at his target that he now saw dashing straight at him from a distance, the windmill blade cutting a fine path across the grass. It seemed like a sure hit, until Naruto swayed right under it and continued on unhindered towards the Chunin. "You are like a fucking cat," Mizuki shouted, charging at the boy in kind and throwing a full roundhouse kick at him. Naruto leapt over it and countered with a jumping side kick straight into his opponent's chest, which sent his foe blasting back. Upon skidding to a stop, the winded Chunin glared up to see his little target swing around and lunge in at him again. The man countered with a left jab, only to see Naruto duck under it with his right hand extending towards his side, which immediately had alarm bells ringing in Mizuki's head. Shit. That jutsu. He remembered seeing what Naruto did earlier today out on the firing range with Irika. He saw and heard what the boy was capable of performing when his hand came in contact with something. This was a jutsu he had seen and wanted to stay well out of reach from. So, upon spotting the boy's counter coming in low, the man reacted instantly by disengaging from his jab and kicked off the ground as fast and as hard as he could. The result was the Jinchuriki's swing missing him by inches and Mizuki leaping off to the side in full retreat, sweat pouring down his face. "I'm keeping the hell away from him. With his ridiculous speed, evasive tendencies, and that jutsu, it's dangerous to try and go toe-to-toe with him," Mizuki thought, landing a safe distance away and sliding to a stop. Upon watching Naruto turn to face him, he removed the scroll of seals from his back, propped it beside him, and began flipping through hand seals. "I'll fight this one from a distance." He then tossed a barrage of shuriken and slapped his hands together. Futon, Ripusho. Wind release, Gale Palm. A blast of wind emanated from around Mizuki's body and was sent careening towards his small target. While this appeared to be just an ordinary gust of wind with no real piercing power, the true value behind the technique was to speed up the shuriken he threw, which he sent towards the blonde-haired boy at an even greater speed. The shower of throwing knives whipped and twisted on the powerful air currents, threatening to cut the boy down in a rain of metal. Naruto reacted to the danger and immediately dove behind the tree behind him, the wind smashing into the trunk, resulting in the shuriken impaling nothing but wood. The increased strength and power of the knives though did chip away bigger chunks and dug in much further than they would have on their own, but they ultimately failed in hitting the boy, now concealing himself from the storm. Mizuki grinned when he saw the boy take cover. "Ha! What's the matter, Naruto? Where'd all those fancy moves of yours go?" He saw the boy look around momentarily. When Naruto ducked back behind the tree and waited for a bit, he then suddenly appeared on the other side and fired off something small from the gauntlet on his wrist, which Mizuki intercepted with a shuriken and knocked it out of the air. The firework exploded when it was hit, detonating safely out of range of its target. Mizuki cackled in amusement. "Your little tricks won't work on me a second time, Naruto. I've seen them before." He began flipping through more hand seals, something the Jinchuriki was able to spot when he poked his head around to take another look. "Can't fight at long range? Well, that's too bad. At this distance I can hit you with anything I want. You can try and stop me if you like, but I'll just jump out of reach and hit you with my big guns." "Big guns?" Naruto shouted. "If you had any, I wouldn't be standing here, would I? I don't plan on wasting moves against the likes of you." "Oh, that's funny, because it seemed like you were getting pretty desperate back there, Mizuki team," Naruto yelled in response. "Haven't you realized yet that I'm good?" "Huh? Good? Don't make me laugh. You're just a noisy delinquent, the class clown, the village's biggest nuisance and the worst excuse for a shinobi I've ever seen. You're a worthless teenager with no parents. Nobody cares what you do or what you say. Even your mom and dad abandoned you." The grin he wore on his face showed just how badly he wanted to hit this kid, whether physically or verbally. He then chuckled when he got another bright idea when all he received from the blonde in turn was silence. "Since we're on the subject, do you want to know why everyone in this village hates you?" Naruto scrunched his face up in anger. "You know what? I really don't give a shit what you have to say to me. I'm dropping your ass right here and now." "Drop me? Beat me? You're 1,000 years too early to even face me. Do your worst, you little shit." Man, he's annoying, Naruto thought, glancing around and quickly taking stock of his surroundings. Enough with this beating around the bush bullshit. Time to hit back. And hard. As much as he wanted to play around with the Chunin, the Jinchuriki just wanted to get this stupid battle over with before something bad happened, but how and with what? That was the question. What did he have in his arsenal that he could throw at this guy? He had his gauntlet and ammunition. That always came in handy. He contemplated firing pellets at his target to stun him and try to get in close, but the Chunin appeared to be on the lookout for his tricks, as seen by how he was able to shoot down his firework pellet from before, even though he didn't know what it was. Mizuki wanted to settle this thing at long range, which also explained why he moved to the distance he was now at and was holding the center field. This pretty much ruled out anything involving trying to get around, blindside his opponent or steadily pour on the small stuff. Naruto concluded that he needed to get the guy with something big, but also something he wouldn't expect. Something he couldn't see. He had his jet hand. But this was useless without something to touch, plus he was concealed behind a large tree, which he couldn't really use let alone move on. Naruto stopped when his hand felt up against the bark of the trunk he was hiding behind and looked up. From his spot, the Jinchuriki saw how massive the oak was, from the width of the trunk, to its branches, to how heavy he estimated it to be based on its sheer size. After patting his hand against it several times, a devilish smirk then crossed Naruto's lips and he looked over his shoulder once more toward the Chunin positioned perfectly on the other side of it. "Oh yeah. This will do nicely. Take this, you pest," Mizuki exclaimed, finishing with a tiger seal before breathing in deeply. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. He then exhaled, spewing a torrent of fire that quickly formed a ball and began tearing across the ground towards the tree, intent on incinerating it. Grinning at the opportunity presented, Naruto leapt off of the side of his cover, turned to face it, and brought his right hand back. "Hey Mizuki! Catch!" the blonde shouted before slapping his hand against the trunk. Almost instantly, a blast of wind rocketed off of the side of the trunk from where Naruto touched it, the winds tearing up the ground and kicking up dust while the user leapt safely away. Seconds later, the large oak was ripped right out of the ground by its roots and propelled straight into Mizuki's incoming fireball. Because of the sheer size of the tree, its density, the speed it was traveling at, and the fact that it also had a wind release technique propelling it, meant that when the enormous projectile collided with the even smaller fireball, it literally obliterated it before continuing straight for the Chunin who had just finished feeding chakra into his own attack. Upon seeing his fireball get smashed by a flying tree, Mizuki's eyes bugged out of their sockets. Dodging an ordinary throwing knife was one thing, but dodging a full-grown oak traveling at the exact same speed as a shuriken was another. The man threw his arms up to guard and let out a girlish shriek of terror, "OHSHIT." Unable to move in time, the tree smashed into the Chunin and sent both of them straight into the woods. The oak tore through the forest a good 200 meters before ending with a good portion of the woods surrounding the clearing brought down and the land ripped asunder in the wake of the terrifying cataclysm. When the dust settled, Naruto proceeded to stroll across the clearing toward the crash site, picking up the scroll of seals that had been knocked aside and humming a pleasant tune along the way. When he finally arrived at the scene seconds later, he saw that the oak he had thrown and several other trees had been mashed together, and that Mizuki had been knocked aside in the twisting vortex of chaos. Not only was he knocked out from the way he was mumbling incoherently, but his uniform was torn up, he was covered in bark, bruises and cuts, had blood dripping down his head, a busted leg, a mangled arm, and judging from the stench of urine in the air, the man had also wet himself. Naruto laughed at the sight. Pitiful. Wow. That worked better than I was hoping it. I can call this fight a big win for me. A smile pulled across his lips before he looked down at the scroll of seals safely under his arms. It was a really big scroll. Definitely something you would notice sitting in an office or a vault room. Assuming that the entire length of paper contained explicit details on countless ninjutsu and techniques of a malicious nature, it made sense that somebody like Mizuki would want to get his hands on it to use for himself. There was no telling what kind of frightening and dangerous jutsu were contained within its chapters. So, being the curious cat that he was, Naruto peeled it open to take a peek. Scanning over the opening section, the blonde blinked at the first jutsu that popped up, Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu? Reading the information on the technique and the hand seal specified, the scroll said that it was a jutsu that allowed the user to create multiple, solid copies of himself by splitting his chakra evenly between each copy. It also said it was dangerous for a fact that it could potentially kill the user if they didn't have enough chakra, which had Naruto rolling his eyes at. There was a whole bunch of other stuff too about shared learning experience, using it to confuse the enemies, tactical advantages, each clone being able to act independently and all that noise. All in all, it was a pretty impressive technique. In fact, Naruto was really tempted to learn it, feeling that this was probably the jutsu that could make up for his inability to produce a regular clone through the Bunshin no Jutsu. He rolled the scroll up a second later and shrugged. Meh, I'll try it out another time. I'm pretty happy with just using my jet hand for now. Maybe I can mix it in with my other techniques and create some new combinations with it, he exclaimed while looking down at his hand and flexing it. Giving an affirmative nod, he then turned back to his previous issue lying across the trench in the ground and scratched his head. So, what do I do with this piece of garbage? Oh. The next morning? Naruto let out a very tired yawn that pretty much killed the silence of his classroom and drew a lot of attention from the surrounding students to him. The sheer volume of his exhausted call indicated how sleep-deprived he was, which had a lot of people scratching their heads over what could have happened last night that had him in such a state of exhaustion. The Jinchuriki, however, was not interested in telling anyone about the details. After he and Tayuya had managed to bag both Mizuki and his accomplices following the attempted theft of the Scroll of Seals, they then dragged all 4 perpetrators to the Hokage's office, dumped them right on the carpet, and informed Hiruzen of everything that had happened. The elder was indeed pleased to have the scroll back in his possession, and even more so when he reviewed the kid's handiwork on the people responsible for the incident at the village's main entrance. Having to put out a massive fire started by a bucket-load of explosive tags was not an easy thing to clean up. Upon hearing their reports and everything they knew of the situation for himself, the Hokage congratulated them for a job well done and ordered all 4 collaborators to be processed. After this attempted breakout, he made sure to have the 3 kunoichi filed quickly and to be sent off to one of their other facilities outside of the village. Mizuki, on the other hand, would face questioning from Ibiki and serious punishment for his actions, before being sent off to prison. It had been one hell of a night that Naruto and Tayuya both slept soundly over. But even with all their success, I still wasn't able to get any study time in, damn it. Naruto thought, glaring towards the front of the classroom with tired eyes. As frustrated as he was, he couldn't help it. Whatever happened, and even though he wasn't able to catch up on any of his work from over the year, he was still able to fly through the written exam, and perform both of the jutsu required for him to graduate. With the Bunshin no Jutsu exam in full swing and Irika calling up students one at a time to the classroom next door, this left Naruto waiting with bated breath for his results to be delivered. Within minutes of the beginning of the Bunshin trials, Naruto was soon the only one left sitting in the room. He slumped over his desk exhaustedly and continued to wait. After all, he promised Irika that he would. Just as it seemed like he was going to be left out of the grand finale and the graduation ceremony, the opening and closing of the classroom door at the bottom of the stands caught Naruto's attention. Roused from his state of semi-consciousness, the boy looked up to see Irika making his entrance to the room. The Chunin, wearing his usual stare of indifference, took to the stairs and approached Naruto's row, where he then moved into the one in front before coming to stand before the Jinchuriki. Naruto blinked when he met the serious scowl of his teacher. "Sensei? Oh God. Did he fail?" Was this firm expression on his instructor's face an indication that he had failed all of his exams? The man wasn't carrying any extra headbands, papers, awards, or trophies with him, only his clipboard. A feeling of dread quickly began to well up inside Naruto when he received no response from the scarred Chunin, and rested his head in his hands in shock. "Oh no. Naruto," Irika spoke up suddenly, catching the child's attention again. When the Jinchuriki's eyes locked onto him, the instructor smiled. "Close your eyes." Curious, the boy did as he was asked. He felt the pressure around his head from his goggles removed and replaced by something else, something that lacked the elasticity of the eyewear spans, the discomfort from its lens pieces and the familiarity of its placement. Once Irika had finished doing whatever it was he had set out to do, the man stepped back and grinned. "Now go ahead and open them." When Naruto did, the boy gazed up at his teacher in surprise when he saw the man was no longer wearing his headband. With his goggles dangling from his teacher's hand, the Chunin nodded happily to the Jinchuriki when he quickly realized what must have happened. "Congratulations. You graduate." Suddenly, Naruto seemed to forget how tired he really was. A new light unexpectedly filled the room when, without warning, Irika was tackled by his student leaping over his desk to hug him. It happened so fast and so suddenly that the instructor had no idea if it was the glare of the sun from outside or the smile on his student's face that blinded him. Either way, it was a bright day for both of them. Naruto. Drifting. Team up. From what Naruto could recall from the many hours leading up to his current predicament, he could say without a shadow of a doubt that it had been one of the greatest days of his life. His past 3 years of education in the academy, accompanied by great trials, errors, and adventures inside and outside of the walls of Konohagakure, had all led him to this single moment. The moment he realized the headband had been placed around his crown and had been tied by his incredibly pleased teacher was like almost every single one of his dreams coming true all at once. It was a memory and experience he would not soon forget and probably never will. Thankfully Irika had been there to calm him down from his emotional high, and after getting him to stop jumping off of walls, reminded him that he still had a fair ways to go. Being the sensible character that he was, it took several deep breaths and a small talking to quell the boy's excitement. Everything after that was just a running blur. Following the closing ceremony was a quick hop and skip to his personal training field to spend time with Tayuya, who had also gotten her headband from Anko in their own private ceremony. Working up a sweat and burning off their excitement from a fantabulous day of non-stop good news, they then headed off for a celebratory soiree over at the Ichiraku ramen stand. It had been a wicked evening for all of them. But what came after that came as a bit of a puzzle to young Naruto. The Jinchuriki last remembered falling asleep, exhausted from all the bounding around and partying he'd been doing all afternoon. For all he knew, he should have been in bed. Why the heck was he standing on a shallow pool of perfectly reflecting water inside a massive sewer? Looking around in confusion, the blonde decided to explore this dark new environment and began following the tunnel to wherever it led. In all his life Naruto had never seen a sewer system like this before. Not even the pipelines underneath the village were this huge, and he'd been around all of them. It was a no-holds-barred life for a master prankster. He needed to be prepared to get his hands dirty in all senses of the word. Still, this new, underground world perplexed him beyond belief. It didn't smell, it was quite clean, and the water seemed pretty good. Not that he wanted to drink it or anything. God no. The only depressing features inside this place were the poor lighting and the soulless walls of concrete surrounding him that didn't have any windows or ducts to provide any kind of filtration. It also didn't allow any natural radiance from the outside world. Someone should really think about sticking some fluorescent lights in here. It'll do wonders for this place, Naruto commented to himself, pointing towards the ceiling observantly before arriving at a sudden and unexpected blockage. It wasn't an ordinary blockage either, it was a goddamn massive set of iron gates standing in his way with an odd seal slapped over the lockwo, several stories up. Naruto shook his head once at the sight of the barrier and looked it over, wondering why someone would build something like this down here in a tunnel. Curious, he walked closer and tried to peer into the darkness beyond the gates. The tunnel led into some sort of large chamber, but it was so dark inside he couldn't see a damn thing past the bars. Naturally, the mystery of the gate and the room beyond beckoned the child forward, only to stop when he heard a low rumble followed by a booming, demonic voice. "I was wondering when you were going to drop by." Naruto blinked and looked up. The moment he did, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly open up in the darkness and instantly lock onto him. Caught a little by surprise, the boy skittered back till he was able to get a good view of the pair of irises and the entity that they were attached to. The moment he put space between himself and the iron gates, light suddenly poured into the chamber and the prone form of a gargantuan orange fox emerged from the shadows. The giant animal grunted drearily at the sight of his container, not too impressive considering you're still just a child, but certainly a change from my last two cells. With the illumination provided for him, Naruto was able to see that the fox was about several times larger than a building. By his estimate, it was fucking enormous. A huge maw with rows of sharp, pointed canine teeth, with black around its eyes, huge arms folded in front of it where it was resting its head on, and, if his eyes didn't deceive him, 9 massive tails swishing about behind it. The sight was both jaw-dropping and a little bit terrifying, but Naruto wasn't scared one bit. Instead of jumping in shock at the gigantic animal glaring down at him through the gates, Naruto merely smiled and pointed up at him. "Cat." He saw the massive animal's orange fur bristle and expression visibly change to one of outrage. "I'm not a goddamn cat, you brain-dead fool." Naruto's clothes ruffled on the wind that came from the colossal beast shouting at him. Blinking after its outburst, the blonde beamed and raised an eyebrow. "You've got whiskers. Cats have whiskers. If you're not a cat, then what are you?" "Duh, a fox." But what the hell kind of fox had a head the size of one of the Hokage monument faces and a body to match its canvas? The animal grounded its teeth as it glared irritably down at the boy. "Are you honestly this stupid? Do you know who I am?" Naruto shrugged. "Nope." Wanting to slap himself in the face, the monster growled and fixed its best death glare on the kid staring cheerfully up at him. "I'm the great Kyubi no Yoko, or what the people of your village like to call the Kyubi or demon fox. Call me whatever you like." "Oh," Naruto simply murmured, tilting his head as he got a better look at the gigantic creature, who continued to glare down at him impatiently. So this was the nine-tailed demon fox, the same being that attacked his village all those years ago. Hey, wait a minute. Blinking and looking around, Naruto then quickly glanced back at the enormous beast with a questioning gaze. "How the heck am I talking to the Kyubi? Where the heck am I?" The fox growled to himself. "You really are a stupid one. We're inside your head." "Inside, my head? Wait." Now I get it, Naruto laughed and snapped his fingers, tapping his temple a few times before pointing back at the cage. This whole thing is a dream. Yeah. That's it. It's just a really, really, really bad dream. Damn. It must have been that omelet Gigi put into the last bowl of ramen I had today. Man. I tell ya, that egg just didn't taste right. I remember falling asleep and... He babbled on. As he listened into the ramblings of the blonde standing underneath the veil of his shadow, the Kyuubi simply could not believe that his current container and jailer, the one he was sealed into by the fourth Hokage himself, could be this dull-witted. This complete ignorance and lack of understanding of his current situation could only be attributed to a couple of plausible things, either irreparable brain damage from being hit over the head one too many times or being terribly uninformed. Damn villagers. Either way, of all the Uzumakis he'd encountered in his entire life and of all the remaining ones in the world, he had to be sealed into the most airhead one. Life was just one cruel, sick joke. As Naruto drawled on, the fox groaned in annoyance before, after several minutes of nothing but drone noise, snapped, "Shut your mouth, you pathetic human." Stopping immediately on command, the Jinchuriki looked back up at the demon in surprise. Weak. Blind. Ignorant. You want to know the truth? I'll be more than happy to tell you. Just so that you understand the situation, yes, you are asleep. But this isn't some fairy tale wonderland that your mind managed to concoct all on its own. No. This is real. Where we are, right now, we're inside your subconscious, inside your mind and body. He saw the kid blink in a deadpan fashion, getting his scowl to tighten. Humph, figure it out for yourself. Looking around a second time, Naruto wheeled back around and began pointing between himself, the fox, and then the chamber they were currently inside. Okay. So, what you're saying is, you and I, we're inside my mind? Inside me. This. He pointed around the tacky basement boiler room, this place, all of this is inside my subconscious? Nothing but silence emanated off of the large fox as its tail swished behind him impatiently. Blinking a few more times, Naruto thought on the new information for a little bit longer until his eyes widened to that of saucers and he pointed in disbelief at the entity once more. No way, are you? The fox grunted, have you finally caught up? Whoa, Naruto breathed, staggering back while slapping the side of his head. Shit. Now it all made sense. At the exact moment the penny dropped, the metaphorical projector inside his cranium started to play. Everything in his young life leading up to this point, the villagers' unpleasantness towards him, the glares, the whispering behind his back, the segregation, the discontent at his presence, the loneliness, all of it started to come back to him all at once in one whopping big eye-opener. With all of his memories from his earlier days being processed at light speed, Naruto was simply overwhelmed in a sea of information, revelations, and emotions. It was then, after several moments of mind-numbing contemplation and close to collapsing at the full realization of his position, the boy then remembered the gate and its lock and looked straight up at it in alarm. Stumbling forward, he then lifted up his stomach, where he could see the tattoo he knew that he had there as clear as day. So this is? He turned his attention to the fox and pointed at his navel. You're in here, aren't you? This is what this weird seal is for. It's for you. The fox growled unpleasantly. That's a powerful Fuinjutsu unlike any other. It's not some stupid summoning formula like you thought it was when you first laid eyes on it and tried to open it. Naruto blushed when he remembered that particular incident, yet remained quiet. That seal across your stomach is what keeps me inside of your body and behind these bars, locked away from the rest of the world. It's a tight fit, yes, and it's a miserable place to be, but at least it beats my previous prison where I was bound and crucified on a ball of chakra suspended in a bottomless void. Lowering his jacket, Naruto returned his arms to his sides and looked up at the fox strangely. So, then, if you're sealed inside me, then that makes me your Jinchuriki, doesn't it? Yes. Falling silent for a bit, Naruto clicked his tongue. Is this permanent? If you want to continue living, yes, the fox replied, being graciously honest for the boy's benefit for once. The blonde then frowned, and this whole being brought into my subconscious thing, he pointed around the room again. What does this mean? It just means that your mind tends to wander into places that you just don't expect it to, the Kyuubi said, a small smirk of anticipation growing on his face. Oh, but this intrigues me greatly. You were able to enter this level of your subconscious without prior knowledge of any of this, information that both the Hokage and your entire village worked so hard to keep hidden from you. I wouldn't be surprised if you were to suddenly become upset over all of this secrecy, especially since it explains why you're hated so. Oh, this was rich. What a perfect opportunity for some influence. If he could get this kid to throw a fit and rampage on the lowly mortals of his hometown, Then maybe he could get some additional entertainment out of this boring world, and perhaps, if he was lucky. Meh, Naruto suddenly interrupted the fox's thoughts with a shrug, it's no big deal. The Kyuubi's jaw visibly dropped. What? The blonde picked at his ear and flicked the wax off of his finger. I'm sure Hokage Gigi had a good reason for not telling me. Maybe it was for my own good, to protect me or something, I don't know. If he didn't tell me, then he didn't tell me, so I'm not fussed. Sure, it was a pragmatic response, but what good would him throwing a tantrum in the middle of a sewer in his own mind do? He could beat up the walls and kick at the water, but all that would do was give him a pair of bloody knuckles and wet pants. It wouldn't solve anything in the long run. The fox growled, how can you take this so much in stride? The old man said to me ages ago that he was going to tell me about the seal on my stomach eventually, so what's wrong with finding out earlier ahead of time? Dropping his hands back down, Naruto smiled up at the blank stare of the demon and tilted his head. It sure as hell answers a lot of questions though. Now I know why all of the adults are so skittish around me. Eyebrow raising a bit, the Kyuubi then gave the boy a puzzled stare. So you're not upset? Not a bit, Naruto shook his head, why would I be upset? Do you know how terrible being upset feels? It's bloody awful. He shrugged his shoulders slightly and breathed out a sigh. Sure, I can get upset, but I feel more liberated than anything else. Now that I know the truth about why people stay away from me, well, it feels pretty damn good. Nice doing business with you. Oh sure, he was just hit with the biggest news of his generation and all he could do was smile and shrug it off like it didn't matter. Was this normal? Probably not. Either he was suppressing his real emotions right down to the core or he had expected this the entire time and was honestly not surprised. Whatever the case, the young Jinchuriki was doing exceedingly well in holding it all together. It certainly had the Kyuubi's head in a spin. After staring at the kid for a little while longer, the nine-tailed fox then frowned and lowered his head back onto his arms. You really are a stupid fool. Hey. I act stupid because it's fun. I hate being ordinary like everybody else. Ordinary is boring, Naruto replied. He gazed curiously up at the demon. Anyway, you seem like a nice enough guy, so I'll keep in touch. What do you mean? This, Naruto said, gesturing around the room and then between them. Since I'm stuck with you, I may as well get to know you, right? I think I'm going to enjoy our time together if we're planning on doing this on a regular basis. The boy's approach regarding him had the Kyuubi's frown deepen. Don't make light of my strength, boy. You're only deluding yourself if you think I will allow you treat me like some common house pet. I'm the nine-tailed demon fox, a living mass of malevolence and the most feared of all the Biju. There's no way a powerful entity like me will be swayed by the likes of you. Naruto giggled and saluted. It's worth a shot though, right? I'll get you to see how awesome I am soon enough, big guy. He then turned around and began walking away, waving over his shoulder at the fox. Well, I guess I'll see you when I see you, Stopping on the water, the Jinchuriki then looked back at the kitsune still sitting behind his gate. Hey, what's your name? I just told you, the Kyuubi no dash. No, I meant your actual name. I'd hate to have to call you Ninetails all the time. It's kind of strange, Naruto said while rotating fully, where he saw a momentary look of surprise come across the demon's face before the fox turned away sharply. Come on. Don't be like that. Forget it, the Kyuubi snapped, closing his eyes. Huffing, Naruto smiled and turned to stare back ahead of him. Alright, if that's how you feel. It was nice meeting you, furball. He heard the fox growl in response, which brought a wider grin to the boy's face. Man, he couldn't wait for the next time he came here. Having someone else to talk to and get to know was a really refreshing change of pace, even if it was a colossal demon fox. Still, even with this mind-blowing discovery, the boy felt that it was probably best not to go around telling everybody about it. That would just mean more trouble for him than he could handle, and he knew how to handle trouble. It's been his way of life since the very start. Naruto opted to keep the information in a tight circle, and go to Hokage Gigi to ask him more about it later on. The demon fox, the very being that attacked Konoha all those years ago, was sealed inside of him. No way was that not important. Oh. Waking with a start, Naruto blinked away the spots from sitting up too quickly and stared through the darkness in awe. Looking around a few times and towards his bedroom window, the blonde then heard a low murmur and looked down to the bed beside him to see Tayuya sit up. Clearly showing the signs of being woken up prematurely, the red-haired musician blinked as her eyes were filled with the night sky outside the window beside her before looking up at the upright Naruto. Both taking in the other's haggard appearance, Tayuya reached up to rub her eye slowly before deciding to ask the question that was now bothering her. What's with all the noise, shithead? Bad dream, the musician asked. Letting out a yawn, Naruto shook his head. Nah, just an inside body experience. Nothing to worry about. Tayuya blinked. Well, if you need to go to the bathroom, then could you do it a little bit quieter? Sure thing, Naruto mumbled before looking back down at the girl. He then blinked when he remembered the incredibly strange dream he just had. Oh yeah, I just found out that I'm the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Tayuya raised an eyebrow, staring at him silently for a moment before looking him up and down. After several seconds of careful study, she then turned to look back at him seriously, or as seriously as a tired girl with bags under her eyes could get in her position. Really? Yeah. No joke? Nope. Are you going to grow an extra pair of ears and tails one day? Probably not. Am I in danger? Not at all. Then go back to sleep, Tayuya groaned, dropping her face down into her pillow to snuggle back into him. Both she and Naruto had been sharing the same bedroom with each other for the past 2 years, every night either crashing in the separate beds they'd arranged for themselves or in the same one when they couldn't be bothered falling asleep in their respective areas. If she didn't have anything to worry about back when they first started this whole routine, then she didn't have anything to worry about now. Even if the bedroom was filled with all sorts of crap like some common college dorm, with pillows, blankets and futons strewn all about the place from their continued desire to create the perfect den and the largest pillow fort ever conceived, it was still their sleeping area. It was more like a bear cave filled with mattresses than anything else, and that's how it was between them, complete and absolute trust in one another. Yawning again at being woken up so suddenly, Naruto slumped back down in the bed alongside his flatmate and the two went back to sleep. XXX. The very next morning? After waking up real early to get some extra training in before the genin assignments at the end of the week, Naruto soon found himself trudging back to his apartment covered in all kinds of crap and reeking of sweat brought on from hours of performing backbreaking exercises. He'd practically spent the whole of dawn lugging all sorts of heavy stuff up and down the woodlands as well as pounding the crap out of a variety of inanimate objects ranging from boulders to tree logs, and experimenting with his signature jutsu on the same material. Burning chakra to come up with some new ways to use his jet hand in the most imaginative ways possible, contrary to popular belief, actually did make the boy sweat a little, since he was practically forcing himself to change its shape, direction, and execution. The mechanics of the original jet hand was simple: aim, slap and shoot the object. What Naruto wanted to do was control the release of his technique and transform it into something more complete, something he could produce, bend and supplement by his own free will and diversify his arsenal. It was tough work, especially for someone with little to no talent like him, but he wasn't going to be let down by it. Not in the slightest. After all, he'd managed to pull this far through hard work, fighting smart and grit alone. All he needed to do was try a little harder, study up as much as he could on the material he needed, and bite through the storms standing in his way. Speaking of which, he could use with some rain right about now, but because it was a sunny forecast for the next couple of weeks he decided to hit the showers at home and make his own rain. A nice, hot, refreshing shower, Naruto repeated out loud to himself, picking his ear as he ascended the stairs to his apartment. By the time he threw open the front door, shut it behind him and made his way across to the bathroom, he was so focused on his intention to clean himself up, so looking forward to a good scrub down, that he completely forgot about the fact that he wasn't living alone in his apartment anymore and hadn't been for the last 2 years. That reality hit him the moment he threw open the door and found himself staring at a wet and naked Tayuya just stepping out of the shower and reaching for a towel. What then occurred was a complete worry-free moment of both parties just staring blankly at each other before both their faces turned red and all hell broke loose. Tayuya shrieked and Naruto gave a startled yelp before slamming the door shut just as several dull thuds impacted against it. Shithead. I'm sorry, Tayuya-chan. Naruto shouted desperately. I had no idea you were in there. I swear. He then blinked when he recalled the thuds. And where the hell did you get kunai from? I don't remember keeping any in the bathroom. My uniform is in here, you dumbass. Or were you so focused in staring at me that you didn't notice? Red as a tomato, the blonde sputtered fearfully. I honestly don't know how to answer that question. Yes? Kami, he didn't want to die at the hands of his flatmate at the tender age of 12. His classmates would just laugh at him. Humph, pervert, Tayuya muttered, managing to cool herself down enough to dismiss the event and continue on with the task of drying herself. Though still flustered, which Naruto picked up through her prickly tone of voice, she was still able to change to a more suitable topic while he was still within earshot. It's I.D. photo day. I wanted to make myself look good before heading over to the administration office to have my picture taken. Reminded of today's schedule, Naruto smiled over his shoulder while continuing to lean against the door. Have you given any thought to the pose you want to take? It is a file photo after all, so it's pretty much guaranteed that it's going to be put in your permanent record. No, not really. But, now that you mention it, I'm kind of thinking along the lines of a profile shot with a cool smile and my hair blowing in the wind. What about you? War paint, Naruto said without hesitation, bringing his hands up to draw a metaphorical banner headline in front of him, tons of it. I want to strike fear and awe into the hearts of my enemies and friends when they start doing research on me, a white glaze with red tribal flames. Tayuya laughed at this, grunting as she was now in the process of getting dressed. Wouldn't that take you hours to have done and even more to pull off properly? And secondly, wouldn't that also just scare the living daylights out of everyone, if not make you look like a complete jackass? Scratching his head, Naruto reviewed his idea. Yeah, perhaps you're right. He scrapped the concept and moved on to Plan B. Being Uzumaki Naruto, it was most likely a given that he had a Plan B. Okay then, how about this, back turned, hand on goggles and an over-the-shoulder shot with leaves drifting across in the background? That seems pretty badass, and with my face I'll definitely be able to pull it off. That actually sounds really cool. A click from the door's lock sounded, signaling Naruto to step away and allow Tayuya to come out at her leisure. Dressed in her khaki battle dress with a white musical note stitched to her back, black spandex shorts and sandals, the kunoichi was pretty much all set and ready to go, except for the fact she was still toweling her hair. She also still appeared a little razzied from the earlier incident, if the red in her cheeks and embarrassed scowl was of any indication. Might take a bit of doing. How are you going to get leaves to float by while you're looking over your shoulder? Naruto grinned and placed his hands together in a ram seal. Easy. By using the new jutsu I recently came up with. New jutsu? Tayuya raised an eyebrow. You were able to come up with one just this morning. Yup. Damn, shithead. Are you sure you're not like, super talented or something? Because I swear to God you're kind of giving the impression that you are. No, I just knuckle down harder than the ordinary person would. Naruto replied, forming a couple more hand seals before ending on the rooster. He then folded his arms and looked off to the side. Well, what do you think? For a full minute the pair just stood in place, watching and waiting in anticipation. After seeing Naruto flip through hand signs and finish, Tayuya immediately knew right then and there that he had just performed his new jutsu and waited expectantly for the results. Initially she wanted to speak out against using it indoors for fear of destroying the apartment should it yield a catastrophic outcome, but after a full minute went by and nothing happened, the redhead looked at the Jinchuriki questioningly. Well? Naruto, smile dropping, looked back at her in confusion. What's wrong? Tayuya looked up and down the corridor they were in before shrugging. Didn't you just use your new jutsu? Yeah. What? Can't you see it? Naruto asked, gesturing to himself. I'm using it right now. Take a good look. He then turned his head to the other side. And that's when Tayuya finally noticed. She more or less felt it before she saw it, a light breeze that had previously been coming in from the direction of the kitchen before suddenly changing directions and starting to blow the other way. At first she thought one of them had left a window open in one of the other rooms or switched on the aircon, but after seeing Naruto rotate his body a few times and feel the direction of the wind change to match the angle of each of his poses, at the same time blowing a few leaves past them so that they framed the Jinchuriki statuette forms, Tayuya quickly figured out what his new technique was. The look she wore on her face upon realization was a cross between incredulous and confused. This is your new jutsu? Aha, Naruto said proudly, his hair and clothes gently ruffled by the light gust as he turned on his heel once again, striking a cool guy pose with his chin propped comfortably in his hand. He gave the girl one of his most dashing grins, which brought on a new shade of scarlet to Tayuya's cheeks when she got a full-blown flash of his handsome visage. What do you think? You took the concept of the directional changes in your jet hand ability and applied it to your entire body so that you could manipulate the airspace of your environment, right? Tayuya said, earning another nod from the blonde. Pretty cool, huh? Tayuya grinned and lowered her towel from her hair. That's awesome. What else can you do with it? Blinking a couple of times, Naruto then gave his close friend a sheepish grin and ran his hand through his spiky hair uneasily. Actually, this is all I can manage right now. He saw the girl give him a deadpan stare at his answer and struck another pose. But don't worry. It's a work in progress. I call it Ayu no Kaze, Hero's Wind, a technique that automatically allows me to bend wind in different directions and make my victory poses look more awesome than what they already are. And that was it. Tayuya sweat dropped, and you gave it a name? The primary function of the jutsu made no sense to her whatsoever, with the exception of only one thing. She smiled warmly at the blonde and shook her head in amusement. Geez. Only you'd ever come up with a silly and pointless technique like that. Hey. It's not pointless, Naruto replied tersely, turning again so that the wind changed vectors and blew his locks in the opposite direction he was now facing. Look at how amazing I look. No matter what pose I try, the wind changes and moves in the optimal direction to produce the best effect. Can't you see how badass that is? This warranted an odd look from the girl when she saw him rotate several more times and the direction of wind change with every adjustment, even once blowing in the direction of her face. While the breeze was cool and pleasant, it did spark another question of interest that was really starting to bug her at this point. How do you get the wind to change every time you move? It was an inquiry that had Naruto stop for a moment and contemplate in momentary silence. After several seconds of head scratching, he then gave her a blank stare and shrugged. I don't know. It just happens. He allowed himself to relax, releasing his hold of the technique so that the winds finally died down. Tayuya rolled her eyes at the cluelessness of his own creation. Well, once you figure out how to upgrade your technique from its useless default setting, let me know. Will do, Naruto murmured with a salute as she marched past before pointing toward the lavatory. Are you done using the bathroom now? I need to wait a bit for my hair to dry off first. Knock yourself out. Sweet. Thanks, Naruto chirped, stepping into the washroom for his previously intended shower. Whether be it hot or cold, either way it was going to be a glorious experience after such a tumultuous morning. Oh. After a quick breakfast, which saw both Naruto and Tayuya making plans for the day and the week ahead of them, the pair soon found themselves standing before the third Hokage in the Shinobi Registration Office of the Administration Building. With the Jinchuriki looking incredibly pleased with himself and his roommate appearing just as cheerful, the pair stood at ease, side by side, and waited patiently for the village leader to finish reading through the documents they had just handed to him. It had been pretty smooth sailing for them since leaving the apartment. They'd managed to fill in all the empty spaces in the documents given to them by their teachers and had their photos taken without a fuss. This being their first and possibly only chance to get their profile documentations right, you could say they were more than a little bit excited after seeing the third lay both sheets down and rest his eyes upon them. So? Is everything all right, Hokage Gigi? Naruto asked. Did we fill in everything correctly? Because if we didn't we can just redo them, Tayuya also said while raising a hand meekly. Hiruzen chuckled. No need to fret, you two. All the information you've written down checks out and you've managed to cover all of the essentials. I don't see anything needless or out of place, even in your hobbies and interests. He saw the pair give each other expressions of relief and fist bumped each other, before picking up one of their sheets. However, I do have one little query I wish to address with you. What's that, Aji-san? Naruto asked. How were you able to get leaves to blow past you in the background? Hiruzen asked, turning the document around and showing off Naruto's picture, which consisted of him with his back turned and looking over his shoulder with his characteristic grin, and hair blowing in the wind. The lighting of the photo was also well done and the quality was outstanding. I find it hard to believe that a gust of wind carrying foliage from some nearby trees just happened to hit you the moment the photographer took your picture. Did you set this up? Naruto grinned sheepishly while Tayuya gave him a look and smile that said, "You lovable bastard." Of course I did. What kind of trickster do you think I am that I wouldn't take advantage of a situation like that? The third turned the document back around and looked at the photo in amusement. This is a registration form citing you as a shinobi of a hidden village, not a resume for a production company that requires a cover photo. A photo's a photo. Don't question my artistic vision and my imaginative way of thinking, Gigi, Naruto said while folding his arms and looking away with a pout. I worked hard all morning trying to come up with the best cool guy pose and now everyone has something to say about it. The lighting in a photograph looks so much better when you angle your head properly. Tayuya giggled at his offhanded response. Sometimes you try too hard, shithead. The boy grinned back at her. I'm known village-wide for trying hard, Tayuya-chan. Even going overboard? That too, but I consider it as a sort of charm point. Nothing to be ashamed of. In any case, Hiruzen exclaimed while clearing his throat, you two did well in filling in your forms and handing them to me on time. I assume that you were also given instructions regarding your full genin transitions from your teachers? He saw the two of them nod, which brought a smile to his face. Then I will see the pair of you later. Let me know if there are any problems. Meeting over, the two newly registered genin bowed to the old man before taking their leave, each carrying a notable spring in their step and a smile on their face. Their expressions and strides were just another way of saying that they were glad that the whole exam ordeal and registering to become actual shinobi of Konohagakure was now over. From here on out, it was a one-way road to becoming the best shinobi they could possibly be, and they were sure looking forward to their very first missions outside of this place. As they marched their way down the stairs and out of the halls of the Hokage Tower, the two kids quickly locked into conversation, with Tayuya starting off by nudging her companion in the side as he brought his hands up behind his head. "Do you still intend to live up to your earlier plans of traveling, shithead?" "Sure do," Naruto replied with a wide grin. "Once I get a decent batch of missions under my belt, I think I'll hit the road and go visit some of the other villages and see what's up." Tayuya, smiling warmly at the boy, saddled up to him and bumped her head against his shoulder playfully. "Mind if I tag along when you decide to go on your little adventure across the continent?" Naruto nodded brightly. "Of course. I'd love for you to come along, Tayuya-chan." He then grinned mischievously in her direction and nudged the red head in the side. "But I warn you, it's going to be a long and dangerous journey." "Huh? Danger, shithead?" Tayuya cackled while giving him her own devious grin. "I am the danger. I'll follow you wherever you go, every step of the way." "Well then, Ms. Danger, you're going to have to tread real carefully from now on. The road I walk might get a little bit bumpy along the OF." Before he could finish, Naruto was unexpectedly interrupted by something small and fast-moving head butting him in the gut. He nearly fell back onto the stairs he and Tayuya were just about to step off, but was able to keep his balance and glare down at the culprit. Damn it! What the hell? It felt like a cannonball had tried to take him out, but was actually just a kid wearing a helmet who had accidentally ran into the Jinchuriki while attempting to charge up the stairs. He ended up bowling himself over as a result. Now the boy was sitting up on the ground and looking around in a bit of a daze, wondering what kind of wall had stopped him. What? What happened? "You got knocked on your ass, runt." "That's what happened," Tayuya said with a chuckle, looking down at the confused kid with an amused smirk. "Watch where you're going next time, otherwise you might run into an actual wall." As well as the helmet, the strange boy was also wearing a yellow shirt with the Konoha symbol on it, a long blue scarf, and gray shorts. His bewildered gaze eventually fell onto the pair standing in front of him, to which the adolescent then jabbed a finger up at Naruto accusingly. You. Yes. Me. Naruto shouted back, looking around at the odd looks he was getting from nearby shinobi wandering the tower's ground floor before glancing at Tayuya. "Why are we shouting?" The redhead winced at the volume in his voice and picked at her ear. "Oh, sorry. Assassin. Agent of the Hokage. His most trusted guard," the little boy yelled again and leapt to his feet, taking a superior stand against the pair of now even more confused-looking genin. It was kind of hard to be intimidating when you were about half the height of the people you were threatening. Gramps knew that I was coming for him and sent 2 of his top agents to stop me. "Well, you may have successfully blocked my path, but know that I will not be deterred so easily." The boy then pulled out a shuriken from his pocket and held it at them as if brandishing a knife. "Now let me through or I will cut you down like the Dash." "Oh please." Naruto rolled his eyes and snatched the metal star out of the boy's hand. He then tossed it out the nearest window and began walking away, quickly followed by a thoroughly amused Tayuya. "And here I thought I was full of it." "You are full of it, Naruto-kun. That's why everybody loves you so much," his red-haired friend laughed, walking on even as they were being stared after by their flabbergasted attacker. "I am quite the charmer, aren't I?" "Yes. And that, right there, proves my point," Tayuya replied, jabbing him in the shoulder blade. "Hotshot." "Hey," the boy shouted, stopping the pair in their tracks and catching Naruto's attention. "Do you have any idea who I am?" "No," Tayuya replied flatly. "Should we? I'm the Hokage's grandson," the boy pointed at them. "Apologize to me." Blinking in surprise at the revelation of his identity, both Naruto and Tayuya looked at each other before glancing back at the kid. So, this run with the cheap headgear and missing a tooth was the great village leader's honorable grandson, the one they'd heard tossed about on several occasions. Sure, they'd picked up that the third had relatives hiding inside of the village somewhere, but the pair had not seen any of them, so placing a face to a face and a name to a name wouldn't have struck with them without the relative actually identifying themselves. This didn't make them shoddy detectives. Oh no. It just meant that they were a bit outside of the loop or didn't care that much. Naruto smiled. "No can do." The boy's jaw dropped. "What? If you want an apology from me, you'll have to earn it," Naruto simply said and, with a wave over his shoulder, began to head off with Tayuya in tow. "From the way you were just shouting at us and acting so rudely, I just don't feel like giving you one right now." The pair soon left the tower, leaving a stunned Konohamaru behind. He stared after the pair for several moments, just wondering what the hell just went on between him and them. Did they just shrug him off after knocking him over? Nobody did that, not even the ninja instructed to look after him. Every person he'd run into in the village always addressed him with respect, and whenever he had an accident, there was always someone there to help him and ask if he was okay. After having this happen to him over 1,000 times already, with people also apologizing for causing him some small form of grief, it was kind of a new experience for him that someone would just walk into him, knock him over, and not even bother addressing him with any kind of esteem whatsoever. Replaying the scene in his head several more times, Konohamaru then frowned and, with his mind made up, ran after them. No one treats me like that. Those two aren't getting off that easily. He wanted to find out who they were and make them pay for looking down on him. Oh. How else are you going to improve your jet hand ability, shithead? Make it more powerful? Tayuya asked her companion as they strolled down the street towards their favorite ramen shop for a celebratory meal. Naruto scratched his chin in thought and looked over at her. I've considered it, but being the strongest shinobi isn't just about coming up with the biggest landscape-reducing fart that can be seen for miles around. No. Real shinobi use attacks with more subtlety to them. The musician giggled at that response. Funny, I never pegged you for the subtle type. Have you seen my journal? Or better yet, have you seen my pin-up wall? She probably has, considering they've been sharing the same room for the past 2 years. Every single one of the pranks I've executed inside of this village has been done through careful planning and near-perfect stealth. You can't get any more subtle than that. Yeah, and standing on a nearby rooftop shouting at the top of my lungs, I did it immediately after the punchline says ninja right there. Hey. Somebody's gotta take the blame, Naruto shrugged. Besides, I live for the fallout, Tayuya-chan. I bask in the glorious admiration of my fans and accept their praises with open arms. It's what makes me more hardcore than anyone else in this place, and I'm damn proud of it. Tayuya rolled her eyes and shook her head in amusement. I'm really looking forward to the day you become the most wanted man in the world. You'll be laughing and dancing down streets everywhere you go. Oh yeah? And where will you be? Behind you, taking photographs while watching you make an ass of yourself, the girl laughed, also earning one from her friend when they finally arrived at the square where Ichiraku's ramen stood proudly in sight. The pair felt their stomachs growl in anticipation of a good meal. Man, it's been a while. First round's on me, Naruto stated, thumbing his chest. We're officially genin now. Time to celebrate. It was a proposal that neither one of them could refuse. However, just as they were about to wander over to the bar for a good spot of lunch, a disturbance in the air stopped Naruto in his tracks and his feet shifted uneasily when he extended his senses outwards. Tayuya looked back in surprise when she saw her roommate pause, but was quick to determine what was troubling him from his eyes glancing over his shoulder. A tail? Tayuya asked seriously. Yeah. We've had one for a while now, Naruto replied before smiling across at the redhead. Want to see what's up? Sure. Sounds like fun, the musician grinned. Slapping his hands together, a huge cloud of white smoke suddenly exploded around the pair and, thanks to Naruto's habit of going a bit overboard, filled up the entire street. Villagers hacked when the enormous wall of fumes hit them and covered the whole area, preventing anyone from moving or doing anything until the plume lifted, leaving behind an utterly bewildered crowd. In the midst of the chaos, both Naruto and Tayuya had vanished from sight, leaving the person who had been following them utterly baffled. Where did they go? Konohamaru asked from safe inside his impenetrable, protective fortress, or in layman's terms, the cardboard box painted to match the color of a rock he was using as a disguise. After managing to hack away the white smoke that had seeped in through the holes, he tried to fix his metaphorical crosshairs back onto his targets, only to find them gone. This had him sweating bullets and looking around wearily, wondering where the heck they could have gotten to. It wasn't that big of a mystery. With only 2 eye holes poked into the side of the box, this left plenty of blind spots to be exploited. It was an opportunity Naruto and Tayuya capitalized on. Using the massive smoke screen as cover, the pair had simply strolled around and stopped on either side of the suspicious-looking box sitting just outside of the alleyway. They then stood with their hands on their hips glaring down at the item and tapping their feet impatiently. What the heck is this? Naruto asked, mostly to himself. I believe this is what they call a disguise, shithead, Tayuya said, kicking the side of the box a couple of times, which scuttled away a bit and ended up walking into the Jinchuriki's leg. If it's a disguise then it's a pretty shitty one, the blonde said straight out with a tick in his expression. Hey! Dumbass wearing the box. Rocks aren't square. Hearing the voice, the rock abruptly turned to face him. Realizing it had been found out, the box was eventually thrown off to reveal the kid that he and Tayuya had bumped into at the Hokage Tower. The flustered youngster glared angrily up at the Jinchuriki as he smirked at the now identified tagalong. Why were you following us? Naruto asked, folding his arms. Aha, the boy suddenly shouted again, startling the 2 teens. I was right all along. You two are secret agents of the Hokage. Being able to see through my disguise so easily is proof of that? You're wearing a cardboard box, painted to look like a rock, sitting on the side of the road, with 2 eye holes poked into the front, Tayuya read in a robotic voice before scowling at the brat when he turned to face her. In what universe is that an effective disguise, and second of all, why in the world did you think it would work? Simple. It blends into the environment, the boy declared. The postgraduate genin deadpanned. No it doesn't, Naruto and Tayuya said at the same time. Well, it could use with some adjustments, the boy mumbled, shoving his hands into his pockets and kicking at the ground in a dejected manner. After a few seconds of silence passed, he eventually kicked up his resolve again and pointed accusingly up at the blonde standing in front of him. Anyway, I'm not here to play games. I'm here for you. Me? What on earth could this bratty kid want with him? Why? Simple. You caught me trying to sneak up to my grandfather's office and stopped me from completing a very important mission. You disarmed me with no effort whatsoever and looked down at me like I was nothing. Normally this would have sparked outrage, but contrary to theory, a smirk came upon the young boy mouthing off at the Jinchuriki. That means you're strong. Naruto blinked. Okay. Sure. I'm strong. He shrugged. But what does that have to do with you following us? The kid grinned. I've decided that I want you to train me, boss. A momentary silence drifted over the area, but when it eventually passed and the 2 genin were able to fully process his response, Tayuya snorted back laughter and Naruto nearly face-faulted. What? Who decided this? Why the heck would I want to train you? And what's with the boss thing? Why'd you call me that? I called you boss because you're going to be training me, and I've decided on you because you look strong, the boy stated with a grin. You're the first person who didn't refer to me as honorable grandson, and what's more, you didn't apologize to me back there when you knocked me over. That puts you up a notch in my book. Tayuya giggled hysterically, holding her sides as she looked down at the kid smiling up at Naruto as if he were his idol. Oh, this is gold. Blushing at his friend laughing her ass off at his expense, Naruto glared down at the kid to see him still gazing up at him hopefully. That's real nice and all, kid, but first of all, I don't even know your name. It'll be kind of hard training you if I don't know what to call you. My name is Konohamaru Sarutobi, the boy identified, but then looked down at his feet with a solemn gaze. Well, I'm supposed to be called Konohamaru, but everyone just calls me honorable grandson. My name is easy enough to remember, but people only see me as the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Nobody ever calls me by my name or looks at me for being me, only for what my grandfather is. Naruto frowned a little and glanced across at Tayuya, whom he had the exact same expression of seriousness on her face as the 2 of them thought about what the kid said to them. It was only natural that people wanted to be recognized, not just for their skills, talents, and accomplishments, but as individuals with thoughts and feelings of their own. The people in this world were social animals, always eager to communicate, always eager to show off and always looking for attention. This boy standing before them must have gotten tired of being labeled as something that had been forged by his grandfather and wanted nothing more than to be just a normal kid like all the others. Naruto understood this. He'd sought acknowledgement as a person and wanted the villagers to recognize his existence and not look away from him when he passed them on the streets. This boy was like him in a way. The only difference between them was that while the kid was starting off from the top, he himself started out life at the bottom of the food chain. Tayuya also struggled through a lot of her early life after being left alone in the cold with no one to acknowledge or to take care of her. That was until she met Naruto. He pulled her out of the gutter and gave her a new purpose. His kindness instilled a belief in her that she could get more out of life by living for something or for someone, and had since been setting herself numerous goals to reach, giving herself purpose. For that reason Tayuya smiled up at the Jinchuriki and nodded down towards the boy still standing between them and looking at his feet. Acknowledging her gesture, Naruto smirked and looked back at the Hokage's grandson and clicked his fingers to get the youngster to glance up at him. Okay then, Naruto answered with a smile, I'll help you out. Although, I'm not really sure if there's anything I can actually teach you. He scratched his head thoughtfully before folding his arms. Do you know any of the academy techniques like Henge, Bunshin, or Kawarimi? Konohamaru shook his head but then smiled when he realized Naruto was going to teach him something. Seeing his expression brighten had the Jinchuriki chuckle. Good. That means we can start off with something simple. He then laced his fingers together and stretched his arms above his head. After limbering up, Naruto then formed a hand seal that Tayuya had never seen him use before, crossing the 2 fingers of his left with the fingers of his right, forming a plus sign in front of him. I think this is a good enough time for me to get some practice with this. What the hell kind of sign is that, shithead? Tayuya asked in surprise. What are you doing? Something new. You're gonna love it, Naruto smirked before concentrating. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The area was once again filled with white puffs of smoke bursting up around the trio, signifying the execution of a technique. Konohamaru and Tayuya did well in waving away the excess fumes, and when the veil eventually cleared, their jaws dropped when they saw standing around them a swath of Naruto doppelgangers. No joke. When there had previously been one, there now stood 6. The real one placed his hands on his hips and acknowledged each and every one of the clones as they stretched and got used to their newly created forms. Awesome, it actually works. He then pointed at them and then down at Konohamaru. Take him around the village and show him the ropes. I think the henge is the perfect thing for him to start off with. You got it, boss, one of the clones saluted before hurrying off along with the others. One stayed behind to pat Konohamaru on the shoulder to get him to snap out of it. When the boy did, he nodded dumbly at his harrier before following after the squad of copies. Soon enough, Naruto and Tayuya were the only ones left in the area. Letting out a yawn, Naruto grinned at the still gawking red head and waved for her to follow. Come on, I'm starving. Let's get some ramen already. He was about to head off, but stopped when he saw his friend wasn't budging an inch. Hey, what's wrong, Tayuya-chan? The girl pointed at him in amazement. Since when could you use the Bunshin no Jutsu? I thought you flunked that exam. Not only that, but how the hell was he able to make so many? Realizing her stupor, the Jinchuriki gave her a light-hearted chuckle. Oh, that's right. You didn't know I could do that. To be honest, I didn't know I could do it myself. That was the first time I used that technique. Naruto smiled at her. It's called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I got it from the big-ass scroll that Mizuki swiped a couple of nights ago. Kage Bunshin? Tayuya blinked. That's really incredible. Yeah. It says that I can create living, breathing, solid copies with the technique and not illusions like with the conventional one, Naruto exclaimed before slipping his hands into his pockets and giving a sly smirk. Guess that bumps me up a couple more pegs, huh? But, isn't that technique dangerous? The girl asked, pointing down the road. Konohamaru and the entourage of copies had disappeared down. You got it from the scroll of seals, right? That makes it a kinjutsu. It says it's dangerous because it divides up the chakra of the user evenly between each clone created, and it can supposedly kill you if used too many times, since it takes a big chunk out of your reserves, Naruto said, but then shrugged. Honestly though, I'm feeling fine. It didn't take anything out of me and I've still got plenty of energy to spare. Hearing what it took to execute the technique had the red head stare at the Jinchuriki for a good, long while. But after processing the information and seeing that Naruto was still alive and well, shining with the same magnificence he always did, Tayuya then breathed out a sigh and rubbed her eye. She gave the kid an amused smirk. I forgot that you were a stamina freak. Guess this makes up for your lack of a Bunshin no Jutsu, eh? Damn straight. Naruto replied before reaching out and grabbing the girl's hand. Tayuya responded with a light blush and squeezed back when he started pulling her along. Come on. Let's have lunch. It was mind-blowing discovery that Naruto waved off so easily. While anyone else would have been left staggered and asking thousands of questions, particularly the nearby villagers who had just been watching, it was no skin off of the Jinchuriki's teeth. For some strange reason the jutsu just came naturally to him. He didn't even need that much practice with it and was able to successfully perform it. Something told him that it was made for him, but that was a discussion for another time. Though he was certain to test it out more in the future, today he just didn't feel like doing anything else, and simply wanted to hang out with Tayuya and have a good time with her. Plus it was ramen hour, the most important time of the day. There was no way in hell he was skipping it. Yo, Aji-san! Naruto exclaimed, taking a seat at the serving desk alongside Tayuya and raising a hand to the chef. 2 miso here. Coming right up, Naruto, Tuchi exclaimed, immediately pulling out 2 baskets of freshly cooked noodles from the pot and 2 bowls. The clacking of knives against a chopping board told everyone in the stall that the food was being made right there, which brought smiles to the young customers. Would you guys like anything to drink? Ayam asked, looking between the pair smiling comfortably where they were. I'll have some green tea please, Tayuya spoke. Same. We'll split a pot. The waitress giggled as she pulled out a couple of cups and moved to start boiling the water. You two are in an awfully chipper mood today. Did something good happen? You could say that, Tayuya replied with a shrug. We just got through with filling in all our paperwork to become genin and had our official profile photos taken today, Naruto stated proudly. He grabbed his jacket and adjusted the zipper on it all cool style and grinned up at the manager's daughter across the counter. You're looking at 2 new shinobi of Konohagakure, I am Nichin. Wow. Good work you guys, I am congratulated, fishing out serviettes while looking between the couple. I assume team assignments are coming up at the end of the week. Do you think you'll be placed on the same squad together? Tayuya took on a bit of a disappointed look and glanced over at her companion. Probably not. Naruto-kun was a full-time academy student from beginning to end, whereas I started halfway through the first year in an apprenticeship. I'm probably going to continue it for the rest of my career as a genin until I get promoted or, if I'm lucky, I might actually get put into a team myself, but not with any of the students from Naruto's group. You'll probably be teamed up with other apprentices then, I stated helpfully, pouring the now boiled water from the steel kettle into the serving jug and sliding it between the two kids. Your teachers might fashion 3 of you into a group and sign you up with a new instructor to lead you guys. Konoha has a very efficient way with handling all of its shinobi, so you should have no problems finding your way onto a squad. That's good then, Tayuya sighed, giving a smile as she poured herself a cup. That means I don't have to worry about going the profession track alone. Teamwork is very important, Naruto said, propping his head on his hand as his friend filled his cup. Irika-sensei drilled that idea into our heads every day for the entire year. You wouldn't believe how many hours he spent talking about how shinobi operated, how the ranking system worked and everything related to the chain of command. Man. I just hope I'm put onto a team I like. Damn straight, Tayuya exclaimed. The pair knocked glasses together and sipped, enjoying the third wheel company of Ayam, making sure they had everything they needed before their ramen eventually came to them. Rubbing their hands together eagerly, both the Jinchuriki and his red-haired companion pulled up their chopsticks and prepared to dig in. After being stuck with Enko this whole time, man does it feel liberating to finally get the headband and move on. Ah, did you really hate our time together that much, Tayuya-chan? The redhead froze immediately upon hearing that voice and went ramrod straight. The moment she did, a pair of delicate fingers curled around her cheek and she was pulled into the collarbone of one Mitarashi Enko, who propped her chin on her shoulder and licked her lips sensuously. The appearance of the purple-haired Kunoichi with the trench coat and fishnet bodysuit had Naruto, who was in the middle of slurping up ramen, choke on his noodles and pound at his chest furiously in shock. That's so mean, my little Red Riding Hood, Enko whined, rubbing her cheek against the girl as she mock-played out her heartbreak in the most sickeningly sweet tone she could muster. You were such an excellent student too. I was going to recommend you to Shikaku to have you drafted into the ANBU course, but after hearing how relieved you were at finally being put onto a team away from me, it just makes me want to cry. A mischievous grin crossed her lips. Tayuya stiffly looked at the woman resting her head against her and smiled nervously, the corner of her mouth twitching as sweat threatened to break from her forehead. Enno-sensei, it's nothing like that at all. You must have misheard me. I did? Enko gasped, looking the girl in the eyes slyly and making it impossible for her to sit still. Well, please, enlighten me. Didn't you just say it was liberating to finally get the forehead protector and move on? Is that what you said? What I meant to say was. Tayuya stuttered, her eyes darting around and desperately trying to think up the best response she could. God damn it, this was nerve-rattling. If she said the wrong thing, this crazy woman was going to send snakes after her again. Was that, Gulping, the musician then settled on the only answer she knew would save her life. I'm really looking forward to be placed onto a team with you as our instructor, sensei. She felt like driving a knife through her stomach. Even Naruto had to admit that took a lot of cojones to say. Enko, raising her eyebrow at the girl's very nervous response, watched her sweat for the next few seconds before suddenly grinning and wrapping her arms around the timid Kunoichi like she was her little sister. Oh, I'm just messing with you, Red. You did well. She patted her on the cap, with Tayuya looking as though she was about to pass out. Out of all the students I've had under my wing, you were by far the most talented. I couldn't have asked for anyone else. Laughing nervously, Tayuya took in a few deep breaths to compose herself as she was hugged and showered with loving affection by the eccentric woman. As terrifying as her situation was, she was still able to bring up a normal smile that wasn't forced in any way, probably. Thank you, Enko-sensei. Hey chef. A bowl of miso and 2 more for the little munchkins here. On me. 3 number ones coming up, Tucci replied pleasantly. What followed after that was a very loud and boisterous lunch as the 3 dined away together. The uneasiness that had previously appeared between Enko, Tayuya and Naruto lifted from them around the second serving of ramen, and by the third bowl the trio, including the 2 newly graduated genin, could say that they had a great time. It was a fantastic way to kick off the end of their academy years and celebrate their advancement into shinobihood. XXX. A week later. As per the usual route, after waking up early that morning to get some additional training in with Tayuya, Naruto soon found himself up in the academy building sitting quietly in his homeroom, middle row, center, alongside dozens of his other fellow graduates. Thanks to all the excitement that had been bottled up inside him all week, the Jinchuriki had barely been able to keep still and had sought any and all means of physical exercise in an attempt to put a dampener on his accelerator. While the events involving Konohamaru did divert his attention for a brief period of time, it was nothing too consequential. He learned later on, through a rather strange phenomenon of memory relapse of his clone's dispelling, that his doppelgangers and the kid had gotten into all sorts of trouble that day. Following a little run-in with the grandson's guardian Ebisu, Konohamaru then decided he no longer wanted Naruto as a teacher, but as a rival. They both wanted the throne that was the Hokage's seat, a challenge Naruto gladly accepted. He was a good kid with a spirit that managed to add even more nos to Naruto's. The prospect of another challenger in the race to the top revved the Jinchuriki and made him even more determined to get stronger. This explained why he was more cheerful today than usual and had been one of the first to arrive in class that morning to oversee the timely arrival of the others. Naruto was unable to stop his legs from bouncing along the floor as he looked around at all the familiar faces ready and waiting for the day ahead. While some like Sasuke and Shino passed the time by keeping to themselves and sitting quietly, Choji and Shikamaru kept their persons occupied through conversation, as did many of the other students. It was basically same old around the room, which gave the Jinchuriki plenty of time to meditate on his own thoughts, unless someone decided to drop by and say hi. Let's see, Naruto thought, holding up his fingers and deciding to make a summary for himself. Not counting the jutsu I learned in the academy and the material from my personal bag of tricks, I have a total of 2, Jet Hand and Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was reassuring for him to know that he did in fact have techniques he could fall back on if push came to shove. On their own they packed a hell of a punch, but now it was all a matter of working on them, making them stronger, faster, and coming up with new and creative ideas on how to execute them. The possibilities were endless. He could think on them now and practice with them later, but all he was doing at this time was cutting down on minutes. I wonder what Tayuya-chan is doing right now. Naruto thought aloud to himself, gazing up towards the ceiling in thought. She was supposed to meet up with Enko-sensei today. Perhaps some of the Jonin really are going to bring their apprentices together to form a team? If that were the case, Naruto was sure Tayuya would tell him about it at the end of the day. He just needed to be patient and ride through his schedule first. Lost in thought, a voice spoke up beside Naruto, who turned to see Shikamaru Nara standing beside him with his hands in his pockets. The Jinchuriki noted the boy was wearing his headband around his arm. That's new. Hey, Shikamaru. Surprised to see you're not taking a nap, Naruto also noted with a smirk. That's new. The Nara rolled his shoulder tiredly. I would like to, but everyone's making so much noise it's impossible to get any shut-eye. Normally that wouldn't be a problem for you, Naruto said, leaning back in his seat with his hands behind his head. Maybe you're tense because nobody knows what's actually going to happen with this team assignment thing. I mean, are they going to let us choose what teams we're going to be on, or are the teachers going to decide for us? It's probably going to be the latter, the boy answered, sliding into a seat in the row across from the Jinchuriki. Think about it, if we were given the choice of who we wanted to be on a team with, wouldn't they have mentioned it in the registration forms or at the graduation ceremony? Naruto squinted in his usual, fox-like manner and looked ahead of him thoughtfully. Yeah. I guess they would have. Maybe it'll turn out to be one of those lucky draws from the hat or something, Shikamaru shrugged, before swinging his legs up onto his desk and throwing his hands behind him. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. I have absolutely no problem with being partnered up with anybody in this class. As long as it doesn't involve a lot of work, then I'm cool with it. I sometimes wonder how you even survived the academy, Naruto murmured, staring oddly at the Nara who looked ready to nod outright where he was lying. Shikamaru yawned in response, by doing the bare minimum, Naruto. The bare minimum. Typical slacker attitude, just what you'd expect from a master of the art. There were of course several other students in the class that fell under the same character, chief among which included Choji and Naruto himself. But that was all old news that was better left for the books. The main thing was that a lot of them had changed drastically since the days they were kids and skipping school, even though Shikamaru looked as though he hadn't grown one bit. I see you've still got your goggles with you. Oh yeah, Naruto chuckled, grabbing the pair hanging around his neck and pulling on them. These things have been pretty useful to me. I'm hanging on to them. He didn't know when he would need them again, but it was better to have them and not use them, than not to have them when something serious came up. Don't suppose you're thinking of changing your wardrobe? No way. Too much effort, Shikamaru replied. This look suits me best. Yeah, the easy, just rolled out of bed look. Obviously his classmate would pick a combination of clothes that were the simplest to put on and didn't require any effort or forethought. Naruto just rolled his eyes in amusement and went on to thinking again. You guys seem excited, Kiba exclaimed, coming to standing next to Naruto and lean against the desk elevated behind the Jinchuriki, who looked up to see the Inuzuka grinning down at him. The boy with the white pup nestled comfortably in his jacket looked between the pair chatting away across from one another. Wondering what teams you're gonna be put on? Not really, Shikamaru replied. Sort of, Naruto said with a smile, propping his arm on the table. I'm not fussed as long as we get to go on missions real soon. Same, Kiba chuckled before pointing to himself. Just so you know Naruto, if we're put on the same team together, I'm the alpha. The pack leader. Got it? Huh. Isn't the pack leader supposed to be the strongest in the group? Naruto asked with a shit-eating grin. I bet I can kick your ass no problem, dog boy. The feral-looking teen leaned in with a grin. We'll see about that, slacker. Would you guys keep it down? You're making a racket, came another voice from the side. When Kiba and Naruto looked, they saw Sasuke sitting down the row with his fingers laced together and his glare fixed on both of them. He seemed pretty irked, but that wasn't saying much since his expression always looked like that. Take your pissing contest outside if you can't do it quietly. The two teens smirked at the dark-haired one 2 seats away, deciding to reel him into their conversation as well since he seemed so willing to jab at them. I know you're just as eager to decide who the strongest in the group is too, Sasuke, Kiba exclaimed. Not just in taijutsu, but all around ninjutsu as well, Naruto added. The Uchiha grunted and closed his eyes. That debate seems kind of pointless, don't you think? We already know who the best in the class is, and you're both looking at him. It was hard to hide the cocky smirk he sprouted upon saying this, the sight of which instantly brought out the competitive natures of the two delinquents gunning it out with each other nearby. Oh yeah? Want to test that title out, Mr. Prodigy? Kiba asked while holding a fist up, a bark emanating from Akamaru in support of his partner. I knocked your arrogant ass around the past several times in class, team. I can do it again, Naruto also exclaimed challengingly. While the three had their intense standoff in the corner, Shikamaru shook his head at the absurdity of the scene before going back to napping. What a troublesome bunch, the boy thought before giving a yawn. He chose to block out the little show going on beside him, getting comfortable in his seat at around the same time Sakura and Ino suddenly decided to come charging through the door, out of breath and looking ragged from an apparent race to get to the academy first. Naruto glanced up when he heard the scramble at the top entrance. When he spotted the two girls, he saw Sakura look down towards his level, smile sweetly and start fast walking towards them. The blonde responded with a grin and a wave towards the approaching Kunoichi. Hey, Sakura-chan. How's it going? Yeah, hi Naruto, Sakura replied carelessly before suddenly bolting right toward their row and bowling over both Kiba and Naruto, with the latter having his face shoved into the table when the girl jumped on top of him. Good morning Sasuke-kun. Can I sit next to you? She leapfrogged the stunned blonde and took a seat right beside the genius even before receiving any form of consent. Kiba, knocked on his ass, glared up at the pink-haired girl while Naruto remained pasted to his desk. Damn it, Sakura. We were having a man-to-man confrontation. The girl stuck her tongue out at the Inuzuka. Well, tough. You guys can hang out later. Her mood then did a complete 180 and she gazed affectionately towards the Uchiha next to her. Sasuke meanwhile, grunted indignantly. Whatever. Brimming with fake tears at having his face slammed into his desk from the ever-exuberant Sakura Haruno, Naruto managed to lift himself up and rub his chin painfully. Ow, what the hell? He saw Kiba sit up next to him and, while the pair looked across to see Sakura fawning over the Uchiha along with several other girls out to steal the seat from her, the pair leaned into each other to whisper, I thought that if you were at least nice to girls they'd be nice back and start liking you. What's up with that? Kiba shrugged, I don't know dude. I don't get girls either. Take that as wisdom from a man who had a tough-as-nails older sister and an equally terrifying mother in the same household. The pair just watched oddly as Sakura started her own feud in the middle row with the other girls, which slowly turned into quite an entertaining performance when Naruto and Kiba saw the various tick marks forming on Sasuke's head as he sat in the center of the proverbial superstorm. The two classmates then settled on the obvious karma of their reality that if something bad happened to them, then something good was bound to happen in kind. Sasuke's suffering would be their compensation for being knocked on their butts seconds earlier. Oh. Unbeknownst to all of the kids in the recently graduated academy group, their classroom was currently being monitored by the all-seeing eye of one Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, along with the handful of Jonin captains that would be taking on teams this year, were currently in conference over some of the more prospective genin of the batch. With everyone gathered including the notoriously late Hatake Kakashi, the would-be squad leaders looked on in amusement at the sight of Uchiha Sasuke being flocked by his fan club. He seems rather popular, Hayama, a man with brown hair and a ponytail and a scar on the side of his mouth exclaimed, earning chuckles all around. No doubt about that, Asuma Sarutobi also commented, nodding towards the crystal ball in the center of the Hokage's desk. So that's the most promising student, Sasuke Uchiha? Correct? That's right, Hiruzen replied, looking up at the collection of instructors gathered in front of him. Out of all the students in the class he's got the highest marks in all areas, an excellent prodigy. On top of that he's incredibly perceptive and exceptionally talented for his age. Even his teacher said that his combat skills alone measure up to that of a Chunins. Now that indeed is a promising student, Kurenai commented with a smile. Kakashi, who had been standing quietly beside the desk and looking at the orb intently, saw the ball's view slowly maneuver around and land on the familiar face of one Naruto Uzumaki, who was laughing boisterously alongside Kiba. After watching him and his companion for a few minutes, the Jonin smiled underneath his mask and nodded towards it. What about this one? Naruto Uzumaki? Hiruzen murmured, a smile appearing on his own face. Ah yes, the most interesting student. A Jonin wrapped in bandages looked up towards the village leader. Isn't he the one that single-handedly brought down 2 enemy Kunoichi and Mizuki in one night? The same Kunoichi that attacked him 2 years ago, mind you, Kakashi added before looking towards the elder. What do we have to say about him? Though his character says otherwise, Naruto is also an incredible prospect, Hiruzen stated, lacing his fingers together and breathing evenly on his pipe. His grades vary above average, yet his experiences outside of the academy tell a different story. He's a fast kinesthetic learner and Irika has mentioned time and again that of all the students he's taught, Naruto's skill in combat is the most diverse, and that he's also the swiftest and fittest in the group. His fighting prowess actually surpasses Sasuke's. Asuma and Kurenai looked up in surprise, whereas the other Jonin around them started to stir over the student tied for number 1 of the group. No kidding. Oh. Following the arrival of Irika Umino to the class, any and all tussles that had been taking place prior were quickly suppressed and all students scattered around the room retired to their seats. Through determination and pure strength of will, Sakura had managed to win her place beside Sasuke from the other girls, mostly for the fact that she was already in the seat beside him by the time their academy instructor came around. So in the end, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke all ended up sitting together in the same row, with the Jinchuriki leaning on his desk with an excited grin in play, Sakura beaming happily with rosy red cheeks, and Sasuke looking more annoyed than he had ever been in his life. It was probably thanks to the whole ordeal he had to sit through leading up to this moment. From this day forward, all of you are officially recognized as shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. Irika began with a smile on his face and clipboard in hand as he looked around at all the expectant faces in his class. As such, the tasks, trials and responsibilities of a shinobi have now been placed upon your shoulders, and you will all be expected to carry out missions to the best of your abilities for both your home and for your comrades. To get here you have faced great tests and hardships, but know that all of that was just the beginning. From here on out things are only going to get tougher and the trials, more difficult. Awesome, Naruto whispered eagerly, his feet rocking from heel to toe as he sat listening to the words of his sensei. Irika beamed up at his students. Now you are only genin, first-level ninja. As with every other year all of you will be grouped into 3-man squads, each of which will be led by a jonin, an elite ninja. The jonin assigned to your team will become both your squad leader and your new teacher. You will follow your sensei's instructions to the latter in order to successfully complete any and all missions given. I wish you all the best for your future as shinobi and kunoichi of our village. He gave his speech a brief moment of pause to allow all the information to sink in. Before raising the clipboard he was holding up and clearing his throat. I will begin announcing the squads that will be formed for the duration of your career as genin. This statement immediately had everyone's attention locked onto him. One by one, name by name, the teams were listed off of Irika's clipboard as the man went over the sheet provided to him by the third. The Chunin had something of a satisfied grin on his face as he announced each name in turn, with each announcement accompanied by either an affirmative yes, a groan of dismay, or a small whoop of delight. His smile seemed to grow in conjunction with every groan he was able to pick up, so it was safe to say that the scar-faced man was enjoying his position as god over his soon-to-be former students. This instilled the belief in Irika that the next trials his class was sure to face would be their next, greatest challenge, one he was looking forward to seeing the results of. The homeroom teacher then arrived at the next set of names. Team 7 will be Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your instructor will be Hatake Kakashi. Cha! Sakura cheered, before turning in her seat and giving Ino the V sign. Take that, Ino pig. The blonde-haired girl with blue eyes and wearing the purple uniform glared back with her teeth bared. Lucky call. How in the world did you end up on that team? Don't know, Sakura replied smugly while shrugging. The power of love? It is the strongest force in the universe. I'll let you think on it a little. After seeing her rival attempt to bore a hole into her with her glare, the pink-haired girl then turned her attention to the stoic as ever Uchiha and sided up a little bit closer to him. We're on the same squad. Isn't that great, Sasuke-kun? Humph. The boy grunted back before smirking across at the blonde he could see returning the sentiment. Looks like I'll be getting my rematch sooner than I think. Naruto chuckled, looking forward to it, he replied, turning back toward the front of the class. I'm totally cool with this. Iruka smiled when he heard the blonde's response and nodded proudly, before glancing back down at his list. While all this was going on, a couple rows behind Naruto to his right. The blonde failed to notice the disappointed gaze he was receiving from one Hinata Hyuga. The blue-haired girl wearing the light brown jumper gave a sad frown as she glanced down at the boy in orange, feeling a little bit let down at missing her best chance of getting closer to him. I won't be with Naruto then, the girl thought, breathing a heavy sigh. Next, Team 8 will be consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Your instructor and team leader is Yuhi Kurenai, Iruka said loud enough for the above three to hear, looking up to see the squad listed nod or smirk in acknowledgement. He then moved on, because Team 9 is being used for a different team. We needed to move on to the next number. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, you three are on Team 10 and your Jonin captain is Sarutobi Asuma. Ino groaned and slammed her head on her desk. Choji, who was sitting beside her and munching on a packet of chips, looked toward her in surprise. Hey, you okay, Ino? I'm fine, the girl groaned back, her voice muffled by her face being pressed into her desk. And that's it for team assignments, Iruka concluded, folding his clipboard under his arm and clicking his pen. You will be meeting your Jonin instructors here after lunch. Until then I suggest you all get together with your teammates, get to know them and, well, have fun. Good luck to all of you. With that sorted, Iruka took one last look at the class for that hour before turning heel and taking his leave. Once the door closed behind him, students left and right started to move, either heading on over to meet up with their teammates or leaving individually. Sasuke remained in his seat for the time being, waiting for the rest of the class to move out of his way so that he could make his own march over to the door without distraction. This gave Sakura several moments of quiet time with him that she enjoyed in every possible manner, beaming at him with a light coloring in her cheeks. He's so cool, Sakura thought happily, until she was rudely interrupted from her daydreaming session by a light thump on her desk. When the pinkette looked ahead of her, the kunoichi gave a startled yelp when she saw Naruto squatting on top of the desk and grinning right in her face. What the hell? Hey Sakura-chan. Want to hang out and have lunch together? The blonde asked cheerfully. The girl frowned at him. Why in the world would I want to have lunch with you? Well, since we're in the same group I just thought that maybe we could talk and get to know each other a little better, you know? Naruto replied good-naturedly before turning to Sasuke to see him staring at them with one eye. What do you think, Sasuke? Giving the cheerful runt some moments of consideration, the raven-haired boy grunted and closed his eyes. Whatever. Anything's fine with me. Sweet, Naruto chirped before grinning back at Sakura, who appeared a little surprised at the Uchiha actually agreeing with the class clown. So, where can we go eat? How about having lunch with me, shithead? A familiar voice suddenly shouted from the class entrance. The loud voice accompanied by the profanity at the end had every single individual in the room turn in the direction of the call, where everyone saw a girl around their age with reddish-pink hair they had never seen before, standing inside the frame. Wearing a khaki battle dress with spandex shorts, a cap and the Konoha headband wrapped around it, the girl made her presence known all around by stepping fully into view with her hands resting comfortably on her hips. Kiba's eyes went a little wide as he looked the cute newcomer up and down. Who is that? Almost every boy's jaw dropped when they saw the beautiful girl standing in plain sight of them, whereas every other girl in the class stared at her either with suspicion or confusion. Was this person here for their Sasuke-kun? Was she an older genin here to make fun of them or was she a surprise candidate? Who was she? And who was this shithead she was calling? No way was it someone in there. Tayuya-chan. Naruto waved back from his spot on the desk, seeing the musician giggle before dashing over to him. What are you doing here? I thought you were meeting up with Anko-sensei today. Already did. Turns out we were right when we thought that all the individual genin graduates under apprenticeships would be put together on a single team with a new instructor, Tayuya exclaimed while thumbing herself in the chest. You're looking at the first member of the new Team 9. Wow! That's awesome! Naruto said, dropping down from the desk to stand in front of her. Irika-sensei mentioned that Team 9 was being used by another group. So it's your squad. Oh yeah, Tayuya replied, latching onto his arm and hugging him tightly. I'm so psyched right now. This is going to be awesome. Whoa, yeah, I can tell, Naruto chuckled, feeling how tightly his limb was being squeezed by the girl's surprisingly powerful arms. It was almost like she was trying to pop his left out of its socket. So who's your teacher? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that it's not Anko-sensei, seeing as how happy you are. The musician shook her head. No, we got some guy named Genma. He's going to be picking us up outside the academy gates after lunch, so we figured we could all stick together and get to know each other before that. Since we don't know much about the other members of our group, I think it's a good idea. She gestured towards the door. My team's waiting outside if you want to meet them. Sure. I'd love to, Naruto grinned back. As the two laughed and spoke fondly of how thrilled they were to finally be put onto teams, everyone in the class was looking toward them flabbergasted. While those who knew who Naruto was looked like gaping fish, those who knew the Jinchuriki personally from the past or had spent the most time with him face to face were simply blown away at the sudden turn of events. Shikamaru was staring with an open jaw, Choji had stopped eating Midchu, and Kiba, Ino and Sakura were looking at the boy with owlish expressions in play. Even Sasuke was staring with visible disbelief. Okay, what the hell? Why is a girl latching onto the class clown like he's her boyfriend? Ino asked, rubbing her eyes to see if she was hallucinating. Nope. She wasn't. There was in fact a girl, a really beautiful, flesh and bones girl hanging off of Naruto's arm and gazing up at him like he was her whole world. It was an indisputable observation. The red head that had just entered their class and flocked to Naruto's side was honestly drop-dead gorgeous. Meanwhile, one other person in the class who was completely beside herself or fretting with concern was in fact the Hyuga up in the back row. Hands held together worryingly, the young Kunoichi gazed towards her idol and his visitor quietly with shimmering eyes. Who is this person? Hinata thought while pressing her hands to her chest. I've never seen her before. Is she a relative of Naruto-kun's, or? Tayuya, after sharing pleasantries with her flatmate, then turned her attention to Sasuke and Sakura, whom she could see were still staring at them incredulously. Why doesn't your team come with us? We can have lunch together. Great idea, Naruto replied, also looking at the aforementioned pair. Hey guys, we got ourselves a table. Alright, Sakura murmured, all the while still trying to come to terms with the fact that a girl was, in front of the entire class, associating with Naruto in a more than just good friends manner. Oh. After Tayuya led Naruto and his team outside to meet up with hers, the two groups then decided to head somewhere quiet to eat, away from everybody else. While it was a pain trying to drag some of the others to the appropriate spot, seeing as that Sasuke wanted to be alone more than anything else, they eventually succeeded in picking out an area to sit around. Finding a tree with a good clearing nearest the path running through the academy grounds, the two squads converged and, in a word, mingled. Being the most social of them, Naruto had taken to speaking with Tayuya's teammates along with the Uchiha. There was apparently a great diversity of genin in this generation, seeing as that his friend had been paired up with two very different-looking people. One of them was a boy with short black hair that went over his left eye, wearing a white full-body jumpsuit, with gray shin guards, blue sandals, white gloves, and a long blue scarf. The third member of the team was a girl with light blonde, slightly messy hair tied into a ponytail, was wearing swirl-tinted glasses, dark pants, and a light purple, oversized jumper. They seemed nice enough, even the boy in the figure-hugging suit who was currently making tea for all of them, with a tea set he had, conveniently, brought along with him, while his companion sat pleasantly beside him with a content smile on her face. Yeah, they looked like a couple of oddballs, but what sane village didn't have its fair share of characters? As long as Tayuya was happy with this team, there was absolutely no reason Naruto couldn't be happy for her. He liked meeting new faces anyway. So, how does it feel to finally be recognized as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village? Naruto asked, tilting his head at the pair. Pretty hardcore, huh? The girl in glasses glanced at him with a start, having not expected to be asked a question so suddenly. Oh? Why yeah. Pretty hardcore. Naruto's grin widened. It might take some getting used to, but I'm definitely looking forward to the missions. He scratched his head. I wonder what kind of assignments our new sensei will have for us. Who knows? The girl shrugged. I tried asking my old teacher about it, but he said for me to wait until graduation. Ugh. It's got me so frustrated thinking about it. Perhaps, some tea will soothe the soul of the lovely young lady, the boy with dark hair brewing the refreshment said in a slow, calm voice as he passed a steaming cup to the girl in glasses. The blonde-haired Kunoichi looked up at him in surprise as the young man smiled fondly in her direction. Food and drink made with love are always best served warm. Please. Oh, thank you, Kid-kun, the young girl exclaimed. He then passed cups to the two boys, both Naruto and Sasuke looking down at his offering curiously. I made enough for everyone here. Have as much as you like. Sweet. Thanks, Naruto laughed, taking the tea from Tayuya's teammate gleefully. The Uchiha also took his with a pleasant nod, thank you. He caught a whiff of the tea's heavenly aroma, which nearly had his heart race at how delectable it appeared. Smells good. Unable to wait and most eager to try the refreshments, Naruto, Sasuke and the glasses-wearing Kunoichi all took a sip at the exact same time. And paled a split second later at what they felt roll onto their tongues. Recoiling in horror, both Naruto and Sasuke painfully swallowed whatever it was in their mouths whereas the Kunoichi sitting beside them froze in shock. All three of them then held their teacups and plates out at arm's length, looking at them with suspicion and disgust while the boy, now identified as Kid, sat beside them and waited eagerly for their responses. Well? What do you think? He asked cheerfully. What do we think? The girl murmured, a nervous smile tugging on her lips. Well, how should we put this? Sasuke also murmured, trying to ignore the bitter taste of what could only be described as fish oil on his tongue while trying to come up with the right words to gently tell the tea maker that. It sucks, Naruto said straight out without hesitation, not wanting to keep his fellow genin waiting for a half-baked review from the other two. They might as well tell the poor guy the truth. The tea he put his heart into making for them was just plain awful. All three of them then saw Kid flinch at the reply and glance back at them in surprise. Igriegaju. The genin stammered. Don't like the tea? When he got three lifeless stares in response, it pretty much gave him his answer. In the blink of an eye, the boy was suddenly on his feet and, finding a tree standing several meters away from where the two groups were sitting, leant against it in a manner similar to the main protagonist of a romantic comedy after being dumped. The fact that violins could be heard all around and a proverbial raincloud appeared to hover over him only served to magnify his despair. I am a failure. Kale mottled. Naruto and Sasuke sweat dropped at the sight of him before turning to look at the girl beside them, who was also staring quite oddly. Does he get out much? Naruto asked. I honestly don't know, the Kunoichi sighed before smiling apprehensively towards the pair. It's okay though. I'm sure he'll be fine. Are you sure about that? Sasuke asked with concern, raising an eyebrow when he saw the storm cloud over the boy's head only worsen and start to hail. Absolutely, the still slightly shell-shocked Kunoichi chirped, setting her tea down and pushing her glasses back up her nose. She smiled towards the teen in orange across from her and extended a hand out to him. I'm Shiho by the way. I believe I already mentioned Kid-kun. Naruto, the Jinchuriki replied with a grin before nodding toward the Uchiha quietly eating beside him. This guy's name is Sasuke. It's nice to meet you, Shiho-chan. It's nice to meet you too. While Sasuke and the others communed on their end, with Kid rejoining them soon after getting over his crippling brush with disappointment, Sakura, who had managed to pull Tayuya to the other side of the tree for a sit-down, was in the midst of having a very interesting conversation of her own. The pink-haired girl continued looking between the red-haired girl and Naruto as they ate silently for the first few minutes, paying little attention to the four-person conference and just focusing on her current problem. Trying to figure out how Naruto knew this girl who seemed so incredibly attached to him. How long have you known Naruto for? Sakura asked curiously with a raised eyebrow. I've never seen you in the village before, and I don't think I ever saw him hanging out with anyone else besides himself. It was a basic question and one she could pull without much strain. Seeing as that she had always been parading around Sasuke, she never paid any mind to the biggest delinquent and slacker of the class, so she was kind of out of the loop. The musician chuckled. I've known Shithead for quite some time now, Tayuya exclaimed, taking a big bite of her dango stick. I'd say about 2 years. That's another thing, why are you calling him Shithead if he's your friend? Sakura asked with a strange look. That seems like a very harsh nickname to give someone. I think it suits him. What? You got a problem with it? Tayuya asked. And no, not really, the pink-haired girl said hastily, shaking her head. It does sound a little odd though. So does Tayuya-chan, the musician shook her head. I really didn't like how he called me that the first time we met since it sounded so weird, but it's kind of grown on me. I call him Shithead for the exact same reason because he doesn't mind it, and because he's got a punch-first personality and doesn't think ahead that often. He really has a habit of jumping into things without considering his actions first. Yeah. You can say that again, Sakura exclaimed, finally finding some common ground with the red-haired newcomer. Naruto's a complete moron. He doesn't think about anything other than fighting, making noise and causing trouble for people. I'm telling you, he's nothing like Sasuke-kun. No, he's not, Tayuya replied before giving the girl a very real, very warm smile that radiated with sincerity. He's better than him. Sakura's mouth dropped open. Come again? Tayuya chuckled after she consumed her second dango stick and quickly moved on to give her response further detail. Oh, don't get me wrong. Your other teammate looks cool and all, but from the way he marches around with his hands in his pockets and not giving a shit about anything, tells me he's not really the sociable type of person. It's kind of hard to talk to someone when they just flat out ignore everything you have to say, you know? But, Sakura attempted to respond, shaking her head a little to glare back at her. What are you talking about? Sasuke-kun is awesome. She began counting on her fingers. He's intelligent, sharp, handsome, talented, great at ninjutsu, and better at everything that Naruto is good at. Except for fighting, Tayuya chuckled before shrugging, talking to people, connecting with people, and making people happy. She nodded towards the four-way on the other side of the tree when she heard Shiho giggle and Keed laugh. Right, there's proof of that. Hell, he even managed to get Tall, Dark and Emo to come out here with him to eat. Alright, sure, but you're missing the bigger picture, Sakura said with a groan of annoyance. She just didn't see the appeal behind the blonde and why this girl liked him so much yet. All she wanted to do was support Sasuke in this contest since the redhead seemed to be shooting down everything she was saying. In an effort to perhaps get this seemingly misguided girl on the path to the good stuff, she decided to go on the attack. If you've known him for as long as you say you have, then you should see it too. The guy's not normal. Naruto acts like an animal, he sleeps in class, he's rude to his teachers, he pulls pranks on people and makes their lives miserable, and he's always picking fights. It's annoying. And I think I know the main reason why. Tayuya was about to take a bite out of her dango when she heard that and she stopped. She then looked at the girl next to her to see her smile smugly. Because he wasn't raised right. He doesn't have a mother or father to teach him right from wrong. If I acted anything like him, my parents would ground me for months, but because he doesn't have any, he can do whatever he wants without worrying about being punished or scolded. That's why he acts so selfish, arrogant and bratty, Sakura exclaimed with a shake of her head. He's lucky being all alone with no parents to tell him what to do. That's why he always causes trouble for everyone, see? He's just a dumb, ignorant, irresponsible delinquent trying to get attention. He never does anything good. The girl was suddenly interrupted from her tirade when her collar was grabbed from the front and she was violently pulled towards Tayuya, who slammed her forehead against hers in a rough headbutt. When Sakura recovered from the tug and looked at the girl through a throbbing skull, she recoiled in shock when she saw the look of anger on the redhead's face. A dark, killer shadow falling across her eyes, Tayuya narrowed her most intense glare on the pink-haired girl and bared her teeth. Don't you dare say another word. What? What do you know about being alone? Having no parents? Huh? How about living on the streets? Being abandoned by your loved ones? Having to beg and fight in order to survive without anyone to support you? Tayuya said in a low, threatening voice. Sure, it sucks to be scolded by a father or mother, but that's nothing compared to what Naruto-kun has felt his entire life. Consider yourself lucky that you do have parents to admonish you, to love you and to look out for you. Naruto-kun has nobody. Sakura gulped, eyes and body trembling as she listened to the words being hissed to her. And for your information, Pinky, there's plenty of good in him, more good than in anyone I've ever met, Tayuya replied before shoving the girl away and going back to her lunch. The musician grunted as Sakura hurriedly tried to regain her sense of balance from the killing intent she had just been bombarded with at close range. Before Tayuya could finish her dango, she paused and looked up with a pissed expression still in plain sight. You wanted to talk to me alone, right, to find out how Naruto-kun knows me and how I know him. Sakura nodded, at the same time trying to stop her body from trembling like a leaf. Tayuya glanced over at her. I was abandoned by my parents. I lived on the streets for months, sleeping out in the cold, living on my own, begging for food, not knowing what to do. When the day eventually came where I thought I was going to die, when I thought my life was going to end, Naruto-kun saved me. She finished the dumpling and chucked the stick into the box, closing it. Think about that when you guys are out on a mission together, because the only person you can count on if you're ever in any trouble is the person standing right next to you. Getting up, the musician went around and rejoined the rest of their team. She saddled up beside Naruto and quickly reverted back to her previously composed self, leaving a stunned Sakura to meditate on her thoughts. Naruto. Drifting. Aiming high. After lunch. Following a very enjoyable conversation with Tayuya's team and his own, which even Sasuke found surprisingly pleasant from the small smile he wore on his face, the two groups then parted ways. They promised to meet up with each other later onwards, and once numbers and addresses had been exchanged, retreated to their designated rendezvous points. Also, for whatever reason that was shaking her, Naruto couldn't help but notice that Sakura was acting more distant towards both him and Sasuke after her little chat with Tayuya. She was a lot more anxious than before, a sight that told the Jinchuriki that something was bothering her. All the same, as long as she was still with them back in the classroom, they didn't have to worry about the team going on unaccounted for. At least Sasuke was pleased at the change in atmosphere, since he was no longer getting swamped by the Pinkette or her blonde-haired rival. This made their journey back to class far smoother than it probably would have been if Sakura were in a better mood. When the bell sounded and all the newly graduated genin filed back into their soon-to-be former homeroom, they found a group of uniformed adults already there and waiting for them. Doing the logical thing, Team 7 decided to stick together for the upcoming procedure, so upon finding their own row at the side of the room, sat in the usual manner prior to their recess hour and waited to be introduced to their sensei. "I hope you all had a good break," Irika began with a smile as he directed everyone's attention to the shinobi behind him, "because it's time to get down to business. The men and women you see standing before you are going to be your Jonin instructors for the duration of your tenure as genin. They will be the ones who will be leading your team on missions and overseeing your training as a group, so make sure to work hard, study hard, and listen well." With that said and done, each of the Jonin captains at the front of the classroom then stepped forward one after the other and began taking teams away by the number they were assigned. The squads were led out in no particular order, but soon enough every single group was transported out of the room, leaving only Team 7 and a slightly confused-looking Irika standing at the front. Sakura, confused and concerned, stood up and raised her hand. "Irika-sensei, what about our team leader? Isn't he here yet?" She hoped he was late because if he wasn't and she was about to learn that they had in fact failed as a squad, she was going to cry. Irika sweat dropped and looked down at his clipboard. You guys have Hatake Kakashi as your instructor, right?" He looked up and saw 3 affirmative nods. He then smiled in amusement. "Yeah, you're going to be waiting here for a while." Mouths opening to gape, Naruto and Sakura looked like they were about to mount some sort of complaint until they saw the Chunin turn tail and grip the frame of the entrance. He turned and grinned back at them. "I've got a lot of work to do now, so I gotta go. Good luck you guys." He then slid the door shut, leaving behind 2 very perplexed kids and one who was still in a state of complete composure. Sasuke laced his hands together and propped his elbows up on the desk. "Well," he said, "we'll be here for a while." The pink-haired girl beside him huffed and folded her arms. "That's just great." The 3 of them then planted themselves wherever they were presently stationed and waited. The first 15 minutes was spent in relative silence in the same row the group had picked out when they first arrived. But as the clock continued to tick and time pulled into the half-hour mark, the trio started to grow a little more restless. Naruto took to wandering the classroom and jumping around the desks, whereas Sakura had moved off to the side to look out the window. The only person who was really able to keep it together was the Uchiha, who spent his time in contemplative hush and trying to block out the rest of the world around him. When an hour came and went, in which Naruto then found himself lying across one of the desks up in the middle row, the boy suddenly found the rays of sunlight he was bathing in blocked by the familiar silhouette of Sakura coming to stand behind him. The Jinchuriki sat up with a start and looked at the nervous-looking Kunoichi with inquiry. "Hey, Sakura-chan. What's up?" Shuffling uncomfortably on the spot, the pink-haired teen slowly turned to look up at the boy with an apologetic expression. It was apparent from her long period of silence after their break that she had been thinking a lot on whatever it was that had been troubling her, and so had chosen now rather than later to finally bring it up. Based on her current state of appearance and mood, she obviously had something serious she had to say to him. "And Naruto? I just wanted to say, I'm sorry." "Huh? For what?" "It's just, after lunch I had some time to think and, well," the girl sighed and, clenching her fists tightly for a moment, faced the boy with utmost intent and purpose. Kami, this was difficult. But if she didn't say this now she wouldn't be able to move forward and their group would suffer because of it. She had to say it. She had to. "In all the years I spent here in the academy, I only ever thought of you as nothing more than a delinquent and a troublemaker, and I always ignored you every time you tried to speak with me. Because you were always acting silly and always causing problems for the teachers, I didn't try to get to know you like everybody else, because I thought you were a bad influence on people." Naruto blinked, tilting his head towards the girl as he listened into what she had to say. It was compelling stuff, particularly since it was all concerning him, and he had no intention of stopping her. From the way she approached him before, all anxious and rigid, he knew she had to get this off of her chest. Sucking in air, Sakura tensed up. "I was stupid and insensitive. I labeled you as an idiot and a nuisance right from the start, and stayed away from you. Because of that, I wasn't able to get to know you like I should have. I misjudged you and avoided you, so I wasn't able to see what a nice guy you really were. It was awful of me to treat you the way I did, and I'm sorry." She bowed low and clenched her eyes shut in dread, afraid that the boy might snap at her. He had every right to. "I'm very sorry." Remaining silent for what felt like an eternity, Naruto meditated on the girl's words for the next minute or so. It was a lot to take in, especially since this was the most words he could remember Sakura ever speaking to him, even after all the times he'd tried to approach her. It was a surprising change of pace to actually have the girl come to him instead, so it took a while for everything she had to say to sink in. After a certain amount of time of contemplation had passed, Naruto then allowed a cheerful smile to creep across his face and sat cross-legged on the desk, facing the kunoichi. The posture he took and body language conveyed a sense of growing enthusiasm. "I don't really know what you're apologizing for, Sakura-chan, but if it'll make you feel any better, is it okay if I said thank you?" Sakura's head shot up to look at him in surprise. "Why, you're not upset?" But I've been so rude to you." Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "Why would I be upset? We're genin now and on the same team together. There's no need to get angry over stuff like that, it's all in the past now. As long as we can work together from now on and be friends, I'm okay with it." He then leaned towards her with a hopeful gaze, suddenly making a play on his expression. "We can be friends, right, Sakura-chan?" Overwhelmed, Sakura flashed the boy a warm smile and nodded enthusiastically, eyes shimmering happily. "Of course we can, Naruto. Thank you." Chuckling, Naruto then fell silent and gave the girl a slightly harder stare than before. The smirk he wore next had the kunoichi lean away in surprise. "Tayuya-chan told you about us, didn't she?" Sakura appeared stunned. "How do you know?" The boy tapped the side of his head sagely. "I've got pretty good hearing, Sakura-chan. A tree standing between two people isn't going to keep a guy like me from eavesdropping. Though I may not look the part, I can be pretty sharp when I want to be." Flabbergasted at his response, Sakura then looked away and rubbed her arm uneasily. "So, you heard everything? Everything she and I said to each other?" "Yeah. Pretty much," Naruto chuckled and folded his arms. "But it's okay. I'm not mad at you. Like I said, it's pointless to be mad about something like that. All I want now is for this whole team thing with you and Sasuke to work out, so as long as I have you guys to support me, then I don't want there to be any hard feelings between us." He grinned happily at the girl. "As long as we can work together and look out for each other. We're more than just teammates, Sakura-chan. We're shinobi of Konohagakure, classmates, friends. That's what really matters." Sakura, eyes shining with unshed tears, smiled gratefully towards the boy and wiped her eyes clear. She nodded toward him in understanding. "Thank you, Naruto." "No problem, Sakura-chan," the Jinchuriki grinned. While the two spent time up in their row shaking hands and starting anew, unbeknownst to them, Sasuke was looking back at the pair rather curiously, yet managed to shade his inquisition behind his usual stoic veil of equanimity. After hearing everything that was said between them, he too allowed a smirk to appear across his face and turned away, pleased that at least one wall in their small group had been torn away to make way for something better. By the time the first hour and a half went by, the entirety of Team 7 had started to get really agitated waiting around for their teacher. This was made absolutely clear to the world by the poll into the second hour, where both Sasuke and Sakura began showing the boredom on their faces, with the former continuing to sit with pins and needles in his ass. Naruto had chosen to use this time wisely, trying to make some modifications to his gauntlet arm, using a lock and pick to adjust the settings on his paintball launcher. A sudden loud hiss followed by the sound of air cracking sharply drew Sasuke and Sakura's attention over to the blonde on the desk next to them, where they saw his face and clothing splattered with multicolored paint. The blonde, shocked at the unexpected discharge of his weapon, blinked away the smear that managed to get into his eyes before staring ahead of him in utter bewilderment. "Ow!" Sakura snorted, a full 2 seconds before hunching over and desperately trying to hold back laughter, failing miserably, whereas Sasuke turned away to hide a snicker. Naruto saw the raven-haired boy's cheeks puff even when his face was averted and pointed at him accusingly, but wasn't able to pull off his usual death glare on account of him now looking like he got violated by a clown. "I saw that." The moment he shouted that, Sakura started laughing hysterically enough that she had to hold in her guts to keep herself from falling over, and Sasuke's body begun shaking from silent fits of his own. The chorus caused Naruto to blush brightly in embarrassment, though you couldn't really see under the multicolored palette that was now his current visage. It was while everyone was getting their full minute's worth of hollers that the main door to the classroom decided to open up and a man with gravity-defying silver hair, wearing the regular Jonin garb, a face mask and his forehead protector pulled over one eye, poked his head into view. The appearance of the Jonin had all three kids stop and stare, while the instructor saluted with his right hand and an eye smile. "Sorry I'm late, but I had to help an old lady carry all her shopping to her house on the other side of the village, so I got a little sidetracked." He looked around at the surprised and expectant looks on the trio of genin in the room, and upon taking stock of the group, nodded pleasantly, "You all look like you're having fun." Naruto stared at the man with a blank expression while Sakura smiled and Sasuke grunted. The Jonin then turned his only eye to the boy in orange, and several other colors, giving him an inquisitive look over. "What happened to you?" Naruto, hoping to get some ground back on this first meeting and not look like an idiot, glanced around once before staring back at the newcomer to give him the straightest answer he could think of. "I was attacked." "By what?" Crap, he hadn't thought that far ahead? Oh. The newly formed Team 7 was shortly afterwards led up to the roof of the academy by their Jonin commander, who remained completely silent throughout the walk until arriving at their destination, a balcony with a line of trees and a great view of the village in front of them. He quickly instructed the bunch to take a seat over by a set of stairs while he leaned against the railing in front of it with his arms folded. He watched Sasuke take a spot further back with his fingers laced together, Naruto plop down in a carefree manner and wipe his face off with a damp cloth, and Sakura sit with her knees pulled up to her chest. "So, the man in the mask began with a nod, why don't we start off with some introductions? Tell me about yourselves." "Huh?" Sakura looked up at the man in surprise. What would you like us to say?" Kakashi held out his hands and shrugged. "Things you like, things you hate, dreams for the future, stuff like that." Naruto tilted his head. "Well, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself first so we can see how it actually works?" "Yeah, you look kind of suspicious," Sakura said with a frown, giving the Jonin an uncomfortable scowl. It had to be the mask. You just couldn't fully trust a guy who kept his face covered. It always sent out mixed signals. The Jonin pointed at himself. "Me? Okay then, I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I hate, I don't feel like telling you any of that." He saw the three of them look at him in surprise, a cue for him to carry on. "Dreams for the future, never really thought about it. As for my hobbies, well," he looked up thoughtfully, "I have lots of hobbies." So all he really told us was his name, Sakura thought with a sweat drop, something she shared with her other teammates as they stared across at the odd Jonin with deadpan expressions. Blinking a bit after staring at the man for a little while longer and listening to his introduction, Naruto then suddenly came to a surprising realization. Snapping his fingers, he then pointed at the Jonin triumphantly, catching everyone off guard. "Ah, now I remember where I met you before. Yeah. You were with Izumo, Kotetsu and Iruka-sensei when you came into the woods to hunt for those three kunoichi 2 years ago." He was wondering why the guy's face seemed so familiar. It was impossible to forget a masked visage like that. So he was Kakashi? The man in silver hair gave the boy an eye smile and nodded to him. "I'm glad you remember me, Naruto-kun. It's nice to see you again." "Yeah, same." Naruto chirped, feeling infinitely more cheerful to learn that their teacher was actually a really good guy. He then beamed across at the Jonin brightly. "Oh, by the way, Hanar says, thank you." "Hanar? She's a farmer lady I met in the land of the Great River a while ago. She said that she knew you and wanted me to give you her best," the Jinchuriki exclaimed. "Oh. Well, that's very nice." Kakashi smiled sincerely and kind. "Tell her I said, thank you, the next time you run into her, okay?" he replied with a cheerful tone. "Sure thing." Naruto then went back to sitting comfortably with an eager stature, but then turned when he felt a couple of pairs of eyes on him. Looking across at Sasuke and Sakura, he saw that both of them were looking at him strangely with raised eyebrows, which had the blonde blink in confusion. "What? You know this guy?" Sakura asked while pointing towards their instructor. "Yeah. From a long time ago," Naruto shrugged casually. "I was in a bit of trouble and he came by to help out." Dismissing the subject, seeing as that it would probably lead into a long story that was best put on hold for the time being due to other matters of importance, Sakura and Sasuke then turned their attention back to their teacher, who seemed to be watching them with great interest. Upon seeing their collective attention work its way back to him, Kakashi gave a nod of acknowledgement and folded his arms again. "Okay. Now that I've talked about myself a little, it's your turn," the silver-haired man said before gesturing towards the blonde. "I'll let you go first, Naruto." "Awesome, Dadabayo," the Jinchuriki exclaimed, adjusting the headband around his head before straightening up a little. "My full name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, hanging out with my friends, and going out to see as much of the world as I can. I really like cup ramen, but I hate how you have to wait the 3 minutes after pouring the hot water into it. My hobbies are training and foraging, oh yeah, and my dream for the future." He swiped his thumb under his nose, to become the greatest Hokage there ever was, so that everyone in the village will acknowledge me as a person and somebody they can depend on. Kakashi raised an eyebrow briefly at the boy's heart-filled exclamation and nodded in understanding, smiling a bit on the inside. Hokage-sama was right in saying that he was the most intriguing prospect of his group. Filing away this information for another time, the man then turned to Sakura. Alright, next. I'm Sakura Haruno. I like a lot of things, especially well, the person I like the most is A light blush appeared on her face and, for reasons quite obvious, started stammering incoherently. Every exclamation was accompanied by a happy giggle and every glance was directed towards the Uchiha situated in the center of the group. Kakashi and Naruto sweat-dropped at the jumble of words and the occasional "oh yeah" they heard from her as she attempted to give them her introduction. Girls of this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu, Kakashi sighed, finding the youngster's ramblings quite mind-boggling. When she was finally through making her interests known to the world, the Jonin then directed his gaze to the one in the middle. Very well, last one. There was a brief moment of dramatic pause before the above-mentioned started to speak. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, the raven-haired youngster began, in a voice both level and serious. There are a lot of things that I dislike and very few things that I do like. I have no dreams in life, only goals, with my main goals being the resurrection of my clan and becoming strong enough to kill a certain someone. When he said this, he said it without tearing his eyes away from the faraway look that he wore or shifted even an inch from the spot on the tiled floor he'd secured. Hell, not even his hair moved, he was so rigid. This made his statement more powerful than what it was, something that had Naruto shrug carelessly at and look back at him rather tiredly. Well, whatever helps him sleep at night. While Sakura swooned and Naruto picked at his ear, Kakashi nodded his head upon processing all of the information given to him and gazed intently at his little group. Alright then. That's it for introductions. It's good to see that all three of you are unique individuals with your own interests and ideas. We'll have our first mission as a team tomorrow. He saw the squad look towards him with excitement and a gradual build-up of anticipation. Once Kakashi was certain their eagerness had risen to a suitable height, he then decided to drop a bomb on their supports. It will be a task that all four of us will do together, a survival exercise. Naruto blinked. Huh? Survival exercise? Aren't we, supposed to be having a real mission or something? Sakura asked, her face pinching into a tight scowl. We did plenty of exercises in the academy. That's how all of us ended up here in the first place. Why are we having a survival exercise instead of going on an actual assignment? This isn't like your previous training. It's a little more involved than what you're probably thinking, Kakashi stated, a cheeky smile appearing on his face as he waved a hand at them. A series of chuckles escaped his lips. I warn you guys, you're going to freak out when I tell you this. The trio all frowned at once, not liking that sinister laugh or the smug expression he was now wearing. Okay. The Jonin felt he'd beaten around the bush long enough. It was time to go in for the kill. Putting on the best intimidating expression he could muster without frying the kid's brains in the process and placing his hand over his face, Kakashi leaned forward and propped his elbow on his leg. Of the 27 graduates who came out of the academy, only 9 will actually be accepted as genin. The other 18 will be weeded out and sent back for another year. In other words, this next test I'm going to give you is a make it or break it, pass-fail assessment, and the chances that you will fail it is at least 66%, Kakashi informed, upon which he saw the faces on all of them change drastically. The flinches were a big enough indicator that he'd really dropped the big one on them, which brought a smile to his face. See? I told you that you'd freak out. Naruto blinked, looking across to see that Sasuke's scowl had darkened somewhat and that Sakura was now looking especially pale. Admittedly, the Jinchuriki had also suffered his own electric shock at the news, but being the kind of person used to expecting the unexpected, his outward reaction didn't exceed beyond that of a blink and a blank stare. After seeing the responses from everybody else, the Jinchuriki then grinned and eagerly gazed back at the Jonin. Sweet. Wait. Then what was the point of the graduation exams? Sakura asked hurriedly, finding the new piece of information hard to digest. Oh that? That was just a preliminary test to select candidates who might become genin. Or not. Sorry. Ugh? Sakura groaned, now starting to feel queasy. Irika was really onto something when he said to the class that the trials they were expected to face from now on were only going to get even tougher. Guess she should have seen this one coming. That's how it is. I'm the one who decides whether you pass or fail. Be at the designated training spot at 5 a.m. and bring your ninja gear. Don't be late, Kakashi stated, hopping off of the railing and walking over to the group. Pulling out several sheets of paper from his vest pockets, He then handed each of them one to read before turning away and allowing the information he had just given to sink in. That's it, you're dismissed. Oh, and one more thing. The man glanced over his shoulder and smirked at the kids when they turned to face him. You may want to skip breakfast tomorrow, otherwise, you'll puke. Sasuke scrunched up the paper after reading it, letting out a low huff of indifference before getting up and heading off. Sakura remained where she was seated for several minutes longer, holding her sheet tightly between her fingers and narrowing her eyes on it. All her thoughts and feelings became focused on the final obstacle standing in her way. If I fail this, I'll be separated from Sasuke-kun. This is a trial of love. Scrunching her paper in her grip, she then looked across at Naruto to see how he was taking it. Surprisingly, she saw the boy was rocking back and forth on his stare with a wide grin on his face. She gave him a deadpan look when she heard him giggle enthusiastically and shook her head. Why is he so cheerful? Shouldn't he be freaking out right now? Well, time to get some training in. Naruto exclaimed, jumping to his feet and waving down at the kunoichi still sitting next to him. See ya tomorrow, Sakura-chan. He then sprinted forward and without prior thought or care, dived straight over the railing of the balcony and into the streets below like an Olympic swimmer leaping from the block, a sight witnessed by his baffled teammate and a thoroughly amused Kakashi. Sakura deflated miserably. I so wish I had your confidence, Naruto. Oh. That night? Tayuya chuckled as she watched Naruto load up on ammunition and weapons, all in preparation for the test he was going to be taking part in tomorrow morning. From the way he was grinning so broadly you could swear he was scheduled to be doing something else the next day, like heading off to a ramen eating contest or something. Unfortunately, that was not the case. He was pretty much wearing the same stuff he had worn all day, so there was absolutely no change or alteration made to his attire. All he did was grab several more knives from his room and wash his face of the problem he'd earlier had with his gauntlet. After a quick scrub, he was soon ready to move out, performing some stretches to warm himself up for the long haul over to the training field, where he was supposed to be meeting his team in about 7 hours. Rough day, huh, shithead? Not really, Naruto replied, adjusting the brace on his wrist and tugging on the goggles around his neck. It was actually pretty cool. I got to spend time with my team and I found out that I'd already met our Jonin-sensei a while back. Right on. Guess that makes you one of the lucky few. Maybe he'll take it easy on you guys? I doubt it. He seems like the really tough kind. Plus he wears a mask, so you know he's going to be pretty hardcore. Either way, I'm totally psyched about the test Sensei has prepared for us. I can't wait. My. Aren't we overflowing with confidence? Tayuya chuckled, taking spoonfuls of stew and downing them one after the other. She then looked up in time to see the blonde open the kitchen window and begin clambering out of it. Try not to overdo it, shithead. You know what happens when you do. Naruto, halfway out, looked back at his flatmate curiously. Do you have to do another test with your team tomorrow? The musician nodded mournfully and set her spoon down. Yeah. Gunma-sensei said that we were going to do our first mission as a group in the morning, but then he kept talking and said that it was going to be an exam. Damn it. She let out a sigh as she picked at her food. I hate when they do that to you. Enko-sensei was exactly the same every training day. The moment you think that you're home clear after going through hell, she sends a fucking gargantuan snake to block your way. The girl then noticed Naruto's puzzled look and waved it off. Never mind. Just get going, you troublesome bastard. Right, Naruto grinned, pulling his goggles over his eyes and nodding. Have fun, Tayuya-chan. You too, Naruto-kun, the girl exclaimed back, before watching him disappear into the night air. XXX. Early the next morning? Naruto didn't sleep a wink that night. Not a wink. Having spent the entire time up and about, the Jinchuriki had taken to wandering the entire training field foraging for all manner of interesting plant and wildlife he could find. In months past he'd made it a point to traverse as much of every area inside of the village as possible, putting his senses to the test to familiarize himself with the region in question while also making sure to memorize every path, hiding spot, branch and tree. Hell, he didn't even really need to know that much since he just did this out of habit. He could just as easily survive in any area he was dropped into. Call it 2 years of wild animal instinct pounded into his brain. Anyway, with his adrenaline pumping and mind completely set on the day to come, the boy explored the woods the entire night and met up with some of the nocturnal creatures he had previously befriended on his many adventures. When the sun finally started to rise over the distant mountains several hours later, Naruto felt that he was more than ready for the challenges awaiting him. All he needed was a good breakfast first. To hell with what his instructor said to them. He wasn't dumb enough to skip out on a meal. He'd be running on nothing if that were the case. If he threw up during the test, he'd throw up. What was so bad about that? Coughing up blood though, now that was even worse. What he had was just a simple morning meal, a small amount of fungus, herbs, bugs and lizards he managed to snatch up in the woods and cook over a small fire. Believe it or not, toasted newt was really delicious. It actually tasted like, well, toasted newt. You couldn't say a beetle the size of a shot glass tasted like chicken, because it didn't. It tasted like a goddamn, motherfucking beetle. Sated and ready for action, Naruto then headed for the clearing where the team would be meeting up. He arrived at the exact same time as Sasuke and Sakura decided to show up, but while they were walking in from their respective homes in the village, he came out of the woods. With a couple of sticks of roasted lizard held firmly in hand, the boy munched on the extra treats in delight while he met with his companions in the center of the clearing. "Good morning," Naruto chirped, hand in his pocket. "How'd you guys sleep?" "Well," Sasuke grunted. "Terribly," was Sakura's tired response and was followed immediately by a yawn. She then noticed the thing in the Jinchuriki's hand and looked at it apprehensively. "What the hell are you eating?" Naruto, chewing on the meat still in his mouth, gave the kebab a contemplative glance. "Roasted leaf gecko, I think." Not noticing the girl turn a slight shade of green, he then held out the second one to her. "Want one? They taste great and they're really high in protein." "No thanks," the kunoichi replied rather nauseously. While it was an incredibly thoughtful gesture, Sakura just wasn't in the mood for exotic delicacies right now. Plus she was on a diet, so what else could she say? "Didn't Kakashi-sensei say not to have breakfast, Naruto?" "Yeah. So, aren't you worried about puking your guts out when he's got us running around and doing stuff?" Sakura asked with a frown, something that even had Sasuke's full attention as he looked across at the Jinchuriki. Naruto laughed. "I'm not worried about that at all. To be honest, I'm way more concerned about what he'll have us doing that he says will have us puking our guts out." He held out the kebabs to both of them, the one he had already taken a bite out to Sasuke while the other one he handed to Sakura. "Look, it's better to have something to eat and go in with energy to burn than none at all, otherwise we won't be able to concentrate. Trust me. It sucks when you're running on an empty tank." Hearing two loud growls coming from those who didn't have anything to eat that morning, both Sasuke and Sakura blushed and tried to cover the noises up with their hands. After some careful consideration in regards to what Naruto had said and what was being offered to them, on top of the complaints their insides were giving them at having no food in them, the pair eventually gave in. Sasuke took the kebab offered to him and ate the side that his teammate hadn't already taken a bite of. Sakura was more hesitant about it, giving the lizard a dirty look before having the tail end first. It was surprisingly a lot tastier than the two earlier expected, so after a few tentative nibbles, the pair eventually horked down the roasted reptiles till there was nothing left. In addition to the lizards, Naruto also pulled out some salad with sweet grass and mushrooms from his pocket, both wrapped in large leaves similar to what sticky rice came in. He tossed it to each of them. "You can eat these things whole. They're all edible, even the wrappings," Naruto exclaimed, watching happily as his teammates did as advised. Sasuke was wise enough to only have half of his and wrapped the rest of it for later, while Sakura pretty much consumed all of hers. "Didn't eat dinner either, huh?" Looking a little ashamed, the girl glanced away with red in her cheeks. "Yeah. That's okay," Naruto exclaimed while slipping both hands into his pockets, "but you may want to drop the habit of dieting. We're shinobi, so we get out more than ordinary people do. If you deny your body the fuel it needs to burn while moving or fighting, you'll starve." Sakura looked towards the Jinchuriki in slight astonishment, with Sasuke even giving the boy an impressed glance before turning his back on the pair. It was quite rare to see this side of Naruto, since all they'd ever saw of him in class was his everyday tomfoolery and lack of interest in everything remotely educational. Based on his character and interests, they figured he was just one of those who didn't bother to prepare for the worst and didn't know anything about the world around him, when in truth he was really quite sharp. This brought a more fascinated glimmer to Sakura's gaze as she took to staring at the boy for a while, up to the point he turned away from them and had a bite of a long mountain mushroom he'd also picked up in the woods. Since when was Naruto so cool? The kunoichi wondered in awe, shortly before snapping back into reality when she realized who it was she was thinking so deeply about. She shook her head fiercely before also turning away. Thanks for the tip." "No problem, Sakura-chan." The talk of food and preparation soon deteriorated into silence as all three genin began waiting patiently for the arrival of their instructor. What shortly followed a decent hour into their wait was an ordeal almost reminiscent of the day before when, for the next few rotations of the clock, the group stood in the middle of the clearing doing absolutely nothing of value but waiting around for a man who was more than likely to show up by the end of next week or the turn of the century. Seriously. Who the hell was this late for a meeting that they organized? Did their teacher forget to set his alarm clock? Was he still asleep? Was the man doing this to them on purpose? These questions plagued the minds of all of them as Sakura decided to sit and have a little nap. Naruto went to chase grasshoppers across the field, and Sasuke just stood in the same spot and stared off towards the distant horizon. Finally, after approximately 5 hours of waiting, judging from the position of the sun, Kakashi decided to show up. He smiled pleasantly and gave a wave, morning everyone. Ready for your first day? Hey! You're late, both Naruto and Sakura shouted, with Sasuke looking across at the Jonin with clear displeasure. The silver-haired former truant chuckled and pointed sheepishly over his shoulder. Well, a black cat crossed my path, so I had to take the long way around. That had to be the worst lie ever concocted by a human being, living or dead, something that the entire team had no problems frowning at. Clearing his throat of the awkwardness, Kakashi then made his way over to the 3 large tree stumps standing nearby. Okay. Let's get started. Instructing them to set their gear down beside his next to the center post, along with a clock which he primed for noon, he then led the squad back to the middle of the field. With their undivided attention fixed on him, he then reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 bells, which tinkled loudly when he flicked them. Your assignment is very simple, you just have to take these bells from. That's all there is to it, Kakashi exclaimed, glancing down at the items in question before pointing towards the 3 stumps over where their gear was. If you can't get them by noon, you'll go without lunch. You'll be tied to those posts and you will watch while I eat my lunch in front of you. Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto frowned all at once, so that's why. You only have to get 1 bell, Kakashi informed as he dangled the 2 goals in front of them. There are only 2, so one of you will definitely be tied to a post by the end of the day. The person who doesn't take a bell will be disqualified for failing to complete the mission and get sent straight back to the academy. But then again, all 3 of you could cop it and fail. Are there any questions? He got 3 hard stares from the trio, which was a response he had no quarrels with as he casually tied the 2 trinkets to his belt. Very well, feel free to use any and all means to get the bells from me, weapons, jutsu, shuriken, because if you're not prepared to kill me you won't be able to take the bells. But-sensei, Sakura said with concern lacing her voice, are you sure? Those weapons are really dangerous. Oh, I can handle it, Kakashi exclaimed before smiling when he saw the glares of determination being directed towards him from the team. Okay. Now that you're all fired up, let's get going. Upon seeing all 3 of them crouch, he then raised his hand and, after a few seconds of allowing the tension to build, dropped it to signal the start of the mission. Begin. They all broke off and vanished from sight. Oh. The bell test started off well for the members of Team 7, particularly for the ever-collected and experienced instructor Kakashi Hatake, who maintained his position in the middle of the clearing while surveying the surrounding field and woods for any signs of his students. He had given them the chance to put some distance between themselves and him, and now that they were hidden it was time for the real fun and games to start. With the first 20 minutes passing without a sight or sound, the masked Jonin slipped his hands into his pockets and scanned the tree line of the forest to see if he could pick out any traces of the 3. If they were smart they would have hidden themselves well. The ultimate goal of the mission was obvious, so it was only logical that the teens would stay well within sight of their instructor but act smart enough to find a spot where they couldn't be seen in kind. After a lengthy silence and an even longer time spent searching, the Jonin nodded his head approvingly at the results he could make out thus far. The main basic for a shinobi is that he or she will use their surroundings to their advantage, conceal their presence and hide effectively, Kakashi recited as he glanced about. Nice. They're all hidden well. Unbeknownst to the team leader though, the rest of the squad had fanned out around the clearing and were watching him carefully from the shadows. Whilst Sasuke had perched himself in a tree on the edge of the clearing, Sakura had managed to squeeze herself underneath a bush on the far side and had gone completely prone. It was obvious that they had chosen their spots based on the feel for the environment and were determined not to give away their positions until they had figured out an effective strategy to use against their teacher. The only problem at this point was that they had no idea what the man was capable of. His high rank and elite status was one thing, but neither of them had any idea how he fought, how fast he moved, how strong he was, or what kind of techniques he had. Hell, they didn't even know if they were really hiding themselves properly. Maybe he had already found them but was taking it easy on them so to give them a fighting chance. These were questions without answers that continued to run rampant in their minds as both the Uchiha and his Kunoichi teammate opted to keep themselves out of sight and just watch their instructor carefully, for the time being at least. Naruto on the other hand had just up and vanished. No one, not even the teacher, knew where he went, and that was the point. The other male member of the squad's concern wasn't focused on the Jinchuriki situation though, it was focused on the man standing plain in sight with the goal hanging from his waistline. He's standing in the center of the clearing with an open field all around him, Sasuke thought as he scrutinized the Jonin's position and all aspects related to it. The fact that he hasn't moved since the outset of this test means that he has absolute confidence in his ability to be able to spot and counter any attack from any direction. I bet he's just waiting for one of us to break silence. So, factoring in all the negatives, his advantage, the view of the area, open ground, as well as his superior strength, skill, speed, and experience. Our advantage, we're hidden from sight, and his overconfidence. The Uchiha added all of this together to form one single conclusion: to wait until their sensei's guard dropped and attack him from behind. If he could blindside him, then he'd be able to jump through the opening. It was all a waiting game now, a test of nerves to see who would break first. Problem was though that the genius had overlooked one other important factor that, in all likelihood, would be able to swing this contest in their favor. He simply wasn't in the correct frame of mind to backtrack on his current string of thoughts and basically moved forward without any additional concern or feeling. All he was interested in was acquiring the bell. If he got that, he'd be one step closer to his ultimate goal. Sakura on the other hand was sweating bullets over what to do. She laid there in the grass, her mind awhirl with what-ifs and doubts. Though she had complete and utter faith in Sasuke's ability to handle the situation, on the other side of the spectrum there was her and her debacle. Where should I go? What should I do? I don't know, the girl thought as she swallowed nervously. Kakashi-sensei is in the middle of the clearing. He hasn't moved since the start of the exercise and isn't doing anything other than looking around. Is he going to move anytime soon? Is he going to try and look for us? Perhaps. Maybe if the Jonin got impatient. Would he get mad if they didn't do anything through until the time ran out and fail them? God, this was so nerve-rattling. If he's going to move then maybe I should stay, but if I do, I won't be able to get a bell and I'll fail. Oh, this is so hard. If I try to leave this spot he'll see me. If I stay I'll just waste time and fail. I need. She looked around the trees anxiously. I need to find Sasuke-kun. He'll know what to do. After half an hour of nothing but white noise and the sounds of birds singing, Kakashi, who had still yet to move even a single step, was now feeling a little bit concerned. It wasn't that he was bored, it was just that neither one of his students had decided to show themselves or had made any attempts to try and get to him. Perhaps they were smarter than he had earlier anticipated. That or they were too scared to approach him. They haven't moved an inch, Kakashi thought, shifting from right to left curiously. When several more minutes ticked by and not a sound was made, the Jonin relaxed himself and let out a weary sigh. Well then, if they won't make the first move then I will. With that said, the masked man then reached into his pouch, an action that caught the attentions of all those watching. At first Sasuke and Sakura thought he was reaching for a blade or something he would use as a means of tracking them. This immediately had alarm bells ringing inside their heads as they quickly made guesses as to what the man was reaching for. They then nearly face-faulted all at once when they saw their instructor pull an orange book out of his pouch and flip it open, the cover reading Ica Ica Paradise. Now, let's see. Kakashi murmured as he looked down at the page he dog-eared. Ah yes. You've got to be kidding me. Sakura screeched in her head as she stared across at the instructor with a twitching eyebrow. Is he that confident that he can read while there's an exam going on? Cha! Take this seriously you damn Cyclops. Inner Sakura shouted vehemently. Her more composed counterpart could only shake her head in dismay and continue watching from a distance as the man giggled perversely over his novel. Sasuke on the other hand, who had managed to recover from the shock, took note of the development and quietly reached into his pouch behind him with both hands. His glare tightened as he watched the man turn his back to him and continue running through the pages. Upon considering the situation, the distance to target and the time it would take for his weapons to reach, the Uchiha smirked. An opening. Drawing the blades, he pulled them back and in one smooth motion, chucked them, finally. His blades and stars zipped through the air, separating in flight before converging on the Jonin's back. In 2 seconds flat they reached their target and, much to the Genin's shock, they hit home. His success was accompanied by a surprised gasp from the Jonin and his body being thrown forward by all of the blades burying into his spine. His whole form went limp as it began to fall, blood trailing from the entry wounds. He got hit. Sakura thought in alarm. The Uchiha frowned, watching the body fall for the longest second he'd ever experienced before suddenly seeing it burst into a white cloud of smoke. The struck individual then revealed himself to be nothing more than a log impaled with several throwing knives, a sight that startled all of the teens in the area. Damn it! Sasuke cursed and immediately took off running, bursting out of his hiding place and into the woods. Kawarimi. So it was a trap. He purposefully turned his back to the tree line I was hiding in to create an opening and waited for one of us to attack. Shit. Now he knows where I am. Meanwhile, in the forest across the clearing, in a tree overlooking the entire field, a familiar eye could be seen staring out from the shadows in the direction the shuriken had been thrown from. Perched on the branch of a larch, the face of Kakashi Hatake then poked into view as he followed the trail left behind by his target. So there he is. Realizing that her sensei had moved, Sakura seized the opportunity presented and quickly made a beeline out from her hiding place. She dashed through the woods towards where the knives had been thrown, wondering whether it had been Sasuke or Naruto that tried to take out their instructor. Whether it was one or the other she didn't care, all she hoped was that Kakashi hadn't gotten to them first. I'll bet it was Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought desperately as she leapt through the trees, my gut's telling me that it was. I hope sensei hasn't got no. That would never happen. Not to high dash, the girl's thoughts were then cut off when she suddenly felt something clamp across her mouth and, giving a startled yelp, was forcefully whipped around the tall oak she was just about to pass. Silenced by the hand over her gob, the pink-haired girl tensed up when she felt her body press up against that of another, her eyes widening in horror and mind immediately racing. Shit. Was it Kakashi? No. It couldn't be. There's no way he could have gotten to her so quickly. He was after whoever threw those knives. Trembling nervously, Sakura felt the arm around her stomach tighten and, still unable to speak, looked over her shoulder to whoever it was that had managed to catch her in mid-jump. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw that it was Naruto who was glaring over his shoulder through the thick brush they were now concealed behind. And Naruto, what? The kunoichi thought, her mouth attempting to verbally address her question before she suddenly saw his other hand pop up in front of her. Confused, she looked down at it and saw that it was pointing in the direction she had been running in, and quickly followed it. When Sakura glanced through the gap in the leaves and branches, she saw the all-too-familiar form of their teacher land on a tree several meters away. Upon stopping, the masked Jonin looked around a few times, as if searching for something. After several seconds and nothing, the man then focused his attention back onto his previous task and moved on, disappearing in a shunshin. He was looking for me? Sakura felt a river of relief flood through her. Shit. That was close. He's good, Naruto whispered, his hot breath hitting the girl's neck and sending a chill up her spine. When Sakura's eyes turned to the boy and she saw him still staring off into the forest their instructor had disappeared to, he then slowly relinquished his hand from the kunoichi's mouth and continued. I've never seen anyone move that fast before. Kakashi-sensei was able to pop a kawarimi right in front of us just before the shuriken hit him. We don't stand a chance by ourselves. Sakura blinked as she gazed up into the serious expression of the Jinchuriki as he spoke and gulped when he turned to her. Feeling a bit of heat come to her cheeks, the girl stared back at him nervously. Then how are we going to get the bells from him? If he's so fast, then the girl stopped when she remembered why she had been running in the first place and snapped in the direction Kakashi had gone. Oh no. Sasuke-kun. It's okay, Sakura-chan, Naruto exclaimed, getting the girl to look at him again to see him smirk. I've got it covered. Oh. After making his way into another clearing further away, Sasuke took the time to survey his surroundings before coming to a complete stop. His glare hardening as he stared ahead of him, the boy maintained his position firmly as a familiar presence suddenly washed over him. He didn't even bother to look behind him because he knew he'd been found out. That was a good move back there, Sasuke-kun. But you were too impatient and attacked before fully considering the possibility of a trap, and thus fell for an obvious setup. The voice of his more than lax teacher came drifting over to him through the air. As a gentle breeze blew leaves into the vicinity, the raven-haired boy furrowed his brow under his fluttering bangs and lowered his head. I should have seen that coming from a mile away. But I guess it's too late for any do-overs. You've got me. Indeed I have, the Jonin chuckled while leaning against the solitary tree he was standing by, book in hand and nose buried in it. After flipping to the next page, the silver-haired man then pushed himself off and strolled forward, stopping till he was face to face with his student when he finally decided to turn around. So, I'm facing down a member of the village's most powerful clan, the Uchiha clan. This could be interesting. Teacher and subordinate glared across at one another intently, the atmosphere around them quickly growing thick with hostility as they sized each other up. In their current positions, the Uchiha was clearly being the one put under the most pressure, as he realized he was up against a man who was not only quick on the draw, but deceptively powerful and intelligent. It became painfully obvious to him why their teacher was considered an elite Jonin in the first place. He definitely possessed the skills to back up his more than idiotic behavior and laid-back attitude. Sasuke lowered his head as his fists clenched, another breeze hitting the pair as the silence dragged on. Then, it happened. The boy crouched and immediately chucked a barrage of shuriken at the Jonin, who leapt to the side just in time to dodge. Such obvious attacks won't work on me, Kakashi informed, almost missing the sound of a rope snapping. As he skidded along the ground, he glanced over his shoulder. A trap? He then sprang backwards, barely avoiding a hail of kunai that had been attached to a launcher hidden in the nearby shrubbery. The Jonin looked up at the tree that got hit by the barrage in surprise as he slid to a stop, only to look behind him when Sasuke appeared, a kick flying in his direction. What? When the Uchiha kicked, he struck with a full swing, only to have his instructor block the blow with his arm. When he saw the Jonin grab his ankle to stop him, the boy then swung in with a right overhand, which hit his instructor's hand when it shot up to stop him. They were good blows, precise and heavy, but Sasuke wasn't done yet. The boy quickly twisted his body downwards, swinging his other free leg over for a hit straight down onto his teacher's cranium, but Kakashi managed to cross his arms overhead to block, inadvertently opening up his midsection. Sasuke smirked as he swung down, his left hand coming down and fingers stretching out. Kakashi's gaze widened when he saw the boy making another move he never expected him to. Damn. The sound of a bell tinkling rang out, a split second before the Jonin leapt back in lightning fast time to avoid a follow-through. Sliding across the ground, Kakashi stopped to see Sasuke land and come to a crouching stop too, both glaring hard at each other. This kid is fierce. I didn't even have time to read Ika Ika Paradise, the Jonin thought, watching as the Uchiha gritted his teeth back at him. After a minute or so longer of staring, Kakashi then gave a nice smile and rose up to full height. Well, I'll admit that you're different from the other two. Opening his eye up again, he looked across at his student just in time to see the boy start flipping through hand seals and jumped in alarm when he recognized the seal he stopped on. Wait a second, a genin shouldn't. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of fire then shot forth from Sasuke's mouth, consuming the Jonin in a great ball of fire that engulfed the entire area in front of the genin. The prodigy torched both the ground and airspace, making sure that his opponent got hit good before disengaging from the technique and watching the blaze die down. A smoldering crater emerged from the smoke shortly afterwards, but the Uchiha was startled when he saw that his opponent was no longer there and began looking around wildly. He's gone. Sasuke thought, glancing up. In the air? No? From the sides? Where? Move, a voice shouted before the Uchiha was suddenly tackled by something orange and fast-moving. Sasuke looked down with a start, where he saw Naruto had rammed into him from the side and blasted him off his feet. When he did, he also saw a hand jut out from the ground where he had been standing a second earlier, which aimed to grab but ended up missing. It was then the Uchiha realized what must have happened and gritted his teeth. Holy sh, he went underground. After being thrown back, both he and Naruto landed and slid to a stop, spinning around to see Kakashi jump out of the earth. The Jonin stood before them and glared, seeing Naruto now standing beside Sasuke and both looking ready to fight. I was wondering when you were going to show up, Naruto-kun, Kakashi exclaimed while giving the boy an eye smile. Nice save. Sweating a bit, the raven-haired boy frowned. Yeah, thanks Dobe, Sasuke muttered, earning a glare and a tick mark from the Jinchuriki. Oh. Yeah. You're welcome, you bastard, the blonde growled. The guy really knew how to show his appreciation to someone who just saved his skin. Next time I'll just sit back and watch him drag you under. Kakashi continued to smile pleasantly as he looked between the both of them. Now that the two of you are here, I think now is as good a time as any to restrain you. He began marching forward. Naruto jumped in front of Sasuke and flipped through hand seals of his own, startling the Jonin at the technique because he'd never seen that kind of combination before. After finishing on Dog, Naruto brought the fist he'd made outward trailing white smoke, which he then opened up and, in a matter of seconds, flooded the place with white and black clouds. Futon, Oroshir. Wind release, wind blowing down from the mountains. The white mass of smoke exploded outwards, hitting Kakashi full on and sending him sliding back under the force of hurricane-like winds. He shielded himself against the blasts of dust, debris and clouds, and managed to stop himself from hitting the tree line. The Jonin then looked up in astonishment, wondering how the hell Naruto knew such a technique, but was unable to focus due to being consumed in dark storm clouds and rushing gales. Looking around, the man saw nothing black and white plumes going everywhere, filling up the sky and blocking out the sun high above. From a distance, it looked like an atomic bomb in both form and scale had just gone off as rings of grayscale smoke choked the entire forest. Clicking his tongue, Kakashi flipped through his own hand seals. I'll admit that was a good one. Futon, Daitapa. Wind release, great breakthrough, a massive gale of wind then exploded off of his body, clashing with Naruto's technique and forcefully parting the clouds. It was a fight which ended quickly with the white and black smoke dissipating on the wind as Kakashi's jutsu fanned outwards. Within moments the haze dissipated, allowing the Jonin a clear view of the whole field. As he expected, both Naruto and Sasuke were gone, having left in the chaos brought on by the Jinchuriki. This had the silver-haired man scratch his head and breathe a sigh of exhaustion. Boy, I didn't expect for the test to go this far, or for them to do this well. I'm surprised, he exclaimed in an amazed tone of voice. Clearly the most competent ones have shown a lot of skill and grit, but it'll take more than brute force to overwhelm me. Slipping his hands into his pockets, the Jonin then looked off to the side with a careless expression. Now let's see, where would they have gone? Oh. Sasuke wasn't sure if he'd ever run that fast in his life. But as soon as Naruto popped that massive smoke screen, whatever the hell it was, both of them had hightailed it out of there before their instructor could even get a bead on them. It had helped a lot that the blonde's technique produced such strong winds it gave them a boost out of the area, but the jutsu was supposed to be a stalling one, and apparently an effective one. Nevertheless, after several minutes of hard sprinting and, by the Uchiha's estimate, after putting several miles distance between them and their teacher, the pair soon found themselves reunited with Sakura and standing in some patch of grass somewhere in the middle of the forest. Reunited, they all stood around in the one area doing their own things. While Sasuke was catching his breath, Sakura was fussing over him and Naruto was standing by a tree glaring out into the woods. His ears and eyes were twitching to every sight and sound, but not sensing their teacher anywhere near there, he was quick to calm. Managing to recover, the Uchiha looked up at the Jinchuriki with a glare. Why the hell did you jump in like that, you idiot? I nearly had him. Yeah, I'm sure you did, Naruto replied, glancing back at the boy with a glare of his own. You were a second away from being pulled straight into the ground and potentially killed. Believe it. I was watching you the entire time. Jaw tightening, Sasuke wanted so badly to have an argument with his class rival. However, with them now back in hiding and with the events of his battle with Kakashi still fresh in his mind, the raven-haired boy managed to quell any debatable tendencies and looked away. Sakura watched the teen calm himself and step away, hands in his pockets and appearing frustrated. After a few moments of silence, the Kunoichi smiled towards the Uchiha and spoke up. Listen Sasuke-kun, there's no need to push ourselves. We can always try again. Let's just rest for a moment and take things slowly. I'm sure that you want to have another shot at those bells before the time runs out. Don't worry about me. I'm far beyond giving up at this point, Sasuke replied, still looking away with his usual cold demeanor in play. When I fought him I was able to touch it. Next time, for sure, I'll get one. No you won't, Naruto shot back immediately. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he quickly turned on the Jinchuriki. How do you know? The blonde rounded on him just as he did, because I know. On your own, as you are now, you don't have a hope in hell of getting one of those bells. He approached the Uchiha, his expression all serious as he fell into full tirade mode. He's faster than you are, stronger than you are, has better reflexes, his timing is better, and if his age and ninja know-how means anything he's also smarter than you. I've been watching him closely the entire time, how he held the center field, how he baited you, chased after you, and cornered you. Hell, he nearly caught Sakura-chan just from chasing after you. Naruto pointed towards the girl who shrunk away when she was placed under the spotlight. Not even I'm stupid enough to challenge someone like that. Sasuke turned to face the boy fully. It's not like you weren't thinking about going after him too, dope. The Jinchuriki smirked and gave him a nod. I'm not going to lie, I was tempted to, he replied with a deep frown. But he's a Jonin. Get it? Jonin. That's one step down from Kage and that means he's super tough. Sakura, looking between both the irate Sasuke and the equally irate Naruto nervously, gulped and panned back towards the Jinchuriki anxiously. Though she had expected her blonde teammate to be one of the boys from their graduating group who would have been more than willing to take their instructor on one-on-one, apparently he wasn't. In fact, Naruto was vehemently jousting against the idea of fighting their teacher, and that was saying something that even the normally solitary Sasuke was willing to listen to. Something about the energetic boy's instincts was telling her that the man that was testing their group had even the notorious prankster of their village who wasn't afraid to mess with anyone shaking in his boots. This was something to take to heart. He's really that strong? The Kunoichi asked. You saw him yourself, Sakura-chan, Naruto murmured, looking back at her gravely. How he reacted, how he played, and how he came after us. I've never seen anyone in the village move like that before. I'm pretty sure not even Iruka-sensei can touch the level this guy's at. This had both Sasuke and Sakura look at the Jinchuriki incredulously, before turning away to reconsider their chances. From that point onwards, it seemed that the more they thought about the exercise given to them, the more impossible the challenge of getting the bells became. Sasuke admitted he'd been tricked, baited, lured out, and nearly beaten had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention. Even Sakura had to thank Naruto for the save. The fact was she had been so focused on finding Sasuke that she jumped out without thinking and inadvertently nearly ended up as the Jonin's first kill. That thought gave the girl a sickly feeling that had her look down at the floor grimly. After several minutes of silence in which all members of the team meditated on the details of the challenge, they then looked towards each other quietly with varying looks of doubt drawn across each of their respective faces. "This is impossible, isn't it?" Sakura asked, glancing hopefully towards the Uchiha. Sasuke, having been the first one most adamant about acquiring a bell and passing this absurd test, stepped forward. With a battle-hardened expression in play, he confronted the other two and looked between them considerately. First looking towards the Kunoichi, he then looked towards Naruto, who had just as serious a look in play and was staring back at him with a telltale glint in his eyes. Seconds into the silence, the Uchiha then furrowed his brow and smiled, "Not unless we work together." Sakura turned with a start while a smirk crossed Naruto's face. The Kunoichi gazed across at the raven-haired boy fearfully. "W work together? But, what about the bells? What about them? There are only 2 of them? Aren't you worried about not getting one?" "It doesn't matter," Sasuke replied before panning towards his class rival. "What matters is getting the bells. That's our goal. But we're not going to do it on our own, right, Dobe?" The blonde chuckled. "Now you're talking, team." The Jinchuriki smirked at the confused Sakura with an expression conveying a restored confidence, one which seemed to have been lost when the 3 of them reunited not too long ago. "The 3 of us are going to get the bells together. On our own we don't stand a chance, but if we work together. It just might work," Sakura mumbled to herself. Her eyes shifted wearily as she thought about what the team was saying. When she ran the idea several times in her head and considered their numbers, as well as their collective skills and abilities, the girl then clenched her fist and looked back up. A smile appeared on her face. "Yeah. We can do it. We can absolutely do it, Cha." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the girl's sudden exclamation, which the Kunoichi blushed at before averting her gaze. "I think I've found something I have in common with her, Dadabayo." Chuckling, the Jinchuriki then focused on Sasuke. "I don't know. What do you think?" "Probably the same thing you're thinking right now," the Uchiha replied and looked around as they all gathered in the center. Pulling his hands out of his pockets, the raven-haired teen smirked. "We were put into a team for a reason. Working together, we're a lot stronger," Naruto asserted. "There are only 2 bells. But together, the 3 of us are one, right?" Sakura asked, switching between the 2 quickly. She saw them nod towards her approvingly, especially the blonde whose grin just kept on growing. Nodding as well, the girl raised her fists up. "Okay. Then let's do it. Aren't you 3 getting along?" Startled, the trio whirled around and looked straight up towards the canopy of the trees, where they saw their masked instructor crouching low on a high branch and looking down at them from over his book. Expressions changing from shocked to serious, the entire squad jumped back and dropped into fighting stances, ready to take the man on at a moment's notice. As soon as he saw them take defensive measures, Kakashi clapped his book shut. "So, you were saying about taking me on together? As a team, right?" Naruto, gritting his teeth, glared back at the Jonin. "Yeah. That's right." Giving a chuckle, the masked Cyclops stood up to full height and slipped a hand into his pocket. "Very well. If that's how it's going to be." Looking alarmed, Sasuke then glanced across at the other 2. "We've got to move. Naruto, give us cover. Me and Sakura will swing around and take him on both sides. We'll box him in." The 2 of them nodded, with the Jinchuriki reaching into his pouch quickly. "Right." He pulled out a smoke pellet, but the moment he began bringing his arm back around, he felt a firm hand suddenly grab his wrist from behind before suddenly locking his arm directly behind his head, which was also grabbed roughly. The Jinchuriki stopped dead with a shocked look on his face as his eyes glanced around, where he saw the Jonin standing right behind him. It took them a second, but eventually Sasuke and Sakura also noticed their instructor standing in their midst and jerked away in shock, the latter looking up at the adult before glancing towards the tree where he had once been standing. How? Sakura's eyes darted back to their instructor. How did he do that? So fast, Naruto thought, stunned, tugging against the man's grip but finding he was unable to move. Again, how the hell did he do that? Kakashi smiled as he gazed down at the blonde he now had at his mercy, who was struggling to get out of the headlock. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me. That was your mistake. He glanced around at the other 2, where he then saw both Sasuke and Sakura reach for their holsters and draw their kunai. They then took offensive stances, ready to attack to free Naruto from the man's grip. So that's your answer, is it? The 3 braced themselves, ready for the next move. Even though Naruto was being held, he was pretty sure he could get out. Even Sasuke was confident he could hit his target at this range, as was Sakura. However, when all of them prepared themselves to take action against the masked Jonin standing within range of them, Kakashi then nodded his head and gave him his trademark eye smile. "You pass." The three genin all blinked when they heard that. Sasuke and Sakura ended up staring at the man a little bit flabbergasted, whereas Naruto just stared ahead of him with wide eyes. It was after the news finally settled into them that the Jonin released the blonde from his grip and allowed him to fall back into line with the other two, who stood up out of their stances and looked at the man attentively. "Huh?" Sakura asked, conveying the same thought that the other two were having. "That's it. You pass," Kakashi said with more cheeriness in his voice. "Pass? But why?" the Kunoichi asked, this time using words instead of dull exclamations. "Simply put, you guys are the first," the Jonin continued without skipping a beat, stepping back and slipping his hands into his pockets. "First? First for what?" Naruto asked. "What I mean is that you guys are the first team I've ever tested who were able to set aside your personal interests and resolve to work together to complete a task that would have otherwise been impossible to do on your own," Kakashi exclaimed with an affirmative head nod. "Even if it meant that one of you would fail, in the end you were willing to work as a group to see it through the rest of the way. Everyone else would have continued blindly until the final bell, fighting on their own without even sparing a second thought to their teammates. You guys though, you really came along." The man walked out a little, taking on a faraway look as his team stared up at him intently. As confusing as the results were to them at first, things shortly thereafter started falling into place. While individual strength is important for a shinobi, what's even more important is teamwork. Everyone in this village knows this. Ninjas are also required to think beyond the normal. Look underneath the underneath. In this world, it is said that those who break the rules and codes of a ninja are called trash, Kakashi recited, before looking back at them and giving an eye smile. But you know what? He pulled out a familiar wrapped leaf from his pocket and tossed it up and down in his hand, with Sasuke blinking in surprise and checking his pocket for the forest food Naruto had given to both him and Sakura earlier that day. All of them then looked at their instructor in astonishment. Those who don't take care of their comrades are even worse than trash. At this, the sun seemed to shine a little more brightly through the trees, and the small clearing they were standing in lit up in the noon sun. The warmth that flooded the area from the brilliant rays filled the team's hearts with triumph and understanding, with Sasuke giving an approving smile and Sakura giggling in excitement. Naruto, on the other hand, was gazing up at their teacher admirably, taking the words he'd spoken to heart with shimmering eyes. "He's so cool," the Jinchuriki thought. With that said and done, the Jonin handed back the food to Sasuke before patting him, Sakura and Naruto on the head. "The training ends here. Everybody passes. Team 7 will start its first real missions tomorrow morning." He saw them all nod at the exact same time, to which he smiled warmly at them and slipped his hands into his pockets. "Meet up at this same training field at 7 o'clock sharp over at the stumps. Great work, you guys." Once that announcement was made, the trio and their teacher then began heading off, leaving the clearing in the woods well behind. When they arrived at the training pillars to collect their gear, Naruto was stopped by his teammates walking up to him and holding out 2 boxes. The Jinchuriki looked between the 2 containers in confusion before glancing up at his friends, whom he could see were smiling at him and looking away respectively. "This is for earlier, Naruto," Sakura exclaimed happily, thrusting the box further out. The blonde recoiled a little in surprise. "Huh? Ah, really? Yeah. I mean, we were starving today and you gave us food. It only makes sense that we should return the favor," Sakura replied sincerely with the brightest of smiles. The Uchiha, however, maintained radio silence and just held out his thing with his gaze continually averted. Even though both of them had come to the same gesture of good faith at the exact same time, clearly they both had different ways of conveying their gratitude. Feeling his stomach grumble, Naruto glanced down at himself apprehensively to listen to it voice its complaints before beaming back up at his teammates. He took their bento boxes and bowed to them gratefully. "Thanks so much, Sakura-chan." "Sasuke." The two smiled back at him, glad to see that he was satisfied. Soon after that, with bags on their backs and a spring in their step, side by side with their teacher, the squad walked back to the village. Allowing the youngsters to get a little further ahead, the Jonin gazed at them all with an approving smile, watching as Naruto and Sakura chatted and Sasuke just listened in with an open ear. "I have a feeling that things are about to get a whole lot more interesting around here," Kakashi thought, above everything else looking forward to the festivities tomorrow. Oh, that night? On the road leading across the land of fire away from Konohagakure, locked inside a horse-drawn wagon and guarded by several armed Chunin, the 3 kunoichi that had been involved in the Scroll of Seals incident were currently being escorted to Konoha's strict correctional facility. Having no further need for them and feeling that they'd spent enough time in the village's dungeons, the officials had quickly decided to move them out for an extended sentence. After aiding a now-dismissed Konoha shinobi in the theft of an important historical and potentially dangerous artifact, it was no surprise they were being moved to their main holding facility for criminals. Even if their threat to the village was minimal, they were still too troublesome to keep an eye on, so you could say those that had been charged with their imprisonment had become fed up with looking after them. This was how poor Noriko, Kureha and Shuko took their dismissal from the underground cells and their processing by guarded transport. The Leaf Ninja were taking no more chances with them. "This stinks," Kureha sulked from her spot against the walls, looking around at all the seals keeping them locked up. The fact that they were still dressed in their shinobi garb but had their hands cuffed was another thing worth noting. They were probably going to have their clothes changed at the facility. "I'm getting sick and tired of getting my ass kicked by that blonde-haired kid." "Yeah well, let's just be grateful that he didn't kill us for trying to take out our frustrations on him," Shuko spoke up, pulling her legs up as she thought back on their defeats. "If it were anybody else, they would have killed us on the spot for trying to take their life. I'm just thankful that our opponent was merciful and that I'm still breathing right now." Noriko, their leader who was still showing some signs of her defeat at the hands of the boy's companion, huffed and glared towards one of the corners of their moving carriage. The bumps in the road were accentuated by every rattle and shake of the wooden hull, which didn't exactly make their ride comfortable. "You guys may be happy, but I'm sure as hell not. That mission was a complete fuck-up. I've never felt so weak before in my life." Kureha sighed. "That's because we spent all of our time in prison lounging about and letting our skills deteriorate. We could have at least done some training and kept up our strength." "Well, if that's how you feel," Noriko looked back up at them, "the moment we get dropped off at prison, I'm going to start training from scratch and hitting the courtyard. There's no way I'm going to let myself get beaten again." "But," Shuko looked across in surprise at the woman's assertive tone, "wouldn't that be kind of redundant in our case? To do any kind of worthwhile training we'd need to use chakra, wouldn't we? And, well," she pointed around them at the seals on the walls, "it's not like our hosts are going to be letting us have those kinds of privileges in our cells, are they?" "We don't need chakra to get stronger," Noriko said with a determined smirk. "All we need are our bodies. If we strengthen our bodies and strengthen our taijutsu, then we can strengthen our ability to use chakra. It's how the whole spiritual and physical material works." She looked away again, still holding that smile of hers as her companions looked at her attentively. When they saw her lower her gaze, her voice softened. "That Naruto kid, when he beat us the first time, all he used was taijutsu and cheap tricks on us. Well, if he can be strong just using his body, then we can too." Her fists clenched tightly in memory of the fight and the kind of battle they'd just been involved in. "I won't be beaten again, that I can promise you." Realizing that their leader had had some kind of sense knocked back into her, both Kureha and Shuko looked at each other momentarily and smiled proudly. Honestly, getting your butt handed to you by a child really did open your eyes to the bigger picture. Anybody who was anybody could win a fight. They just needed to become that anybody in order to do so. Whether Noriko was determined not to get beaten by the same person again or not was unclear, but what was clear was her resolve to never get caught off guard in a one-on-one battle again. Before their enlightening conversation could go any further, however, loud explosions and blasts from outside rattled their moving prison. Their cart shaking violently, with flashes of light outside pouring in, the three kunoichi looked around with a start and held their ground firmly. Again and again their wagon was rocked by repeated concussive forces, the Chunin guards outside yelling out in panic and moving quickly to repel the sudden attack. When their voices fell silent, so did the commotion. Panting heavily, the three kunoichi looked around before a panicking Shuko glanced towards their leader, who was now on her feet. "What's going on?" "Sure," Noriko responded, raising her hands. Eyes turning towards the door of the cart, they suddenly heard the sound of metal being bent and snapping. Several seconds later, the seal to their now stationary wagon was suddenly thrown open, and the light of a fire outside lit up their dark chamber. Blinking away the glare, all three kunoichi got to their feet and backed away when they saw the silhouette of a tall man with spiky hair step into their midst. It didn't escape their notice that their Konoha escort was being held captive outside, trapped inside of slabs of rock, with two other people guarding over them, one a short girl with long spiky hair, and another huge man with a similar haircut and a massive build. The jailbreaker the kunoichi were confronted with was a tall individual, with long, spiky orange hair, wearing a long blue shirt, pants, a white vest, and two gauntlets on either arm. His piercing blue eyes landed on the women, whom also noticed he was wearing a headband with no village symbol on it. It was just a plain plate. In fact, looking around at all three individuals dressed in matching clothing but different colors, all of them had headbands with no symbols on them. Weird. The petite woman guarding over the trapped and unconscious Konoha shinobi outside grinned as she looked into the carriage. So who do we have this time, Ishidate? Any big fish? No. Just some tiny shrimp. Nothing to get excited about, the man named Ishidate replied in a suave voice and a disappointed sigh at the end. He shook his head at the three women glaring at him. It's a real shame, because I was hoping for someone more important, or at least someone who would give me a challenge. Noriko gritted her teeth at the man speaking in such a condescending tone towards them and snapped, "Who the hell are you?" The rogue ninja glanced at her uninterestingly and smirked, "Me? Well, to you little miss, you can just call me the big bad wolf." He then raised his right fist and flashed them his arm brace, an orange eye appearing across the back of his hand and sending chills down the trio's backs. The gauntlet he was wearing was made of stone, and judging from the chakra glowing through the cracks, it didn't look too friendly. "Now then, if I'm not mistaken, you three are headed off to prison." Kureha frowned. "Why do you ask? Is this some kind of breakout?" "Not exactly," Ishidate grinned menacingly despite his cool visage. "Think of it as, the changing of the guard. We're simply taking you out of the hands of these hidden leaf shinobi and moving you to a newer, much cleaner facility where you will be spending the remainder of your life sentences in peace. I promise, you three are going to love the lavish accommodations our boss has reserved for you." From the tone of his voice, that didn't sound so promising. Naruto. Drifting. A potentially fatal encounter. The first mission that the newly formed group known as Team 7 embarked upon the day following their survival test was perhaps one of the dullest assignments they could have ever taken. As they would later learn that same morning after meeting up with their team leader Kakashi was that the man had failed quite a few teams in the past, all because they were unable to pass his ridiculously deceptive bell exercise. Thing is, with this lack of experience in coaching youngsters in the field due to taking on none under his command for the past few years, it only made sense that the Jonin would pick the easiest, most laid-back mission from the assortment of D-rank assignments available to them and set their gears in motion. What came immediately after receiving their scroll at the Hokage Tower were 2 hours of wrist-cranking, spirit-crushing monotony involving the three kids painting an old man's fence. In reality, the property was in no sense small. It was bloody massive. The whole barrier, which had recently been redone by another Konoha Genin team, needed a new paint job, and who better to spearhead that project than the recently graduated and eager members of Kakashi's squad, all of whom had been expecting something, well, more-ish. While their Jonin instructor watched them from a nearby tree reading the same orange book Naruto and the others had seen him bring out a couple times before, the trio went about completing their given task in their own unique ways. Sakura was the most thorough of the three, picking her third of the wall and using a repetitive, up-and-down technique that basically got her job done well and fast. Sasuke, bored as ever, had one hand in his pocket the entire time and another holding his brush while he did a more relaxed job at a more labored pace. And Naruto, exuberant as ever, just lathered his sections with as much coating as he could, making a game out of it by painting odd pictures first before going over them to cover up his graffiti. He got his side done first, followed by Sakura, both of whom then proceeded to help Sasuke out with his because the guy was taking it easy. In the end though, the one who ended up covered in the most paint from splattering it all over himself was Naruto. He certainly made it clear to the world he'd had as much fun as possible on his first D-rank mission ever when they went back to the Hokage Tower to hand in their report. The second mission for the day then saw the youngsters chopping wood at the local lumberjacks. Once again Kakashi left them to their own devices, moved out of the vicinity and watched his team from the sidelines as each got handed an axe and were positioned at an individual station. For the next couple hours after that the group proceeded to split logs in two one after the other, which would then be transported to other stores by the tradesmen. This job really highlighted some important aspects about their squad. While the previous task of fence painting showed that a single job could be divided up equally between the three of them, this one was more of a spotlight towards their stamina and physical fitness levels. Obviously the one who did the most daily exercise out of all of them was Naruto, who went plowing through logs at such a speed that by the end of the shift he'd pretty much split enough logs for 3 shipments. Sasuke came in second in this race, working up a sweat in the process and needing to towel down afterwards, a material that Sakura was all too happy to provide as she watched with fluttery eyes as the boy wiped his face and neck under the rays of sun. Then, of course, the one who was the most exhausted at the end was the Kunoichi herself, who probably didn't do as much moving around as the other two as evident by how she collapsed by her chopping stump about halfway through for a break. The team's third and final job for that day came in helping out in the storage area for a supermarket. Basically what the group had to do was move check supplies from the main building into one of the many sheds out back. They would then have to stack the boxes up nicely to make sure that all of the marked goods could fit into it and that the area wouldn't be cluttered with unorganized material. The three youngsters got off to a strong start with Kakashi supervising them. He watched them closely as they moved from the building to the shed one by one, with the pile of boxes in the unit steadily filling with every trip they made. It was pretty much business as usual for the most part. Unfortunately, while arranging stuff, Naruto unwittingly boxed himself in and ended up getting trapped behind a wall of crates. Sasuke and Sakura watched snickering from the entrance as Naruto banged away at the walls of boxes surrounding him. Help. I'm stuck. Guys. Let me out. How the heck did you manage that, Dobe? Sasuke asked with amusement. The pink-haired Kunoichi beside him, unable to contain herself any longer, burst out laughing. I don't know, team. Just get me out of here already. Only you'd ever mess up on a D-ranked assignment, Naruto, Sakura giggled, wiping away tears of delight as the boy in orange continued to try and push his way out. Unfortunately, a heavy box up top kept the rest in place, making any and all efforts to try and free himself futile. Just relax and pull yourself together. I'm as pulled together as I can be, Sakura-chan. Naruto want out. Kakashi, book in hand, strolled over to the team with a big smile on his masked face. While it was true he found the situation thoroughly amusing himself, unfortunately he had his own job to do. His responsibilities as team leader and instructor to these youngsters meant he had to be the mature one here, and that meant cutting their fun short before they went into overtime. Come on guys, no teammate left behind, remember? Upon snapping Sasuke and Sakura out of their fits of merriment, the two then moved forward and helped pull the crates away, allowing Naruto room to climb over and out of his would-be prison. That last mission was probably the most entertaining of the lot, with everyone except Naruto getting their good 8 chuckles out of it. In the end the team was pulled aside by their instructor, congratulated for a day's worth of work well done, and after handing in the last of their reports, were then dismissed with pay in hand. Like before, they were instructed to meet up at the same time tomorrow on the training field for another day of the same thing. Though the group started out expecting to do more in terms of assignment quality, like perhaps jobs of the heroic kind that required them to step outside of the village and outside of their comfort zones, the group eventually came to terms with the idea that they would probably be doing a few more of these tedious chores before they were eventually allowed to move into something more challenging. They were content with it at first, until the process of performing tedious jobs, otherwise known as D-rank missions day after day, started to become irritable. Oh. A week later. A series of loud thumps rang out throughout Training Ground 3 as a certain two genin were going through the usual spiel of intense training. Wielding a pair of wooden blockers on either arm, Naruto held a firm stance as he moved quickly around the clearing in circles while taking hit after hit from an aggressively pursuing Tayuya, giving her a moving target to engage. Contrary to what others may be thinking, this was a tough exercise for both parties. While it was true the Jinchuriki was setting the pace for his partner by holding the wooden pads, he was also using the opportunity to work on his rhythm, timing, and feel for the distance between himself and his opponent. This went double for Tayuya, who not only had to keep pace with him and throw out the combinations he was calling her to throw, she was also being run into the ground and having her timing, as well as her reflexes, tested to their fullest. The training was damn near exhausting, even though this was a common practice for both, because it wasn't that easy to get used to. Whenever they got stronger, they always upped the pace that much more, making every session harder than the last. Sweating bullets, Tayuya drove home a series of straights mixed in with hooks and elbows, before spinning on the spot and firing off a back kick that Naruto took. A loud crack rang out before the Jinchuriki dashed around in a circle. Holding the pads up, he watched the girl follow and attempt to cut him off, allowing her to wallop the wooden blockers with more consecutive blows seconds later. Left, right, hook, kick, Naruto shouted, taking the following hits and jumping back, holding both arms across his face when the girl then flew at him with a sailing kick. The power of the blow racked him, but despite the amount of force put behind it the blonde still managed to smile back at his training partner and circle around, watching the girl dash across and cut him off. Good, Tayuya-chan. Keep it up. He then blocked a roundhouse kick and a wild flurry of hooks before maneuvering around her, using a standard fighting form to continue the session. Tayuya huffed and rushed forward. My legs are heavy, she thought, feeling the strain finally getting to her. They'd been at this for an hour already and she was getting pretty tired. Come on body. Don't fucking quit on me. She spun in with another kick, landing it as a side-on blow and watching her opponent skip away in retreat. It was an impressive performance, one that wasn't going on unacknowledged. Sitting on the sidelines, not only were Sasuke and Sakura present on the field, but Tayuya's teammates had also tagged along to join in on the carousing. While the Kunoichi from Squad 7 and Keed were watching quietly with great interest, Shiho was using her time reading from a book she'd picked out from the library, and Sasuke was occupying himself doing some target practice. The latter would every so often stop to observe Naruto and Tayuya's progress, but would then quickly return to his exercises and continue on harder than before. Sakura flinched as she watched the two genin in front of her work. Wow. I never knew Naruto trained so hard. And here, for the longest time, she'd been under the impression that all the boy ever did was wander around and slack off, like he appeared to do in the academy whenever every single teacher found it impossible to get the boy to focus on anything worthwhile. Apparently, appearances were deceiving, as she found out not too long ago. Naruto was pretty hardcore when he set his mind to the task. She allowed a smile to grace her lips. They're both incredible, Sakura exclaimed. It's in their nature, Keed replied for the girl with a sagely look, one which the Kunoichi beside him took immediate notice of. As I understand it, Naruto-san and Tayuya-san are extremely hard workers who get their strength from constant strenuous activity and skill maintenance. While my teammate does possess a great talent in many areas, including ninjutsu, she refuses to allow that talent to go to waste by slacking off. She is hard-working through and through, and puts her heart and soul into everything she pursues. You have to be pretty damn disciplined to work that hard then, Sakura pointed while looking back at the pair fighting out over the grass. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep it together like those two. I'm kind of jealous. Catching wind of this, Naruto and Tayuya suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked across at the Kunoichi, surprising her. Panting and wiping sweat from her brow, the redhead called it quits with one last, light jab to one of the wooden pads her partner was holding before pointing at the Squad 7 Kunoichi. Why don't you come up here and give it a try, Pinky? Huh? Sakura pointed at herself. Me? Like they say, first time for anything, right? Tayuya breathed hard and wiped her arm across her forehead, moving over to where everyone else was sitting while Naruto waited in the clearing. When the redhead reached Sakura's spot, she helped pull the hesitant girl to her feet. You want to become a strong ninja? Then put your back into it. Yeah, but hey. Sakura yelped as she was gently shoved forward by the winded redhead, glaring back at her once and meeting Tayuya's wide grin. Okay, don't push. I'll give it a shot. The pink-haired Kunoichi then strolled over to Naruto, who held both arms up at the ready, while at the same time Tayuya plopped down beside Keed to watch. Sasuke and Shiho looked up when they heard the commotion, and paused for a moment to see Tayuya change out with Sakura. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. I promise you'll enjoy this training, Naruto promised brightly, beginning to pace on the spot and clap the blocks together for good measure. Giggling nervously, the Kunoichi took a stance across from him and began to circle as well. I doubt it. But I'll do my best. She had to at least try, after all. Remember, Sasuke-kun is watching. Inner Sakura stated while throwing up a fist. Show him what you're made of, girl. Her voice of reason and conscience gave Sakura the encouragement she needed to buck up and face off against Naruto as firmly as she could. Even if it was in training, she'd seen how the boy performed in battle and how hard he'd been working with Tayuya. While part of her was confident that she would be able to do anything the tough-as-nails redhead was able to do, Sakura's mind was also split with some negativity about actually being able to accomplish anything remotely impressive. You could say she was worried. She wasn't as fast as Naruto or Tayuya, her taijutsu wasn't as good, and she probably wasn't as strong. What exactly did she have going for her in this area? Well, she was about to find out. Before they could get started, Naruto began dashing left and right, circling his squad mate to encourage her to move as well and get a feel for her rhythm. The Kunoichi started moving at her pace, not exactly using footwork like her teammate but still utilizing a more planted stance. While they were shuffling around one another and Naruto was just starting to get into it, the boy then noticed Sakura lagging behind him, and had to hop in place for a moment or so to allow her to catch up. After doing this a few more times and seeing the girl stumble, the Jinchuriki looked at her in surprise. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Your movement doesn't look so good, the boy asked. Sakura glared at him and shook away the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. All they were doing right now was simply getting a sense of distance and timing, but she was already feeling a little bit warm under the collar. Damn it. She needed to get some more stamina training into her routine. This was embarrassing. I'm fine, Sakura snapped. Blinking, the blonde nodded in acknowledgement, if you say so. He then held out the left block. Let's start this with a few jabs. Give me your best ones. Calculating her range, the Kunoichi formed a tight fist with her forward-facing hand and set herself comfortably on the ground. After a brief pause and a moment of careful consideration, Sakura then lunged straight at her opponent as fast as she could. Kicking up dust with her dash, Sakura's left swung in following a straight, hard motion. Before it could make impact, Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he picked up something dangerous and braced himself, a split second before the girl's fist suddenly exploded against the wooden block with a clap of thunder. The shockwave that rang out was immediately followed by Naruto's body blasting back and the pad he was holding cracking from the impact. The Jinchuriki actually had to hold his ground since he never expected to take a shot that strong right from the get-go. After sliding to a halt after a few feet of travel along the grass, the boy looked up from his cringing expression and switched to one of utter surprise when his eyes landed back on Sakura. Not only did the training partner express amazement at the development, but Sasuke, Shiho, Tayuya and Kid, who had witnessed the whole thing play out, were also looking utterly bewildered. "Damn," Tayuya exclaimed. She didn't know the girl was a power type. That punch was superb. Even Sakura appeared astonished at how far she managed to push the blonde back. Huh. That was weird. That was one hell of a jab. Naruto thought in alarm, looking down at the block to see a fist imprint in it before smirking and tilting back up. Perfect feet to upper body and shoulder rotation, transmission of energy, step in, timing, and flow, just like in the textbooks. She must have been frustrated too, since he could feel the emotion reverberating inside the blocker. Must have been from his comment from before. Despite her appearance, Sakura really knew how to apply in-text knowledge to practice when she was motivated to, which explained why her punch had so much power based solely on execution of movement and driving momentum. It reminded Naruto of the power he had to rely on when all he had was motion to deliver a blow to take down much larger and physically stronger individuals. Her sense was good despite lacking in excess physical training and recently getting off of the habit of dieting. However, it did reveal one other thing about Sakura: she had a talent for hard punching. Scary. Naruto slammed the two blockers together with a thump before taking a stance again. Nice shot. Let's see how long you can keep that power up, Sakura-chan. Come on. Roused from her stupor, the kunoichi refocused on her objective and crouched low, before again launching herself at the boy. Sasuke and the rest of the crew then proceeded to watch as Naruto began taking the swings thrown by his teammate combination after combination, with the Sakura showcasing brute force and power few knew she even had. The loud cracks and thumps that rang out echoed across the entire area and brought a new soundtrack to the environment, putting everyone in awe and bringing a smile to the initially bewildered Tayuya. Even though Sakura had just come to watch, the rest of her time on the field there she spent training with the others. The more she got into it and sparred with Naruto, the more her own confidence and the smile on her face grew, and soon everyone started to get into the swing of the session. 2 weeks later. Afternoon. Kakashi chuckled as he looked over the downcast and miserable expressions of his team as they trudged out of the administration building for the last time that day, a complete shift from the attitudes they once held 2 weeks prior. All three members of the squad appeared both haggard and grungy from the many hours they'd spent pulling weeds out of the old woman's garden they'd been called in to help out with. From all the crap covering their skin and clothes, it was safe to say that their current state of unhappiness was within reason. Upon making it out onto the street and away from the main building's entrance, the Jonin stopped his group from going any further and gestured for the trio to gather around. "So, did we have fun today?" the man asked, not even flinching when all he got for his question was a round of glares. Sakura's eye twitched. "I've got dirt in my fingernails and damp shorts. It's very unpleasant, sensei." "Same here," Naruto grumbled, patting down the back of his shorts and looking over to see the brown patch framed around his ass. It never occurred to him that he'd probably get this dirty digging through an old lady's fertilizer-covered garden. But then work started and he soon realized how badly he'd miscalculated. "Look at this. I'll have to put this through the wash twice to get this stuff off." Seeing Naruto show off his rump from the side had Kakashi laugh good-naturedly. Now, there's no need to get all bent out of shape. Every ninja from every village start out their careers as shinobi the exact same way you guys are. It's just one of the many challenges you're going to end up facing on this road, and it's only going to get tougher from here on out." "I hope so," Sasuke grumbled, expressing his disdain at standing out here with wet pants and covered in muck. He wanted to get this little pep talk over and done with so that he could go out and have a bath. They absolutely reeked. "What's our next mission for tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, looking up at the man after figuring why he'd probably stopped them. They just exited the hall where Kakashi had recently finished having a little talk with the Hokage before being handed another scroll by the old man. What else could he have called them over for other than to relay them the specifications of their next job that would probably add more vinegar to the wounds than antiseptic cream? Kakashi smiled as he showed his team the rolled-up document he was keeping in his pocket, which they eyed carefully. We'll be doing something a little bit different this time. Is it a C-rank mission? Naruto asked hopefully, a feeling shared by both Sasuke and Sakura as they stared up expectantly. Kakashi gave them a bright smile. Nope. Seeing the three deflate at being shot down, the man continued, it's another D-rank mission, but this time we're going to be upping the pace a little. What? Are we going to be running to our job locations now? Sasuke asked, getting a whine out of Sakura at the idea of more strenuous activity. They were exhausted enough as it was to start talking about working harder. The Jonin wasn't swayed in the least by their initial responses and continued. We'll be delivering a parcel to a village on the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Since it will take us a whole day to get there and it's your first mission outside of Konoha, we're going to spend the night at an inn so that we can avoid traveling back by night. While the change to an out-of-village mission certainly came as a welcome surprise to Sasuke and Sakura based on their reactions, the one most excited at the prospect of their next job, understandably enough, turned out to be Naruto. Stars in his eyes and a grin appearing on his face, the boy gave a loud cheer that had passers turn to look at him strangely for a moment. Really? A road trip outside of Konoha? Yep, Kakashi replied, pocketing the scroll again. We're heading to Gokayama, a village hidden inside a mountainous region. It's an old settlement with a lot of great views and sights. If you're up to it after the trip, feel free to wander around and shop for some souvenirs while we're there. Awesome! Naruto exclaimed, pumping his fists. We're going to another village, Dadabayo. This is so cool, Sakura silently cheered, sharing in her teammates' joy while Sasuke merely smirked and closed his eyes. A delivery mission? Well, it was infinitely a better job than crawling around in the dirt all day long. Upon seeing their collective responses, the teacher gave a wave as he turned to leave. I'll meet you guys at the village gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be ready for a long trip and don't be late. Hearing this earned 3 blank looks from the members of the squad before all of them frowned. We should be saying that to you, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke all thought at once. With that announcement made and all affairs for the time being settled, Kakashi then dismissed his group and took off into the village in a shunshin. This left the trio with the rest of the day to spend it however they wished. While Sasuke went off to go do his own thing, training and organizing himself some tea for tonight, Sakura and Naruto followed after him with the former trying once again, with gusto this time, to ask him out. Hey Sasuke-kun, do you want to go grab a bite to eat together? No, the boy flat out replied. Just like the dozens of other attempts before, Sakura was shot down. The girl stopped in her tracks and proceeded to sulk with a rain cloud hanging over her head. She watched silently as the genius marched off with his hands in his pockets and breathed out a heavy sigh. Again, why doesn't Sasuke-kun want to go out with me? Am I not womanly enough? Was it her figure, her age, or her manner of dress? Damn it. She was doing the best she could with what she had. Why couldn't he see that? Straightening up, the girl turned to see Naruto looking at her curiously. After a moment of silence, the blonde tilted his head. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Why yeah, the kunoichi replied while wiping her eyes away. Did she just cry a bit? Probably. I'm fine. She smiled back at him, wishing to reinstate the toughness she held before. Naruto beamed at her in response before pointing down the road. Would you like to get something to eat together? It's a lot more fun when you can have dinner with a friend. Tayuya was on a late afternoon mission for one of those 24-hour businesses, so his diary had a significant gap to fill. Since he'd asked so nicely and was also showing genuine concern for her, Sakura gave a warm smile in return and nodded towards the Jinchuriki. Sure. He was being sweet. She couldn't turn that down after he'd been so nice to both her and Sasuke the entire time they'd been a team so far. They went down the road to pick a restaurant, not really caring where they went as long as they had a full stomach by evening. XXX. The very next morning? You're heading out on another mission? Tayuya asked sleepily from the futon she had crashed on across from Naruto, watching the boy slip on his jacket and zip it up. Man, you're even busier than I am. Kakashi-sensei wants us to adjust to the system as quickly as possible, Naruto replied with a bright smile, goggles around his head and headband hanging comfortably around his neck. Though I'm pretty sure we're already used to it, at least we're making progress. We'll be out of the village for a couple of days, so don't expect to see me until Friday. Alright, the redhead yawned, sitting up in her oversized shirt and looking across at the boy as he weaved his way around their little pillow mountain in the middle of the room. Well, good luck out there, shithead. Are you going to have any breakfast before you set out? I'll just make myself some toast, Naruto chirped as he reached his desk and pulled up his travel pack. Slinging it over his shoulder, the boy took quick note of how the gray bag was kind of bulky and didn't really allow much freedom of movement. He left a reminder to himself to have it replaced with something better suited for his area. I'm good here. If I need anything I'll forage for it. Tayuya beamed in his direction. Come back safe then, alright. Naruto tipped his metaphorical hat and grinned one last time toward his close friend before stepping out of the room. The boy then wasted no time in heading to the kitchen, toasting himself a couple of slices of bread, jamming them up, and moving with purpose for the front door. He chose to leave with poise this time rather than roguishly through his kitchen window, which was kind of odd. However, just as he was stepping out the front door with keys in hand, he suddenly felt a pull on his jacket sleeve and turned to see Tayuya, still dressed in her sleepwear consisting of shirt and panties, standing directly behind him. At first puzzled by her hesitant expression and the signs of red in her cheeks, Naruto's questions as to why she was seeing him off were shortly answered when the girl leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. Her sudden show of affection startled the blonde, who remained planted on the spot through the gesture, right up to when she leaned back and gazed up at him fondly. Eyes shimmering and face glowing, the musician spoke, I've wanted to try that for a while now. Naruto gulped nervously, Tayuya-chan? The girl gave him a look of knowing, it's a promise. You will come back in one piece, right? Recovering slowly, the boy shook himself out of his stupor and returned her question with his usual, everyday vigor, believe it. He looked like he was about to take off again, but held himself back long enough to turn around and address another point. Tayuya-chan? Yeah? Would you like to go out with me sometime? Caught off guard at first, the girl then let out a boisterous laugh and patted him on the shoulder. We always go out and do stuff together, you lug. Earning a sheepish grin from him in kind, Tayuya nodded nonetheless. But since you asked, I would love to go on a date with you. Heart racing, Naruto tipped to her in acknowledgement. After trading smiles and looks, the blonde then took off down the walkway leading up to his apartment and disappeared from sight, leaving Tayuya standing in his doorway gazing after him and blushing. I should have done that a long time ago. The girl thought with glee, guess I was having too much fun with him to realize. Still tired and not really wanting to stand out in the morning air in nothing but a shirt and underwear, the redhead stretched out before shutting the door behind her, deciding to hit the hay for a little while longer. Later that morning, Naruto could barely contain his excitement as he, Sasuke and Sakura walked side by side down the road leading away from their village. They'd already parted from its gates far behind and were well en route for their destination, and this being one of the first times they'd actually left the village, consciously mind you, two of them were focusing a lot of their time taking in the surroundings of their general area. It wasn't like they were completely unfamiliar with their territory. They could read maps. It was just interesting seeing new places for themselves and in person. Leaving the village with a team on a mission to parts unknown? Naruto inquired to no one in particular before grinning brightly, it's like a dream come true. Yeah, except that it's still a D-rank mission. Sasuke replied pointedly. And it's not exactly parts unknown, just a place that's on the map we haven't gone to yet, Sakura also added with her own smile. Well, look on the bright side, at least we're going out to see the world, Naruto stated, slipping his hands into his pockets and marching ahead of their group's formation with his ecstatic grin in full play. That's the important thing, yeah? So is the mission, Kakashi interjected, walking into the center of their arrangement to see them all turn to him. Remember to keep an open mind, your wits about you and your eyes trained on the path ahead. Though I'm not asking you to worry about it too much now, remember that we are shinobi on an assignment. Anything can happen on the road when individual or teams of shinobi leave the safety of their village. You have to be on the lookout for everything and anything that could prove hazardous. Like bandits and other shinobi, right sensei? Sakura asked. Yes. Common thugs in force can cause a small genin team some trouble in a D or C ranked level mission, Kakashi informed quickly, only to get a roll of the eyes from both Naruto and Sasuke, since an obstacle like that wouldn't really pose much of a problem for them. Their instructor noticed this and shook his head in amusement, well, other teams at least. Don't take them lightly though, or any situation where you think you're safe. Always expect conflict wherever you go, but don't make it seem like you're expecting it, otherwise you'll be sending any potential attackers mixed messages with unexpected consequences. You must also be on the lookout for those extraordinary cases. Some mercenaries may be specially trained, military veterans or elites well versed in combat, and can either be really powerful fighters in their own right or trained specifically to fight shinobi. We live in a world dominated by shinobi. That's to be expected, Sasuke added, closing his eyes. He came from a village populated by ninja. Even those who weren't trained as shinobi were either really strong or had some form of shinobi training. He also recognized those adults who tried to become shinobi in the past but never made it out of the academy, and simply settled for a peaceful life. No matter where you came from in this world, there was always going to be someone who knew about shinobi and combat. Because this is a D-ranked level mission, any hostile forces we're likely to encounter on this road are common thugs, thieves and con artists, people that even you guys can handle, Kakashi stated assuredly. If you were to take missions of a level higher than this, then you are more likely to come across actual shinobi. That's comforting, Sakura exclaimed, sounding relieved. This information had Naruto more excited about his future prospects as a ninja as well as in whatever else the world had in store for him. He wanted to see what challenges and adventures laid in wait for him, but he wasn't going to rush it. He was going to wait for them and take life on one day at a time. Sasuke and Sakura, however, could sense the excitement growing in their teammate, a feeling they could clearly see reflected in his expression, which in turn brought smiles to their own faces. The former was just as enthusiastic about facing some actual shinobi in combat, whereas the latter responded to the enthusiasm emanating from her friend. It was contagious. She couldn't help it. Kakashi looked around at each of his students brightly. He ruffled Naruto on the head while they continued moving forward at a relaxed pace and fixed his eyes on the road in front of them once more. All we're doing is delivering a package that the client wished to have transported safely to its destination without the contents being damaged. He could have hired a courier specialist shinobi, but that would have been too extreme for a mission like this. It's cheaper to hire genin teams to deliver packages than courier shinobi, since those guys mostly deal with formal documents and such. Good to know that our services are so cheap, Sakura commented sarcastically. She didn't know whether to feel honored to take part in a mission like this or pissed off at the fixed-rate bullshit for these kinds of jobs. Apparently the other two boys felt the same disdain, but it made sense to him. This was a mission where nothing dramatic was supposed to happen, right? It was a straight, simple, pick-up and drop-off assignment meant to be completed over a 2-day period. No stops, no diversions, no planning, no combat, no nothing. It was basically just a walk across the countryside from one village to another. Hopefully somewhere down the line they were going to get attacked by a bear or something, because Sasuke didn't want to end up walking the entire time. He was pretty sure Naruto didn't want to end this mission just strolling through it either. XXX. Later that afternoon, the day seemingly crawled by as Team 7 made their way towards the village that was their destination on this trip. While there had been some momentary pauses on the excursion, chief among which included a lunch break at a roadside vendor and Naruto wandering off the path a couple of times out of an overwhelming thirst for adventure, the team eventually arrived in the region where their mission instructed them to be. Exiting the wide expanse of fields making up the Land of Fire, the team found themselves in a rich, diverse landscape of valleys and hillsides. True to its name and description, the village of Gokayama was spread out over an entire area of mountainous terrain. The farms sat in the lowlands where they raised cattle, planted crops, and grew rice. The rest of it, and the place they were meant to go, ascended into the high rocks well above ocean level. The winding, twisting road leading through the base villages up into the hills, thick forests, and then the steeper climbs, presented the group with the final stretch of their trip. Climbing up the slopes, passing and crossing fast-moving rivers, and weaving through the dense woodland, the group eventually arrived at their village destination nestled in the bosom of the highlands. Bearing that old-fashioned, fantastic feel in its architecture and people, the four shinobi took their time admiring the whole setup of the outland settlement as they made their way through town. Passing various stalls, shops, restaurants and hotels, the squad eventually arrived at the building where the package was meant to be brought. As it turned out, the person receiving the package was a relative of the daimyo on a trip to the resort there. They were pleasantly surprised to receive the visit from the shinobi and kindly thanked the team for their service. And that was it? Squad 7 left the hotel with a bewildered air about the teens' heads and a pleasantly smiling Kakashi on their heels. Mission accomplished, the man chirped. That's it? Sakura asked. Kakashi nodded affirmatively, that's it. Well, that was considerably underwhelming, Naruto exclaimed, looking across at Sasuke to meet his equally disapproving stare as they ambled back down the main highway. I was expecting more of a showdowny sort of thing to happen the moment we arrived here. So all we had to do was knock on the door, smile, hand over the parcel, get a signature, and all the while look pleasant doing it? That's pretty much it, Kakashi replied, pulling out his orange book and popping it open. It was like I said, just a simple pick-up and drop-off, nothing fancy, no heroics, and by the book through and through. I don't know about you guys, but I'd say this mission was a big success. Why yeah, Naruto murmured, still feeling completely dejected at nothing of real excitement taking place. Sure, the sights and sounds of the countryside were captivating, but come on. At least we had a nice walk, Sakura added, trying to find some consolation for her noticeably miserable teammates. The trip outside the village has to count for something at least, right? She heard the disenchanted grunts from both Naruto and Sasuke. Sensing the negativity of the atmosphere growing, Kakashi peeked over the top of his book and promptly stopped his team in their tracks. Since the mission is over now, feel free to wander about the village and have a look around. I'll bet you guys are tired of walking all day and not doing much, right? When he received 3 separate nods, the Jonin looked back up. I'll find us a hotel to stay for the night. I'll meet you 3 at that barbecue store for dinner when you're all done. Seeing the restaurant the man was pointing out, the kids acknowledged the location however they saw fit before being dismissed. Naruto quickly broke off, while Sakura went along with Sasuke wherever he chose to go. Even after being turned down hundreds of times asking the Uchiha prodigy out on a date, she wasn't even close to giving up on him. She was going to get a yes from the village's Rookie of the Year or die trying. Taking full advantage of the situation, Naruto spent the next few hours after splitting from his group going through town, checking out the stalls, buying shit, and even coming across some gaming booths set up specifically for the tourists where he partook in the activities provided. He completely lost himself in all the sights and glamour of the little village on the edge of the Land of Fire, having long missed experiences like this in the 2 years since his last trip outside of his home. Now that he thought about it, he wondered how the land of the Great River was coming along and whether Hanar was doing all right. He was sure the country had managed to get back to its feet in his absence, which made him look forward to a visit later on in his career. Upon leaving himself a mental reminder regarding his previous adventure, he then returned to wandering about town and checking out the main buildings on the streets. He found himself a quaint ramen bar nestled between 2 hotels where he bought himself a small bowl of miso, an antique store where he spent a good while looking over the vases and statues, and a jewelry store where he decided to buy something special for Tayuya. While he was moving between the structures he also came across a small bar and casino that had him pause and consider for a moment, before slowly moving on. When he turned to face the road again however he suddenly bumped into a fair-skinned young woman, with straight, shoulder-length black hair, and wearing a long bluish-black kimono held closed by a white obi. She was also carrying with her a pig, strangely enough, wearing pearls and a vest, as well as a handful of items which were unceremoniously dropped from her hand when Naruto walked into her. They both stepped back in surprise after all their assorted goods scattered across the floor. "Oh, sorry," Naruto exclaimed hurriedly and in panic, bending over to pick up the food items the person had lost. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see you." The young woman smiled nervously and knelt down as well to help the boy gather up the materials. That's all right. It was an accident." Once everything was returned to their respective owners, they rose back to their feet. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Naruto bowed politely, shuffling the bag he held in his arm a bit so that it rested comfortably in the joint. Beaming, the Jinchuriki took quick note of the pig that snorted at him in greeting, before focusing fully on the pretty young lady he'd run into. "I'm Naruto." "What's your name?" "Shizune, and this here is Taunton," the stranger replied with a warm glow and a quick nod towards the animal she was holding. It was then she noticed the forehead protector the child in front of her was wearing and snapped her head towards it in slight surprise. "Oh, you're a Konoha shinobi?" "Why yeah," the blonde replied while rubbing the metal plate across his neck. "What's a young ninja like you doing all the way out here?" Shizune asked curiously. "I was just here on a mission with my team. But since it's over and we've got some time to ourselves, we're just walking around town to see if there's anything interesting." He looked back up at Shizune to see her puzzled stare return to its previously pleasant visage. "Again, I'm sorry for walking into you like that." The woman waved her hand. "That's okay. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going either, so I guess we're both at fault." "Yeah?" Naruto grinned brightly at that. "Okay then. We both walked into each other." He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and giggled along with the woman. From the way they were acting it was almost like they were old friends. "Shizune," another woman's voice suddenly boomed from inside the bar they were standing beside, startling the pair out of their reverie. "What's taking you so long?" Panicking a bit, the raven-haired woman stammered, "I'll be right there, Tsunade-sama." Sighing, Shizune smiled back down at Naruto when she saw the startled boy look between both her and the establishment in confusion. "I have to go now. It was really nice meeting you, Naruto." "It was nice meeting you too, Shizune," the Jinchuriki replied brightly. With a parting wave, the pair then went their separate ways. As Naruto wandered off of course and down the main street, he couldn't help but think where exactly he'd heard the name Tsunade before, but chose to dismiss his inquiry when he ended up drawing 3 blanks in a row. After an hour of more wandering, in which Naruto was able to see the town and valley turn into night from the temple at the top of the cliff, the Jinchuriki then returned to meet up with his team. He found Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke waiting for him at the agreed-upon restaurant, where they all sat around for dinner before moving on to their hotel for a good night of sleep. The next morning? Team 7 left the mountainside village feeling more refreshed than ever. While the journey here had been a bit dull and the payoff at the time the delivery was finalized had been less than satisfactory, the hours spent at the actual village and around its many entertainment venues had been a welcome consolation prize, and far surpassed their assignment in terms of actually doing something interesting. On the day the parcel was delivered, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura spent their free time exploring the shops, stalls and bars. The morning afterwards, all 4 members of the team woke up, had a long soak in the hot springs, a filling breakfast, and then one last hike through town before departing. The descent into the valleys was, by far, the most enjoyable part of their journey, since they all got a much better view of the landscape than they did leaving Konohagakure. The sight of the countryside away from their home lasted a good half an hour till they finally receded into the forests and began marching for home. "I thought this was a nice mission," Sakura exclaimed pleasantly. "It was low-key, yes, but I enjoyed it in the end." "It was relaxing," Sasuke said simply, eyes closed and hands in his pockets. Naruto grinned and scratched his cheek, easy. "Well, hopefully you guys learned something from this," Kakashi said, looking down at each of them as they strolled along the dirt road. "Not all missions are going to be as eventful as others and not all of them play out as you intend them to. Whether the jobs are D rank or A rank, you have to expect the unexpected. It's a habit you pick up on when you've been at it as long as I have. Has a mission like this ever gone south for you, sensei?" Sakura asked curiously, looking up at the man. The Jonin chuckled sheepishly while rubbing his head several times. "A lot of them were the low-grade assignments I had when I first started out as a genin. We got into more than a few scrapes on the road and there were always people looking to cause trouble us. But those were more turbulent times back then, so a lot of the missions we were given were naturally upgraded to a higher tone on the spot. Wouldn't want that happening too often, unless you're seriously unlucky," Sasuke said. A nervous laugh came from one of the 3. "Take a guess as to which one." Sakura looked across at Naruto to see the blonde wearing a sheepish grin and was moving in a manner that indicated he was trying to keep his expression hidden from the others. Sweat dropping at his attempts to wave off the comment thrown by the Uchiha, the Kunoichi looked back to face the road winding through the hills ahead of her. "I just want to get home and get all of my affairs in order and sleep soundly on it," Sakura stated, running a hand through her long hair. "I've got some more training to do as well. I need to get tougher if I want to keep doing high volumes of work with you guys in the future." "Ah. So you're taking a leaf out of Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun's handbook," Kakashi said, looking down at the girl and patting her on the head encouragingly. "Well done." "Thanks, sensei. If you need any help don't hesitate to come to me or your teammates. We're all here to support you and to help you out if things get difficult for you, so don't stress about doing everything on your own. We're Team 7 after all. We look out for one another," Naruto finished with a bright smile in her direction. Appreciating their words of confidence and support, Sakura rested her hands behind her and walked along with an even warmer aura about her. That and the sun beating down upon the countryside they were now walking across added to her mood. The excursion back to Konohagakure across the Land of Fire seemed to take a lot longer than the trip to their mission's destination. Was it because they were purposefully drawing their return journey out a little bit longer than their venture away from home? Either way, after passing through one of the small towns they had gone through on their walk to Gokayama, the team once again entered the small evergreen forest crossing down and away from the borders. It was a thick wooded area with a high canopy and you could barely see through several meters into the woods before it became clogged up. The only signs of the outside world they could still see weaving through the woods were the skies above. The good thing about this particular stretch was that they didn't sense anything hostile or negative in the area. It was pretty peaceful, which not only had Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura at ease, but the more nature-tuned Naruto radiating in one of his most preferred settings. The atmosphere and feel of this woodland, much like the village they'd been in before, felt so much different than the forests back in Konohagakure. It felt more open here. These weren't woods divided by a community or a massive defensive wall, this was nature how it was supposed to be. "The trees are so big," Sakura murmured, looking around at the skyscrapers towering around them. "This isn't even a plantation or anything, just untouched landscape. It's kind of bothersome. We can't even find our current position on the map in this mess. Unless we stumble upon a river or something we have no way of actually telling where we are," Sasuke murmured. Naruto slipped his hands behind his head casually. We're about halfway through the forest, still in a northwesterly direction of our village, not too far from a river actually. The blonde glanced over at the genius who looked back at him intently. You may not be able to see much, but I can pretty much feel everything in this area. Sasuke blinked. How far? The Jinchuriki made a SOSO gesture with his hand. It's kind of fuzzy at around 300 meters out, but I can still feel stuff beyond that. He then pointed over the kid's shoulder, getting Kakashi and Sakura to look too. There's a mother deer and her fawn about 125 meters that way grazing. He then pointed directly to the right of them. And there's a wolf 60 meters that way following us. Paling, Sakura stepped a little bit closer to the team's resident genius, W. Wolf? Rogue, 170 pounds, around 3 feet tall, Naruto reported without missing a beat. Don't worry, he won't hurt us. He's just curious. Still not really sold on his reassurance, Sakura huddled up closer to Sasuke with a fearful look on her face. Alright. Kakashi looked on amusedly at the kunoichi before turning to Naruto, whom he saw was still smiling brightly as per the norm. You really do have some amazing points, Naruto-kun. The Jonin was genuinely impressed. Shinobi in general were pretty sharp individuals, able to pick up on abnormalities in any given environment and notice a problem even without fully realizing it. This aspect came pretty handy when trying to deduce a genjutsu world from the real world. The insight that Naruto possessed, however, was several times stronger than that, as from what he described to them, he was able to use this heightened sixth sense of his as a tool to visualize and perceive his surroundings. That was an advantage a lot of other shinobi didn't have. Basically, in areas like this one, nobody could get the drop on him. It's pretty useful being able to sense everything around you, the Jinchuriki stated in a particularly pleased manner. On a scale of 1 to badass, I'd say that's pretty badass. Humph, someone likes to toot his own horn, Sasuke smirked. The boy giving the little information session frowned and turned on the prodigy in a typical Uzumaki response. Hey! When the day comes you finally get an awesome ability that gives you a new perspective on life, you can blow out as much hot air as you like, team, Naruto exclaimed while jabbing a finger in his direction. Whatever, the Uchiha replied in amusement, looking away. In order to quell the argument from escalating further and drawing any unwanted attention to their troop, Kakashi incised his person between the pair and eased their bickering with a few words of wisdom. After which the squad continued marching along the forest trek, making steady progress for about half an hour before finally coming across a familiar bridge over the river Naruto had mentioned they were traveling near. It was a red, arcing walkway, typical in its design and placement, and looked to be quite well done. It made you think what kind of person was so devoted to his craft to actually take the time to make such a good-looking bridge all the way out here in the middle of nowhere. Not that the team was complaining or anything. There was a bridge that they could use to cross a fast-moving torrent, and that was good enough for them. Just as the squad was in the process of climbing over the causeway, the moment they reached the halfway mark, Naruto suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. His footsteps coaching to a silent halt caught the attention of the rest of his team, who turned to ask him what was wrong, only to pause when they noticed the startled look in his eyes. Immediately becoming concerned, Kakashi turned around and removed his right hand from his pocket. What is it, Naruto? The blonde blinked. I don't know who or what it is, but I wasn't able to pick up on them until a few seconds ago. His head then snapped over his shoulder. He didn't even notice that he was still on the opening half of the bridge they were crossing, and that not only had he taken up the rear guard, but was also left the most exposed. Is it some kind of jutsu? Whatever it is, it's messing with the air. What's the distance? Sasuke asked, also pulling his hands from his pockets. 45 meters, Naruto replied, his glare hardening but his pupils and irises remaining dilated in a very intense manner. 3 people. They're getting closer. Also becoming aware of the disturbance in the air, Sasuke reached for a kunai whereas Kakashi trained his eyes in the direction Naruto was looking, also picking up on the approaching targets. Sensing the atmosphere becoming worrisome, a concerned Sakura walked quickly up to Naruto and tugged on his sleeve, unable to rip his gaze from the tree line or the forest beyond it. Nevertheless, she voiced her concern to him. Maybe it's just a group of animals, Naruto, the kunoichi murmured. Yeah, just a herd of deer or something, like back there. Naruto shook his head. No. He then recoiled a little when he sensed a change. They stopped? Sakura smiled nervously at him and then back at the other two, whom she could see were radiating even more intensity than before. Come on guys. There can't be someone out there. The forest is crawling with wildlife. Maybe it's just... Her words were interrupted by the flow of the raging river beneath them suddenly becoming abnormal. Moments later, the rapids stopped completely. Jump! Naruto shouted, grabbing Sakura by the arm and pulling her with him. The girl let out a shriek of surprise when she found herself flying through the air in the Jinchuriki's arms. Kakashi and Sasuke leapt back as well when all of a sudden the bridge they had been standing on exploded upwards when a massive fountain of water rocketed into the air. Like a geyser, the water rose from the river in a mighty pillar, fluctuating, warping and twisting before taking on the shape of a massive dragon in the air above them. Droplets rained down on both sides of the river, with Naruto and Sakura ending up on the side they had been previously on, whereas Kakashi and Sasuke wound up on the exit side. Upon making landfall safely away from the destroyed crossing, all four parties looked up in alarm as the massive water dragon roared and whipped through the air before charging straight down at Kakashi. The silver-haired Jonin responded immediately by flying through hand seals and thrusting both hands into the ground. Doton, Doria Hiki. Earth-style wall. A massive earth wall jutted out of the ground with four dog heads at its front, which sprang up before the pair and met the spear of the water dragon head-on. The massive jutsu formed out of the raging river battered the earth defense with tremendous force, causing the earth to rumble and the forest to shake under the intense vibrations. The sounds of shockwaves ringing out throughout the woodlands drowned out all other noises, including those made by the animals fleeing the scene. Awed by their teacher's lightning-fast actions, Naruto was then pulled away from the sight of the attacking dragon by the presence of one of their attackers emerging from the woods before him. Looking ahead, the Jinchuriki saw a tall man with short black hair concealed by a gray top, complete with a hood which resembled a shark's head, an appendage on the back that resembled a dorsal fin and dark pants, emerge from the forest. He also had two dark, violet markings under his eyes. The stranger, covered by the shade of trees, grinned menacingly. "Hello." Naruto gritted his teeth and took a stance, with Sakura also noticing the individual when she saw her friend's gaze averted elsewhere. The boy held his arm out protectively in front of the kunoichi while he faced off with the antagonist. "Stay behind me." Seeing the foe grinning maliciously in their direction, Sakura nodded. The stranger lifted his head, flashing his toothy smirk, like that's going to make a difference. He then lifted his foot casually off of the ground, a droplet of water falling from his toe and hitting the grass beneath his shadow. A split second later, he then slammed his foot back down into it, cracking the earth. The moment the shinobi's foot made contact, water burst out of the ground in a violent fountain before he threw a kick straight up with it. Suetun, Mizu Kamakiri. Water release, rising water slicer, the stream transformed into a fin-like blade that shot across the clearing, cutting through both rock and grass towards his targets. Seeing the threat, both Naruto and Sakura leapt out of the way, the water blade splitting the ground between the two and leaving a massive gash as it soon dispersed somewhere behind them. Rolling to a stop, Naruto glared up with his teeth bared and sweat dripping down his head after barely avoiding the attack. "Shit, this guy." He stood up, noticing out of the corner of his eye that the massive water dragon jutsu that had been summoned was still battering Kakashi's earth-style wall. "He's powerful." The attacker chuckled when he saw the blonde-haired boy glare at him and the girl that had also dodged look back in shock. "Good reflexes. But let's see you try that again." While grinning in Naruto's direction, he blindly pointed the two fingers of his left hand at Sakura, the kunoichi jerking upwards in surprise. "Dodge this, girl." Suetun, Mizu Tetsubo. Water release, water iron halberd. Naruto responded in alarm, immediately dashing straight towards Sakura as the man's two fingers suddenly transformed into water before shooting towards the kunoichi in the form of a fast-moving jet stream with the head in the shape of a spear. Clearly not fast enough to move in time, all Sakura was able to do was position herself to avoid, until she was shoved aside by Naruto running into her, both of them rolling across the ground and coming to a stop beside the running river. By this time the water dragon jutsu had dispersed, leaving Kakashi's wall cracked and worn away, but still holding strong. Immediately upon moving his not as agile teammate out of the way, Naruto quickly sprang to his feet and formed his familiar cross-fingered hand seal, glare fixing on his completely unfazed opponent, who already had his fingers trained on him. Tajuu-thump. The sound of a dull thud echoed out as Naruto's eyes widened in shock, his hands coming apart when he was knocked off his feet by the spear of water thrown by his opponent. It plowed through him like a bullet the size of a lance, the boy feeling all sense and weight lift freely from his shoulders as he was propelled into the fast-flowing river behind him. Time seemed to slow for him as Sakura, who was on the ground behind him, looked up in horror as she saw her teammate's body fly over her. The earth wall once defending Kakashi and Sasuke lowered just in time for the pair to see the blonde's body hit by the jet of water and blood spray out of the exit wound from which the water was also traveling. The moment the spear dispersed into the air, Naruto's body then followed the natural path of gravity, as he was yanked back down to the ground and crashed into the rapids. His teammates could do nothing as he vanished beneath the surface. Naruto! Sakura cried out, her words unable to reach him. He was already gone from sight. The rapids carried his body underwater down the winding river and over the next rise into unknown territory, leaving all members of Team 7 stunned. The attacker laughed out loud, lowering his hand and marveling at his marksmanship. Wow, now that was one hell of a backwards dive. Did you see the look on his face? The assailant asked merrily, letting out another holler. What a riot. He was a quick little runt, but apparently not quick enough. Sucks to be him. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to boast over his easy kill. Reizo Gekishin. Kakashi's voice bellowed out, the attacker turning in surprise to see the silver-haired man rushing straight at him across the river, crackling with electricity before a barrage of spinning discs made from said electricity were sent flying at him. The assassin responded with a guard, taking the onslaught of discs that cut him to ribbons, before his dissected body parts formed into blobs of water and his form fell to the ground in a splash. Skidding to a stop at the soggy patch, Kakashi glared behind him at the terrified Sakura and shocked Sasuke. I'll take care of him. Go find Naruto. He then disappeared into the treetops. Not needing to be told twice, Sasuke and Sakura sprang to their feet and began following the river. Unfortunately, they found their paths blocked by two shadows springing down from the trees close by. A large, bulky man dressed in a raindrop-patterned blue and green battle garb, complete with mask, snake hood, tribal marking under his eyes, and a massive shuriken on his back, and an attractive woman with brown spiky hair, mask, and wearing a purple battle tunic with the same raindrop pattern on it as her compatriots and armed with two scythes, confronted the two kids. While the man engaged Sasuke on his side of the river, the woman confronted Sakura, the pink-haired Kunoichi recoiling in surprise. Boo! The woman exclaimed, immediately dashing at her stumped target at incredible speed. Sakura drew a series of kunai and flung them at the approaching woman, who blocked them with her melee weapons before slicing at her. The genin did her best to stay ahead of the scythes, her training allowing her to keep well out of reach of the blades as they grazed her on every swing, for the moment. Unable to stay ahead of the woman for long, Sakura was then forced to cross her arms over her body to take the kick sent at her. The blow slammed into her guard and sent her spiraling through the air, bouncing across the ground before crashing into the trees. Sakura cried out in agony and held her shoulder, looking up in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Lowering the leg she'd used to kick, the woman in the mask smirked across at the downed teen and spoke, I'm Yamaim. Now that you know the name of the person who's going to kill you, you're mine. Holding her weapon up in a show of intimidation and intent, she suddenly saw the pink-haired youngster scramble to her feet and take off into the woods on the other side of the clearing. Her quick disappearance into the trees earned a dark chuckle from the older Kunoichi. Oh, so you want to play hide and seek, huh? I can do that. Yamaim wasted no time in giving pursuit. Damn it, Sasuke cursed, seeing the opponent Sakura was engaged with and how powerful she was. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to swear any further than that or take any action against the events unfolding on the other bank due to his own problem rushing towards him. The Uchiha dropped into a hard stance and locked onto his approaching foe. What the heck's going on? You don't have time to look idle, boy, the man exclaimed, drawing the massive shuriken from his back. Allowing it to spin in his grip like a buzz saw, he then lashed out at the genius with it once he was within range. He saw Sasuke spring back in a high back flip to avoid, effortlessly putting distance between them and getting the attacker to raise an eyebrow. Heh, you're pretty graceful, aren't you? Touching down in a crouching stance, Sasuke was already prepared with his own Fuma Shuriken, which he snapped open and chucked at the rogue ninja. His blade cut through the air towards his target in an arc, who used his massive throwing weapon to smack the approaching airborne one out of the way before throwing his at the prodigy. The genius timed the attack and responded by leaping into the tree line, disappearing into the bushes. The large shinobi laughed after seeing his foe vanish and formed a hand seal. Kajika said he wanted to deal with you himself, Uchiha. But since he's stuck fighting Kakashi, I'm going to have to take on the responsibility of killing you myself. My Segekure no Jutsu. Hiding with camouflage technique, upon gathering the right amount of chakra, the man's body then shimmered before vanishing right before Sasuke's very eyes, his presence disappearing completely. Watching from his hiding spot, the raven-haired boy growled. Shit. I'll need to take care of this joker first before I can go help Sakura and Naruto, but it's not going to be easy. The guy could turn invisible after all, so he was going to need more than just eyesight to beat him. Realizing he needed to end this as quickly as he could, the prodigy decided to play cat and mouse with his now no longer visible opponent and rushed out of his hiding spot. In the special case when a shinobi is unable to find their opponent due to them bending the light around them to make themselves imperceptible, the intended target needed to find some way to lure them out. Using himself as the bait would have to suffice for now, or at least Sasuke figured. Oh. Once again taking a blow to the side, Sakura was sent flying through tree branches and bushes before rolling to a violent stop on flat ground once again. Bruised and cut up, the pink-haired Kunoichi shook as she attempted to push herself back to her feet, looking up fearfully through a bloody nose at her opponent, who twirled one of her sides around in a casual manner. The sight of the woman standing with her weight on one side and looking down at her gave the teen a sense of just how above the woman was compared to her. This was not good. I can't keep up with her, Sakura breathed, sweating and panting. She's faster and stronger than I am, and what's more, she has a really strange technique that makes her disappear. I can't get a lock on her. Yamame grinned and tilted her head at the battered girl. Had enough yet? She saw Sakura push herself to her feet, using a tree as support. No? Good. I like it when my prey lasts longer than 5 seconds. It'll give me something to laugh over before I cut things here and run to help. I wanna deal with your Uchiha friend. He's the one we're really after, but what good's a meal without a few side dishes? She then formed a single-handed hand seal and began to fade. Within seconds she was gone from sight. Aware of the increase in danger due to her opponent once again blending into her environment, Sakura quickly pulled out a kunai and took a defensive stance. She looked around wildly, unable to stop her body from shaking. Whether it was from battle damage or fear she didn't know, but what she did know was that her adrenaline had risen high enough it was enhancing all of her senses, including her hearing. When she heard twigs snapping beside her, she looked across to see footprints suddenly rushing towards her. Gasping in alarm, Sakura dodged and held up her knife to block. A loud clang rang out when a flash of light streaked across her blade before a sharp pain racked her side, blood spraying into the air from the gash appearing on her waist. The moment she made landfall, the teen immediately broke out into a run, desperate to escape. The sound of menacing laughter from the invisible woman pursuing her filled her ears with terror. You were able to block my first strike, impressive. But you couldn't see my second one coming in from down low, could you? Yamame laughed, her phantom voice echoing throughout the forest as Sakura weaved between trunks and pushed through low-hanging branches. The look of panic on her face was all too prominent at this point. I've got 2 sides here, honey, and I'm going to use them both to remove your head from your shoulders. Gritting her teeth, the fear-struck Sakura skidded to a stop and spun around. Glaring through the forest back the way she came, the Kunoichi threw a barrage of kunai towards the empty spaces ahead, not really caring that she couldn't see her opponent but hoping she would hit her. Get away! The blades cut through the air swiftly, only to be batted aside by the shimmer of her invisible foe charging straight at her. The sight of sparks flying and the sound of rushing footsteps had Sakura back away and throw a kunai with an explosive tag on it. However, instead of hitting her opponent's guard, the knife sailed on until it detonated further down the track than before. This baffled the terrified girl as she brought up another knife, wondering what had happened to the Kunoichi until she heard a rustling from above and looked up to see the branch above her shake, before an invisible force plowed into her face. The blow from her opponent swinging off of the branch and slamming a double kick into her face like a gymnast sent the teen flying backwards before tumbling painfully across the ground. When she stopped several meters out, Sakura was not only bleeding from the mouth but also had a serious black eye. Groaning and whimpering in agony, the Kunoichi looked up from her sprawled-out position to see her opponent rematerialize over her. Standing right over the girl in a position that was practically straddling her, the woman chuckled and held up one of her 2 scythes, showing the blood she had managed to draw from the teen on her last attack. Sakura's eyes, however, never left her opponent's smug face. Game of tag's over, the woman exclaimed, raising the same blade she'd used to slice into Sakura across her shoulder for a horizontal strike. Time to end this. Panicking, Sakura quickly formed a hand seal, only for Yamane to swing in immediately upon seeing her palms slap together. Oh no you don't, the woman shouted, her blade carving straight across the girl's chest and causing a spray of blood to gush out in the direction the curved weapon exited. However, the instant she was sure she'd bifurcated the girl, Sakura's 2 halves suddenly went up in a cloud of white smoke, which was replaced shortly afterwards by a log, which had been cut clean through by the weapon. Yamane blinked in surprise. Kawarimi? Heh, nice trick. I didn't think you were that fast. Stepping over the replacement log, the Kunoichi glared through the trees in search of her foe. After a few seconds of scouting the surrounding woods and nothing, the woman smirked and formed her familiar hand seal. The moment you come out, I'm going to gut you like a fish. Her body shimmered before vanishing as she became invisible once more. Panting heavily while hiding behind a nearby tree, Sakura quickly wiped away the traces of blood running down from the corner of her mouth and glared hard through the forest ahead of her. Pressed so hard up against the trunk she was using as cover that she could sink into it at any moment, the terrified girl allowed her eyes to dart around as she thought desperately for a way to beat her opponent. She was getting the shit kicked out of her and was close to passing out. If she didn't do something quick, she was going to lose. How do I get someone who is invisible? How do I attack them? No, that was stupid. Attacking a full-grown shinobi with more experience and who also had a clear physical advantage over her was even stupider than fighting a lion with a pocket knife. Not only that, but she could also nullify her visible presence, which made her situation even more treacherous. I can't trade blows with her, I don't have any jutsu that I can throw at her, all I've got are my weapons. Kami. Now she was wishing she'd actually spent more time on her ninjutsu back in the academy than her written material and good looks. All she had were basics. The only people on her team who actually had techniques worth a damn and could actually fight people like this were Sasuke and Naruto. Oh no. Naruto. Was he okay? He fucking took a bullet for her back there and was now traversing down a river to God knows where, severely injured and probably close to death. Or maybe he was already dead and all they were doing was holding on to far-gone hope. Sakura cursed vehemently. She was a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi. She couldn't even fight to save her own skin, for crying out loud. If she couldn't even do that, then what fucking good was she on this team? What good was she as a kunoichi that couldn't even protect her teammates? Could she even call herself a ninja? Her rampaging thoughts were cut off by the sound of Yamane's voice filling the air. Tick-tock. You're running out of time, honey. Every second that goes by and your friend loses more blood. Hell, he's probably already belly up downstream and you guys are the only ones left. I'll bet Iwana has already killed the Uchiha brat as well, the woman goaded snidely. Just give it up. Gritting her teeth at being unable to track the voice to the source, Sakura glared over her shoulder again towards the clearing. Her body shook violently as she made a fist, not out of fear or desperation, but out of frustration. No. She wasn't going to cop out just yet. Not when she hasn't done a single thing. She was going to win this at any cost. I have a few things going for me that I can use, my basics, the element of surprise, and her overconfidence. If she thinks I'm going down from just a few bruises and cuts, Sakura then glared ahead of her and searched for a narrow causeway, an area where she could use her surroundings to her advantage and flush out her opponent. Spotting a track ahead, the girl clenched her muscles before pushing off from her hiding spot. She's got another thing coming. Sakura made sure her footsteps were loud enough to be heard all around as she literally sprinted down the path forged by nature. Ducking and weaving through low-hanging branches and hurdling over rocks, the pink-haired kunoichi made a path through the woods, zigzagging so that she didn't give her foe an easy target. For a solid minute she ran, not even bothering to look back but knowing full well that the woman was on to her. If she paused for even a second she would be cut down by the woman's scythes. She had to be smart about this. Finding a small pocket of trees with a straight path and fallen material all around, Sakura broke for it. Ducking under a fallen trunk and leaping over a few more, including some boulders lying in her path, the kunoichi made sure to push off of every obstacle she came across, scattering bark, leaves and twigs before reaching a massive evergreen sitting at the end of her turn. Spinning around, the kunoichi slid to a stop with a kunai in hand and took a defensive stance, back pressed up against the tree. Panting heavily, she glued her eyes on the path ahead again, making sure she had a clear view of all the branches and the trees around her, from every beam of sunlight to every twig in sight. Though she knew she wouldn't be able to see or smell the woman due to the nature of her invisibility technique, she could still hear her if she pressed her weight down on anything. She could follow her through her footsteps, one of the only surefire ways shinobi were able to detect the presence of an enemy in a given area. Sakura only hoped her opponent was heavy-footed. For several minutes after her breathtaking run nothing happened, with Sakura keeping her eyes set firmly on the path ahead. Eventually, the silence of the forest was broken by the bark and twigs she had scattered across the ground in her run, snapping in the path a dozen or so yards in front of her. The kunoichi immediately marked the position and threw the kunai she was holding. As soon as it reached the airspace she knew her target was. A loud clang rang out and sparks flew as the blade was deflected. The moment her knife was blocked, the sounds of rushing footsteps alerted Sakura to an incoming charge. The telltale shimmer of her invisible opponent dashing down the road towards her and passing under the rays of light poking through to trees gave away her position. The teen seized up when she saw her fast-moving foe running right at her, not needing to see her to know she had her scythes pulled back and ready to cut her down. The approaching Yamame grinned under her mask as step by step, she closed the distance between them. "Got you." Expression at first showing fear, Sakura then smirked when she heard the footsteps getting closer, a sight that came too late for the charging Kunoichi who was only a few yards away. Surprise! Boom! An explosive tag Sakura had discreetly placed against one of the trees on her sprint down the path detonated the moment her target came within proximity of it. The paper bomb went off like a mine, spraying bark, debris and fire sideways and smashing into the invisible Kunoichi only a couple of feet away. Yamame cried out in agony as she was sent cartwheeling through the air and crashing through trees. Her body rolled across hard ground until it came to a smoldering stop in a clearing nearby. Seizing her chance, Sakura drew a kunai and leapt through the bushes into the area across, seeing her invisible foe phase into view when her technique dropped. Not only did she have pieces of bark and wood sticking in her, her left side had been completely burnt, she was bleeding from the head, her clothes were shredded, and she was smoking from head to toe. Watching her struggling to her feet for but a moment, the teen wasted no time rushing forward with blade in hand. Gripping the one scythe she'd managed to hang onto after being thrown through a tree by the explosion, Yamame's head shot up when she heard approaching footsteps and growled when she spotted Sakura rushing right at her. "Why you bitch?" She sprang to her feet and lashed out, only for the smaller girl to duck right under her slash and drive her kunai straight into her stomach. The masked Kunoichi could only grunt in shock as she was knocked back a few feet, skidding to a stop when her attacker also stopped. Feeling her knife bury up to its hilt, Sakura growled and twisted it further in, her right eye shut as she could feel blood dripping down from the cut she'd taken from the scythe she dodged by the skin of her teeth. Her sandals dragging across the ground, the teen attempted to push her foe further back, only to feel her dead weight fall on top of her several steps later and a loud clatter ring out as the woman dropped her weapon. Seeing her opponent's arms fall on either side of her had Sakura glare up, where she saw the weak expression of her opponent glaring back down at her from her position over her head. "That was a pretty sneaky move, back there," the woman choked, her form lurching over more as her blood continued to exit her through the entrance wound of the kunai in her stomach. "I underestimated you." Sakura flinched when she saw Yamame's expression falter somewhat. Never underestimate your opponent, rule number 1 of shinobi combat. "It's something I learned the hard way." The enemy Kunoichi chuckled. "Looks like I still had a lot to learn then." These being the last words she could muster, the woman then allowed her eyes to finally close and her strength to leave her. The moment her opponent slipped, Sakura felt Yamame's entire weight fall on top of her, slumped over her shoulder like a mannequin. Startled, Sakura immediately withdrew the knife and stumbled back, the enemy woman's body falling to its knees before falling flat over with a deafening thud. Breathing heavily, the pink-haired girl stumbled back some while glaring down at the corpse, her bloody kunai still raised defensively in case she was playing possum. However, after a full minute of nothing but her pants of exhaustion and anxiety filling the air, Sakura then dropped her stance and looked down at her hands. When she drove her blade into her opponent, she'd been holding it with both hands, with her back hand placed against the ring to help push it in. As expected, when she punctured the woman's stomach, immense amounts of blood had poured out. There had been so much of it that not only was her kunai drenched in blood but so were her hands. And this wasn't even counting her own blood dripping down from her head and from her side. Looking from one palm to another and back down at the body in front of her, the exhausted and stunned Sakura then dropped to her knees and allowed the knife she was holding to fall from her grip. Trembling, the teen's expression slowly twisted from a look of shock to one of utter distress, before her head slumped over. She sobbed and covered her eyes, doing her best to stop the tears as she fell into hysterics. Who wouldn't after nearly getting killed and ending up killing their assailant for the first time on a mission? The last thing she ever expected to do after leaving her village on her first assignment outside of it was fight for her life. Oh. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke glared through the woods encompassing him as he attempted to hone in on his stealthy opponent. Hands held out and set in a wide stance, the genius was using every bit of training and sense he had to try and locate his invisible foe. But due to the fact that he'd disappeared into the treetops as well as become invisible, it made finding him even more difficult than it would have been against a conventional shinobi. Sure, he'd heard of techniques that allowed for perfect camouflage, but he never expected to face something like this so soon in his career as a shinobi. However, Sasuke wasn't going to let something as trivial as this defeat him. He'd been going smoothly so far. For the past few minutes he'd been ducking and dodging kunai and shuriken from left and right. It made him somewhat relieved that the invisibility jutsu didn't encompass weapons when used at range, but even though he was able to avoid them, he wasn't able to trace them back to his opponent. The guy was surprisingly agile despite his appearance and he wasn't making the fight easy. The instances where he did try to get close was to try and stab Sasuke in the back, but the boy was sharp enough to hear his footsteps approaching and dodge timely to avoid his blade. He tried countering, but the guy flew off before anything could get into range. This guy is quite the sly one, Sasuke thought, eyes panning the forest. Even though he has the ability to turn invisible, he isn't shabby in the stealth department either. He moves really well. Hearing a rustle of bushes, the Uchiha spun around with a kunai drawn, only to see a mouse bound out and disappear around a tree. The prodigy frowned as a bead of sweat ran down his head. All right, calm down. You can't sense his presence if you're jumpy. Up in the trees above the raven-haired boy, Yamane's bulky partner Iwana frowned as he glared down at the youngsters, whose eyes were moving across in his direction. What an annoying brat. Guess they don't call him an Uchiha for nothing. He then brought the kunai he was holding up and ready to throw it. Maybe I can mess with him a little more before going in for the kill. He then shot around the side of the tree and chucked the blade, quickly moving on and changing locations. Hearing the sound of metal cutting through air, Sasuke leapt back as a kunai suddenly planted itself in the ground where he'd been standing. Flipping through hand seals, he then took aim and inhaled. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. He then exhaled sharply through his fingers, a ball of fire shooting out and enveloping the canopy, before exploding and scattering flames all over the place. Quickly burning through the tree he'd targeted, Sasuke watched the smoke clear and turned his gaze elsewhere, clicking his tongue. Where'd he go? The guy relocated every time he let off an attack. That pattern of assault was seriously starting to grind on Sasuke's gears. Deciding to do something about that, the genius leapt through the trees some more, happening upon a new clearing and taking up a central position. Having had enough of this stupid cat and mouse game, the raven-haired teen took a casual standing position in the middle of the open area and began fumbling about in his back pouch for a new weapon. Iwana, leaping through the treetops, saw the boy stop with his back turned in his direction. Sensing an opening, the invisible man grinned and dropped down quietly from the tree. The moment he made landfall, he marched hurriedly towards the Uchiha, keeping his footsteps silent before rearing back with a kunai and lunging to strike. However, just before he came within range, Sasuke drew the weapon from his pouch and threw it at the ground, a series of smoke pellets exploding around him. Getting a face full of white smoke, the attacker ended up swinging at nothing but air, parting the clouds to reveal his opponent had hightailed it at the last second. Missing and realizing he'd stepped into a thick of crap that was basically marking his position, Iwana cursed and leapt into the treetops. Shit! The attacker looked down at the forest floor as he ascended into the canopy, realizing he was leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. Smart little brat. Knowing that he'd been marked, he relinquished his cloak of invisibility so that he could focus on making a quick getaway, and glared upwards when he heard the sounds of air simultaneously cracking. When his eyes locked onto the treetops, he saw a shower of fireballs raining down upon him. Ducking under the first shot, the man kicked off of the very next branch he landed on and speedily evaded the rest, the barrage peppering the trunk with incendiaries that set it alight. The flames quickly dissipated, leaving nasty scorch marks in the branches and against the trunk. Iwana laughed at the missed shots. Is that the best you've got? He shouted, only to have his taunts cut short when he suddenly felt a pair of hands grab his ankles. Looking down in shock, the shinobi then let out a startled shout when his body was unexpectedly flipped upside down, where he then found his arms locked to his sides by a pair of legs wrapping firmly around him. What? How the dash? A smirking Sasuke quickly answered him as the pair began to fall the full 4 stories down to earth, the genius sitting upright while keeping his opponent's limbs locked and practically immobile. You were so focused on making a quick getaway you didn't even bother to check your perimeter. Amateur mistake. Speed picking up, Iwana only had a couple of worry-free seconds to fully realize his mistake, before his entire world went black with an ear-splitting crack. The ground shook at the impact of the bulky shinobi landing headfirst, with nothing but the hard ground to break his fall that split under his and Sasuke's collective weight. The Uchiha quickly jumped off of the partially buried body a second after impact, landing safely away with a frown on his face as he watched the pillar of a man remain standing upright for a moment before collapsing like a tree in the forest. When it hit the ground, Iwana's body was ramrod straight and his head was still slightly buried. However, it was glaringly obviously that he'd had his brain scrambled from being dropped like an anvil to a floor that had the exact same density as concrete. Blinking carelessly, the Uchiha sighed and rolled his head, finding the encounter more irritable than a challenge. The dobe can put up a way better fight than you. He then blinked out of his collective state when he remembered the instances before the battle. Oh no! Naruto! Sakura! He immediately sprinted back towards the river, stepping on the dead man's body at the same time as he made all haste towards the causeway. Arriving shortly afterward, the prodigy leapt clean across the rapids to the other side, dashing up the side and into the woods. Following the sound of an explosion, Sasuke honed in on wherever the blast came from, hoping that whoever had been on the receiving end wasn't one of his teammates. Gritting his teeth desperately, he made swift turns and dashes around the bends in the tracks, dodging trees and branches before finally locating the source of the disturbance. Finding a massive crater and a few collapsed evergreens, the Uchiha searched the epicenter of the cataclysm before spotting the kneeling figure of his Kunoichi teammate. Sasuke leapt over to her, dropping to his knee and placing a hand on her trembling shoulder. She looked pretty messed up. "Hey, Sakura, are you okay?" Hearing a familiar voice and feeling the hand placed upon her, Sakura looked up at the prodigy with an exhausted expression on her face. Eyes bloodshot from crying and looking like she was about to fall asleep, the girl blinked when she saw her teammate's concerned face staring back at her. "Sasuke-kun?" Seeing she was okay, the Uchiha then looked towards the body nearby. Recognizing it as the woman his squad mate had been stuck fighting, and spotting both the pool of blood beneath her and the bloody kunai lying in front of the teen, the Uchiha guessed what must have happened here. He relaxed a little and looked back at Sakura, squeezing her shoulder reassuringly. "Your first time killing someone?" He saw the girl nod, getting his gaze to deepen. "Me too." This answer had the Kunoichi's gaze snap towards him in surprise. "Sasuke-kun, you?" The boy smiled at her. "Remember, we're shinobi. Stuff like this happens to us all the time. No matter what the circumstances, no matter where we are or who we're dealing with, we must always be prepared to fight and to kill. Kakashi-sensei told us that. That's the way the world works and that's how harsh and unforgiving the road we walk on is. But it's the one we chose, right?" Hearing his words, the firmness and confidence he spoke with them, had Sakura bite her bottom lip nervously, before her head moved in a reluctant nod. Legs crossing even more, the girl braced herself tightly as Sasuke knelt by her for comfort. I did what I had to do," Sakura murmured, shivering. "There was no other way. She was going to kill me, and you, so I had no choice but to kill her. I needed to protect you, and Kakashi-sensei, and Naruto, but I? Gaze hardening, Sasuke shuffled forward so that he stood further in front, getting Sakura to look at him and face his glare. "Listen, what happened here between you and her and what you did doesn't matter right now. You won and that's that. But we can't just sit here and try to fix it. Naruto got hit and fell into the river. His body could be miles away by now. We need to find him and make sure he's okay." His grip tightened on her shoulder as he prepared to help her up. "He's our friend, and we're his teammates, remember?" Quickly snapping out of it from the prodigy pulling on her arm, Sakura shook her head furiously before looking up. Dismayed expression disappearing and being replaced by one of determination, one that many had seen on her countless times before, the girl nodded. "All right." Finding strength in her legs again, she pushed herself back up. As soon as she was on her feet, she brushed the blood off of her hands before taking off with Sasuke. Moving together, the two of them dashed as fast as they could back towards the river. If there was any chance that their friend was still alive, he would be trying to pull himself out of the rapids right about now. They also wondered how Kakashi was doing. "Oh, Katan, Karyu Enden." "Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet," Kakashi bellowed out as he threw his head forward, a blast of flames rocketing out from where his lips were and ripping across the ground. The entire forest floor, trees and all, were engulfed in flames as the attack charged the assailant the silver-haired Jonin was fighting down in the form of a fast-moving wall. Feeling the blast of heat before the fire itself in the form of a shockwave, the man with the shark hood grinned maniacally, flipping through hand seals and throwing his left arm back. Just as the wall of fire was gaining ground, water began to warp and spin above the man's palm before he threw it forward. "Suetun, Hahanryu." Water release, tearing torrent, a blast of water like jet fired from his hand and tore across the ground in the form of a wave. The attack spread as it flooded the forest floor and met the wall of flames head-on. A massive tremor rang out as the fire and waters mashed together and blasted skywards. The sound of loud hissing filled the sky when the water evaporated and extinguished the flames, causing a cloud of steam to envelop the forest and a mist to form. Effectively blinded, both combatants glared hard through the thick of it, with Kakashi pushing up his headband and flashing his Sharingan. The tomos of his special eye spun as he sought out his opponent, whom he saw grin at him through the rain cloud before dashing left. The Jonin responded by dashing right to meet him, his eye watching his target flip through seals again while weaving through evergreen trees in a mist almost impossible to see through. Thanks to his eye though, he was able to spot the man's faint shadow through it. "Suetun, Janokuchi." "Water release, snake's mouth," the man exclaimed, the mist of water converging around him to form a mass of water before it increased in size. The twisting torrent then shot through the woods towards Kakashi running adjacent to them, the head of the spiraling spout forming into that of a snake, which then lunged down at the Jonin, who responded by leaping into the canopy, barely avoiding the massive wave that crashed into the ground and literally sunk several trees in the area. The sound of explosions and a forest being brought to its knees filled the region with the track of an epic battle of two high-class shinobi trading blows and attempting to outdo the other. The would-be Team 7 assailant grinned as he skidded to a stop, his feet splashing in the pools that had collected in the wake of the trade-off. His eyes fixed onto the canopy as he took an offensive stance. "Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan, you certainly do not disappoint," the man laughed. Said Jonin landed high up above the ground, well out of reach of the floods that had nearly taken him out. Though he wasn't exhausted, the masked man was still weary of how liberal his opponent was being with his jutsu. "I never expected to run into Kajika of the Hidden Mist all the way out here in the Land of Fire either. What do you want?" The rogue Jonin cackled as he extended his hand towards the branches. "I'm simply here on the orders of my new master." "Orders?" Kakashi murmured. Kajika's grin widened. "My job was to test the skills of the prodigy Sasuke Uchiha and to kill off his compatriots. If he was to prove exceptional, I was instructed to knock him out and bring him back with me. Since you're standing in my way, I'll get rid of you first before going after my prize." "Sasuke is no prize, and I'm no pushover," Kakashi shot back, his glare hardening down towards the forest floor as he pulled out a cluster of kunai. "You attack my team and try to kill my precious students. I won't show you any mercy today." "Then by all means, show me how cruel you can actually be," Kajika replied snidely, flying through hand seals before stomping a foot in the puddle. The water then rose up from the ground to form several blobs suspended in midair, before they elongated and solidified, becoming huge blocks of ice with razor-sharp tips, all of them pointed in Kakashi's direction. "Suetun, Reku Swijeki." Water release, cold sky water attack. He then hurled the series of large darts straight into the canopy, cutting branches to ribbons and shooting straight for their target. Eyes widening in alarm, Kakashi leapt straight out of his tree, which was shredded by the rain of ice at the same time as he chucked the kunai down at his opponent, explosive tags attached to them. Spotting the attack, Kajika flipped through several more hand seals. The pools of water at his feet shot up around him in the form of a wall. The flowing barrier caught the cluster of kunai, stopping them dead and cushioning the concussive explosions that ripped the ground apart and sent smoke and steam hurling into the air. This wall of smoke was then cut away by a large drill of water suddenly blasting its way out of the thick and into the canopy. The spinning and twisting fountain of water whipped around through the branches before diving straight towards Kakashi, who glared up at him fiercely and formed several hand seals of his own. "Doton, Doryu Johiki." "Earth release, Earth-style rampart," Kakashi said, leaping back as a massive slab of earth rose out of the ground in front of him, forming a semicircular wall around him. The thick barrier, composed of stone, earth, and mud stood between him and the massive water spout spiraling in his direction. "Mizu Tatsumaki." "Tornado of water," Kajika's voice roared out, a split second before it plowed straight into the wall and dug. Normally when a water technique met an earth-style technique, the water jutsu would easily lose out to the earth jutsu due to water techniques being weak against earth. Things were no different here, which was why the tornado suddenly changed course and went straight up, over and down, shocking Kakashi and slamming headlong into him before he even had a chance to effectively respond. The silver-haired man let out a cry of agony as the tip of the drill mashed into him before sending him spiraling through the trees, crashing into a handful before rolling to a stop in a battered mess across the ground. The water spout that had hit him then flew towards him and slammed into the ground, disappearing moments later to reveal Kajika standing there and grinning with his arms folded. Looking down at his foe, the rogue ninja saw Kakashi's body was not only battered and bruised, but also had a massive spiral mark in his stomach with gashes coming out from the center. His clothes were ruined and he was soaked to the bone. From the looks of it, the man was probably dead, but Kajika knew better. The rogue grinned as he glared down at the body of his foe, kicking the drenched sandal of his foot. "So much for the great copy ninja Kakashi. This will make my rep forever," Kajika exclaimed, tilting his head as he inspected the area. "I'll kill you and go after Sasuke-kun next." Now, where could Izawa have taken him? He then froze and stood in place when he felt the cold of steel press up against the base of his neck, his eyes widening in horror. "And no way, how did you?" Kakashi, completely unscathed, emerged from the shadows standing directly behind him with a kunai pressed against his collar and both eyes locked onto him. "You were careless." Stunned and bewildered, Kajika looked down at the Kakashi he'd supposedly beaten, only to see him dispel in a puff of white smoke. That sight alone was all the confirmation the cocky rogue shinobi needed. A Kagebunshin? His glare hardened, but when did he? His eyes then widened when he thought back to when their last techniques collided, the wall of fire against the wall of water. The entire area was clouded in steam from the attacks exploding, plenty of cover to create a shadow clone and send it off to continue the fight while the original hid. Kajika frowned moments later once he was finished breaking down the events. "You're not as good as people say you are, you're better." Kakashi frowned as he lifted his free hand and pulled his headband back over his Sharingan eye, having not needed to use it much in the fight at all. "You should have realized that before you decided to start trouble with me." He then fixed his one eye on the back of the man's head like a crossbow ready to fire. "It's a shame, you have both talent and skill, something I would expect from a Jonin of Kirigakure. However, your days of being a shinobi end here." Killing intent then began radiating off of him like gas, filling his opponent's body with fear. "Tell me, who are you working for?" The rogue ninja froze and his body suddenly ceased shivering. Whether he was going to remain silent, throw some clever retort back at him or answer the Konoha Jonin's questions were beyond Kakashi. However, all of his inquiries were soon put to rest when he saw Kajika slowly begin to turn. When it first appeared he was going to see Kajika's snide grin complete with confident expression flash into view, Kakashi received the shock of his life when he saw the man's appearance had drastically changed. The skin around his eyes had taken on a purple pigmentation, with his irises a shade of yellow and pupils formed into slits. Upon getting a good look at the change in his expression, the silver-haired Jonin also noticed a purple, evil chakra starting to radiate off of his form, and a killing intent even greater than his flood the entire area. Kakashi choked as he looked back into the gaze of his target, only, it was no longer his. "It looks as though some surprises are meant to be spoiled, Kakashi?" Kajika replied in a very raspy, strained voice that could only belong to one other person. Before the Jonin could ask any more questions, Kakashi then sensed the amount of chakra radiating off of his foe increase sharply and responded immediately. Crouching low, the man kicked off the ground as fast and as hard as he could, ducking behind the trees a split second before Kajika's body exploded. The blast shook the entire area and enveloped it in flames and smoke, blasting a massive crater into the ground and causing surrounding trees to collapse into the epicenter of the cataclysm. Seconds after the explosion took place, the smoke choking up the forest lifted, revealing a smoldering pothole and absolutely zero remains of the rogue ninja. Poking his head out from around the scorched tree, Kakashi frowned as he panned over the ruined area, which looked like a meteorite had made landfall where he'd once been standing. Breathing a sigh, he stepped completely out from around the evergreen and rested his hand against the trunk, glaring out across the landscape that had served as his battleground. It had been a harrowing fight for his clone and a close shave in the last few seconds, but he was able to uncover the reason as to why his team had been attacked today. Somewhere out there, hiding in the shadows and watching the hidden villages squabble amongst each other, there was a dangerous man at work. In recent years, he'd made quite a name for himself for all the trouble he'd been stirring, and was known all across the continent as a former shinobi of Konohagakure and a member of the three legendary Sannin. The thought that this man had taken an unhealthy interest in one of his students, the last of the Uchiha, had Kakashi's skin crawl and filled him with a sense of foreboding. Orochimaru. But of course, worries for the future could come later. Right now, he had to get his team back together and go find his other student. XXX. The next day? Heh, you're lucky. The QB's voice boomed through his head, though it was slightly condescending in its tone. "That's all I can say. Anybody else would have rolled over and died from having a lance made out of water shot through their stomach, but not you. Call it stubbornness. I would, but unfortunately you have me to rely on to keep you alive. Be grateful. I'll do my best. Thanks, Furball." "Stop calling me that, you whelp," the fox growled back, his anger clearly evident. "Remember, I'm only doing this to save my own skin, not yours. Think about that the next time you go do something stupid, like trying to get yourself killed." Right, Naruto's inner thoughts chuckled before he was slowly pulled out of the darkness. The darkness from that point onwards merely turned out to be his eyes closed over, which he opened to greet the light above him. Lids fluttering, the once unconscious Jinchuriki blinked back into life and looked around, finding himself in some sort of forest, but not the one he and his team had been traveling through. He then stiffened when his memories eventually replayed his last conscious memories and what had transpired before his unexpected sleep. Shit. Where was his team? Looking around, the boy saw no signs of them, except for the large gap in the forest he was lying in where he could see the river that had taken him all the way down here on the other side. Unlike the rapids that he'd crossed over on the bridge but was then attacked, the river he could see was flowing smoothly without any disturbances or breaks on the surface. What's more, he could also sense he was on a different plane of land altogether. Where the heck was he? Sitting up quickly, the boy winced when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and looked down to see he was shirtless. He also had bandages and gauze wrapped around his midsection. Puzzled at the sight of the medical material as well as the herbal remedies he could see in the dish and plants resting beside him on the mat, the boy began looking around some more. He quickly found his jacket, headband and goggles resting between the roots of a tree standing nearby. Apparently whoever saved him was not only kind enough to stitch him up but clean his clothes too. That was nice. But, who saved me? Naruto asked out loud. He didn't remember pulling himself out of the river and he certainly didn't remember bandaging himself up on both ends. The attack that he'd been hit with went right through him. So who? Hey, mister. Reacting in alarm and completely forgetting about his wounds, Naruto sprang off of the ground and straight into another nearby tree. Grabbing the high branch by his toes and hanging there, the Jinchuriki looked around wildly for a moment before his eyes fixed on the branch across the way, where he saw what he immediately figured was the person who rescued him. A beautiful young girl around his age and height with short green hair, dark skin, orange eyes, wearing a white top exposing her midriff, a short white battle skirt, matching sandals, fishnet mesh underneath, and was carrying a weird red cylinder on her back, was lying across said branch on her stomach. As if she were lying on top of a couch with her feet up, the girl beamed down at the swinging boy with perhaps one of the brightest smiles Naruto had seen on another human being besides himself. It was nice. The girl grinned at him, hello. Blinking, the newly recovered Naruto smiled back, stopping himself from swinging long enough to turn his upper body the right way up and get a better look at the stranger. Hey. Who are you? The green-haired teen giggled as she allowed her legs to sway. I should be the one asking you that question. She lazily pointed down at his gear folded up at the base of the tree she was on, a strange boy with whiskers, wearing orange and a Konohagakure headband with a hole in his stomach washes up on the bank of a river? It's only natural I should be asking first. Oh. Well, I can't argue with that, Naruto grinned, swinging himself up and on top of the branch he was hanging off of. Straddling it, the boy looked gleefully at the girl giving him the exact same expression of delight and curiosity as he was her. Since you helped me and everything, I guess I'm in your debt. I'm Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki, full-time misfit, part-time hero, future Hokage of Konohagakure. The girl laughed and sat up, positioning herself comfortably on her branch with her legs hanging over the side. So I was right, you are a ninja, just like me. She then flashed the boy the headband she had wrapped around her arm, which looked like it had an arrow pointing downwards. Naruto recognized it from sight, but allowed the girl to answer for him. I'm from Takigakure though. That makes us neighbors, doesn't it? Naruto asked. Yep, the teen nodded her head enthusiastically, well, more like allies. Aji-san is really good friends with your village leader, so either way is fine since we're clearly not enemies. That's good. It would have been bad if we were, otherwise you would have done the exact opposite to patching me up, Naruto exclaimed, placing a hand over his bandaged wound and rubbing it forlornly. Thanks so much by the way. If you hadn't found me when you did, I probably would have bled to death. Bleeding to death would have been the least of your worries, the green-haired Taki Kunoichi said with a weak smile. The hole through your body was so big I could stick my entire arm through it. When I pulled you out I thought you were going to die, but then the wound started to close while I was cleaning you up and decided to put a bandage around you. I've never seen someone heal so quickly, especially from an injury like that. Naruto looked at her cheekily. Creepy, isn't it? Pretty much, the girl replied. The pair shared a laugh, a soundtrack that filled their surroundings and added to the choir of birds and the echo of the river not too far from them. Once their chuckles died down, Naruto once again gave his savior his full and complete attention. You're really nice. What's your name? Me? Well. The girl stood up, grinning proudly as she placed her hands on her hips, made a very alluring pose and threw her head back, causing her locks to wave gently on the wind. The people back in my village call me. Pause for dramatic effect, the happy-go-lucky, green-haired, wild child. She looked back at Naruto, who she could see was still smiling from ear to ear as he listened eagerly to her introduction. After a moment, she quickly toned down her excitement and shifted her weight to the other side, but I prefer Fu. Fu? Naruto tested a few times, before rocking back and forth with stars in his eyes. That's a really nice name. I like it. Thanks, the girl chirped, giving the boy a thoughtful look followed by a warm gaze. I like the name Naruto, too. It suits you. Ditto, Naruto replied, jumping to his feet and breathing a sigh as he rose to full height. Rubbing his still throbbing injury, he took his time looking around at the forest again with a curious glimmer. So, where exactly am I? This doesn't look like any forest I'd seen around Konoha before. The trees are different. He didn't need to know every wooded area on the map to identify a particular type of region. The trees, the smell, and even the air didn't carry the same odor as the land of fire he was familiar with. It made him wonder just how far downriver he was actually taken before eventually becoming beached in shallow mud. Fu beamed at him when his eyes cut to her. "You're on the edge of Takigakure territory. You're lucky I just happened to be fishing in the area, otherwise I wouldn't have found you?" Naruto blinked in surprise. "Really?" He then acknowledged this fact as he took in his surroundings once more, becoming familiar with the feng shui of the environment before turning back to the teen questioningly. "Why are you so far outside of your village? Isn't it somewhere nearby?" "No," Fu shook her head firmly. "It's pretty far from here, somewhere in the middle of the country. I was actually sent on a mission to deliver some precious minerals from my village to a doctor on one of the towns on the outskirts. I was on my way back when I decided to stop and get myself something eat, but found you floating in the reeds with a strange orange glow around your wound." "That makes sense." "Cool," Naruto replied, before facing south. He breathed a sigh and rubbed the back of his head. "Man, I must have traveled further than I thought. Oh well." The boy then dropped down from the tree to land beside his temporary bedspread. Collecting his clothes and slipping on each article one after the other, he turned to see Fu coming to hang from the branch directly beside him, their faces level despite one of them being upside down and suspended above the grass. "I should probably head off to try and find my team. They must be worried sick about me." Fu looked him over. "You got lost?" Naruto had the courtesy to look sheepish, more like I got into a fight and nearly wound up sleeping with the fishes. He zipped up his jacket and wrapped his headband back around his neck. "My team was on a mission delivering a package to a village somewhere along the edge of the country and were on our way back when we were attacked by this freaky guy wearing a shark costume." Fu giggled in amusement at mention of the antagonist. "Shark costume? I think he was a Chunin or Jonin level ninja, I don't know. Either way, when I tried to divert his attention he got me before I could even produce any clones, and I must have fallen into the river that was behind me," Naruto replied, finishing tying up his headband and pulling on his goggles. "I sure hope my team's okay. There were 2 other people in the area. The guy that hit me was the strongest of them." "Must have been scary," Fu said with an intrigued look in her eyes. "Well, it got my blood pumping, yeah," Naruto replied, stretching out and rolling his arms. "Thankfully I wasn't too riled up, otherwise all of the blood in my body would have been pumped out through the gap in my stomach." As the green-haired girl laughed and moved around Naruto to look his now clothed form over, the Jinchuriki quickly took note of the herbs and medicines she had used to disinfect his wounds. Scanning over the equipment, which had apparently been fashioned out of stuff she was able to find throughout the area, the blonde stood back up after a moment and took with him the small bag of goodies lying at his feet. The bag was made out of a large leaf, and the contents of it were a mixture of leaves, roots and dead things. Surprised, the boy pulled out a moldy lizard and sniffed it, before turning to the enthusiastic Fu hovering behind him. "Wow, you use a lot of good stuff? What is this, a leaf-tailed gecko?" "Aha." Fu pulled a dirty root out with leaves attached to it. "I use these to make a remedy to help disinfect your injuries. They work well on ordinary people but work so much better on you since you heal so quickly." "I really appreciate it," Naruto said while folding up the bag and handing it to her. "You really know your stuff? I never thought I'd ever run into someone with the same hobbies as me all the way out here." "Small world, isn't it?" the girl said brightly, sticking her tongue out. "When I was younger nobody really wanted me around that often back in the village, so I spent a lot of my time walking about and learning interesting things in the surrounding forests. It helps that I feel much more at home up in the trees than locked away in some stuffy room." Naruto tilted his head at her. "You had it rough too, huh?" The green-haired girl smiled weakly and rubbed her head. Swinging from side to side ever so slightly, she conveyed an air of both vulnerability and mild despondency. "Yeah. I didn't know why until a few months ago when my village leader said I was the host of the seven-tailed horned beetle, but that's all in the past now. It gives me a chance to show people that I'm not a monster and that they don't have to be afraid of me." She stopped when she noticed the deadpan stare she was getting from the blonde. "HM? What's wrong?" Naruto pointed at her dumbly. "Why, you're a Jinchuriki too?" It took a few seconds for that piece of information to sink in, so once it did, Fu was soon beaming. "Wow! Another Jinchuriki? Seriously?" She leaned towards him sharply with an excited glow in her eyes. "Which one do you have?" "The nine-tailed fox, but I just call him Furball. He's a grumpy old cat, but I think he's adorable." "I will eat you," the voice in the back of his head growled. "No you won't," Naruto shot back briefly while straightening up and looking proud. "So you have one too, and it's a beetle. That's so cool. What's he like?" "Big, covered in armor, helps me to fly." "Oh, and he's a vegetarian," Fu replied quickly. Believe me, they're not as grouchy as they make themselves out to be. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped. Wait. You can fly? Sure. It's one of my abilities, the girl replied, stepping back and cracking her neck from side to side. With not even a hand seal to knead the required amount of chakra, the girl suddenly lifted up into the air like she was on wires. A continuous gust of wind hit Naruto in the face when he suddenly saw two wings appear on either side of the girl through the red cylinder on her back. Fu gazed down at the boy as she climbed a full story above the ground, showing off her extra appendages beating like a hummingbird's wings before turning back around with her hands on her hips. So, whatcha think? The boy's eyes nearly bugged out before an ecstatic look flashed across his face. That's so awesome. He glanced down at his stomach area and rapped on it a few times. Hey cat, why can't you do something cool like that? The familiar grumble of the fox echoed out from inside of him. I heal you, don't I? What more do you want? No, I mean something outrageous like hovering and shit. What do you think I am? A fucking bird? Stop bothering me. You've got 9 tails and you're as big as a mountain. I figured because you're some all-powerful demon, you'd be able to do more than just level forests and create tsunamis 60 stories high. Come on. Feed me some line here. Stop talking to me and maybe I will. Then who will listen to my awesome tales of heroism and bravery? Someone who gives a shit. Leave me alone. Fu, still hovering in place, watched Naruto have his little back and forth with the voice inside of his head. The sight of the blonde bickering with the 9 tails inside of him had the girl tilt her head curiously at the peculiarity of the situation before her own resident resting inside her voiced his concern. Apparently their ruckus was loud enough to rouse even the mighty 7 tails from his slumber. Those two have issues. Fu nodded in agreement. Breathing a sigh of relief when the fox calmed down enough, Naruto looked up at the floating girl and smiled apologetically. Sorry about that. He gets really agitated in the morning. Fu slipped her hands behind her back. I take it you two don't get along very well just yet. Not exactly. He's very closed off and doesn't like talking to me. I don't really know why. I just want things to work out between us. Maybe because he's had it rough as well, Fu offered helpfully, seeing the boy look up at her uneasily. Be patient. I'm sure he'll open up to you eventually. He just needs some time to heal, that's all. Naruto, remaining silent in contemplation for a moment, managed to get his usual self together again and slammed a fist against his chest. Laughter and words are the best medicines in the world, Databeo. I'll get that furball to see how cool I am, or die trying. Count on it. Hearing the girl laugh and watching her somersault, the Jinchuriki then got a terrific idea and nodded up to the teen when she turned to face him after performing a few skillful loops. How good are you with that, anyway? I'm pretty fair, but I try not to use it too often, Fu stated. A Jinchuriki can't always rely on their Biju. We need to be tough ourselves if we want to survive out there in the big scary world. Why do you ask? Naruto smirked confidently, clenching his fists as his stance hardened on the ground while the girl suspended her form before him. I'm just curious to know how strong you actually are. He lowered his head as a mischievous shadow crossed his eyes. Want to fight? Baffled at first at his sudden challenge, the girl then allowed a smirk of her own to cross her face as she took on a sly and devious look that easily rivaled Naruto's. Sure. Oh. Sometime later? After regrouping with his team the afternoon of the day before, Kakashi's first order of business was to make sure that both of his students present were still in one piece. While Sasuke had emerged from his fight relatively unscathed, save for some bruises and scuffs that had resulted from his running around, Sakura had had it the worse. Not being as adept at taijutsu or ninjutsu as her teammates had left the kunoichi in a poor state following her fight with the enemy. Even though she emerged victorious over the older and more experienced warrior, the cost for her had been quite high. Not only had she been battered physically by the event, she was also hit emotionally. That day marked the first time either genin had to kill another person in order to succeed, both of whom had been shinobi to boot. What's more, the battles Sasuke and Sakura wound up fighting had also been their first real combat experiences outside of regular sparring and training. All of their time spent in the academy and as shinobi on Squad 7 had all been in preparation for this, and while one had been able to hold it together, to the other, the excitement and adrenaline had come as quite a shock to the system. It took Sakura a bit of time to completely get over the fact that she'd actually killed someone in a straight-up fight, but with the combined counseling from her teacher and reassurance from the one teammate who was present, she was able to get it together and press on. Upon fixing Sakura up, Kakashi then took both teens on a frantic search downriver for their other squad member. They traveled quite a ways from their battleground on both sides of the causeway where the terrain grew heavier and more treacherous. Together, the three of them covered every inch of land possible to make sure no reed, ledge or patch went unchecked. Inevitably, the group hit a huge milestone in the form of a sheer drop and a massive waterfall over the side, stopping the group dead in their tracks. The cliff they wound up at that day after an hour of running marked the very border of the Land of Fire, something that they'd need to cross if they had any hope of finding their teammate. Hell, the sight of the cliff and the height of the drop alone made two of the three believe that there was no way in hell that Naruto could still be alive. Kakashi, however, was adamant. Telling them not to give up hope, he took them on a detour around the cliff and back over to the lake at its base. This trip on its own cost them a lot of time, meaning that by the time they started traversing the lowland river, it was already night. They bunked down for a rest, worrying endlessly over their friend's condition. Eventually the sun had to rise again and, like clockwork, the squad was up and running once more. It wouldn't be until they reached a point of the fast-moving river where the whole thing slowed and became shallow that the team came across a rather remarkable sight. The trio standing on the riverbank watched with incredulous expressions as a still alive and well Naruto, in a flurry of splashes and blurs, was playing tag with a girl with short green hair in the shallow parts of the stream. Both of them were running circles around each other and laughing uproariously, making quite a ruckus in what they suspected to be a once quiet area. All three new arrivals looked on silently and with completely bewildered faces as their teammate traded shots at the teen, tackling her into the pond where she then flipped them over and threw him off, allowing them to land in separate spots. Crouching low in the water, Naruto grinned, "You're pretty good, Fu-chan." "So are you, Naruto-kun," the girl exclaimed back before disappearing in a green blur. Water kicking up, the blonde-haired Jinchuriki dodged at the last second to avoid his opponent attempting to blindside him with a lariat. He then leapt clean across the water and skidded to a stop near the bank, turning and kicking a wave of water back at the girl, who ducked under the splash with a playful laugh. She returned fire, their scrub match in the shallows transforming into another water fight, which was just beginning to pick up speed until they finally noticed the members of Team 7 standing nearby on dry land and looking at them oddly. Freezing momentarily, the two of them then disengaged from their little game of tag, stood up fully out of the water and marched on out. Making squelching noises with every step, the pair soon came to stand in front of the three. Naruto moved further ahead with an apologetic look on his face. Hey, guys bam. A fist to his skull deposited him into the ground, where he sat and nursed the pulsating bump that sprouted from his hair. Ow! Sakura-chan? You moron, the pink-haired girl shouted down at him as he gazed up at her through a pained expression, do you know how worried we were about you? We thought you were dead. Bewildered at first, Naruto then gave his teammates a blank look. Did he just hear her right, or was he still groggy from taking that club to the head? You were worried about me? Kakashi nodded affirmatively as he stepped forward, placing a hand on the injured Kunoichi's shoulder and getting her to lower her fist. Upon calming the shaken Sakura down, the Jonin then addressed his other student, of course we were. You're our comrade, Naruto-kun. It's only natural that we became worried about you after seeing you fall into the rapids and disappear. Puzzled, the Jinchuriki panned across to Sasuke, who stared back at him with his usual, stoic expression before seeing him glance away defiantly. It was clear that out of all of them that the prodigy would be the most stubborn about this whole mess. Don't mistake my part in this to be out of concern for you. I just didn't want you to go off and die on me before I got another chance to beat you myself. Rolling his eyes, Naruto grinned at him, missed you too, team. Pulling himself to his feet with the help of Kakashi, he then saw the eyes of his team fix on the girl standing behind him. Seeing that Fu was keeping herself back while sizing up the newcomers, the blonde then moved aside and moved on with introductions. I made a new friend. This here is Fu-chan. He then glanced over at said girl. Fu-chan, these are my teammates and sensei. Looking between them, the green-haired girl smiled warmly and saluted, hello. Responding to her greeting, Kakashi waved back in his own characteristic manner, yo. Fu-chan saved me from drowning and fixed me up, Naruto added, patting his stomach where he'd taken the hit before placing his hands on his hips. He backed up till he was standing beside the Taki Genin and beamed, pretty cool, huh? I never met anyone our own age who knew so much about using stuff from the forest to help heal people before. I was really lucky that she happened to be near. Looking back pleasantly when he saw Naruto and Fu turn to each other and share a laugh, Kakashi then walked over to them and looked the newcomer from head to toe. Seeing she was wearing a headband aligning herself with Takigakure, the Jonin nodded in acknowledgement before placing a hand on his blonde student's head. Thank you. It was my pleasure, Fu replied brightly. I would like to pay you back for what you did for my student, but unfortunately we're a day behind schedule. We need to return to our village as quickly as possible to make our report. Blinking at this, the green-haired Kunoichi then let out a cry of alarm and stumbled back, startling all 4 members of Squad 7 at her unexpected reaction. Damn! I forgot that I was on a mission too. Oh, Aji-san is going to kill me. Shaking off her owlish visage, Fu turned to Naruto and slapped her hands together in a pleading sign. I'm sorry I can't stay any longer with you, Naruto-kun, but I had fun. Yeah. Me too, the blonde said while holding up a hand. Write me a letter when you get home, and if you're ever in the neighborhood, feel free to stop by my place. In Konoha, right? Fu asked, seeing her fellow Jinchuriki nod. She then gave him 2 thumbs up. Okay. I'll be sure to write you. With a tip of her hat and a series of quick bows to both Sasuke and Sakura, who returned them kindly, the girl then turned heel and dashed off into the forest. Before she was out of sight, she waved back to the bunch on the riverbank. It was nice meeting you all. Safe trip, Fu-chan. Naruto called, watching as the girl leapt into the woods and vanished from sight. Once all became quiet again, save for the sounds being emitted by the river behind them, Kakashi inhaled deeply before looking down at his students. He saw Sasuke and Sakura approach, lining up beside Naruto with the latter tapping the Jinchuriki on the shoulder and sincerely asking if he was alright. After a quick banter, the Jonin scrubbed his head and cleared his throat to get their attention. Well, it was a vexing ordeal, but at least we got through it. I'm glad to see you're all okay, Kakashi exclaimed, his one eye cutting towards the Jinchuriki. You too, Naruto-kun. Smiling at seeing her teammate's bright grin flicker into view, Sakura then looked back towards their team captain. Who were those guys, sensei? Her inquiry quickly earned the attention of the 2 boys, who also glanced to their instructor for an answer. The Jonin slipped his hands into his pockets and looked seriously down at them. Rogue shinobi from Kirigakure. They were hired to attack us. Sasuke frowned deeply. They mentioned they were after me? Any particular reason why? Sure, his family name and reputation were well known. It didn't surprise the genius that a lot of people outside of his village would know him immediately if he was to introduce himself to them, but neither his name nor his heritage should have been reason enough for why dangerous shinobi like the ones from yesterday would be out for his life. Their actions were beyond absurd. He didn't antagonize those people or anything, they were just out to take him, but ended up engaging his team and seriously injuring 2 of them. That was troublesome. Kakashi, not wanting to tell them that he knew exactly who was behind the attack, considering they were still too young and that person was in a whole other ballpark, merely settled for the most reasonable course of action. He would give a detailed report to the Hokage later, and should instances like this involving Orochimaru escalate in the future, then and only then would the Jonin take steps against the threat. For all he knew, the Sannin was just poking his finger out and getting a taste of the meal. Time would only tell if he would be back to take a whole bite out of the dish. I'm not sure, Kakashi finally spoke, seeing his team deflate a little and looked at each of them hard. Don't worry though, I'll find out who is responsible for this. We'll return to the village and give our report to the Hokage. I'm sure he might know something. Yes, sensei, the 3 replied at once. It had been a long 3 days and they were exhausted. All they wanted to do now was get some sleep in their own beds back home. Kami knows what tomorrow would bring. Oh. Later that night? Konohagakure? You know, all this time I was under the impression that you were some invincible, superpowered being that fell from the skies and got lost wandering the planet's surface. After seeing you lay waste to so many enemies over the past couple of years, I'm a little bit surprised other people haven't started thinking that way as well, Tayuya exclaimed as she sat on the arm of the couch Naruto was lying across and watched as he massaged the bandaged area around his midsection. Looks like you're mortal after all, shithead. I'm glad. The moment his team returned from their mission, the first thing Naruto did as soon as he got to his apartment was remove his shirt and jacket, and plop down on the couch for some rest and television. From there, when Tayuya joined him shortly thereafter and saw both his grievous injury and how worn he was, the boy then proceeded to tell her the tale of his first D-rank mission outside of the village and what had transpired. While the girl initially expressed immediate concern for him around the point where he explained how he was nearly killed, she then relaxed when he briefed her on the rest of his story. It had been a truly gripping and stirring adventure. Tayuya only wished that she'd been there to participate. Naruto chuckled as he looked up at the red head, who started rubbing his scalp. I'm no Mary Sue. If I was some stupidly, overpowered being whose very presence struck fear into the hearts of other shinobi, then wouldn't I be Hokage already with dozens of beautiful women falling at my feet to serve up sumptuous feasts of wine and themselves to me? Tayuya shrugged her shoulders with a thoroughly amused look on her face. Probably. Well, unfortunately I'm not. I'm just a kid with a blunt and eccentric personality, who's quick on his toes and knows how to throw a killer right hook, Naruto sighed, turning back to the television to see it was airing some cartoon about samurai. Since everything else was boring headlines and economics, this was the best he had. Other than being a Jinchuriki, I'm just your everyday blonde kid that lives in an apartment. Well, just be happy you were able to walk away from this one alive, Tayuya exclaimed happily, continuing to rub his scalp and earning a satisfied groan from the teen. She giggled at the effect she had over him. You dumbass. Do you know how upset I'd be if I woke up one day and found out that you'd been killed on a mission? Never gonna happen, the Jinchuriki replied firmly. I won't die and I will never give up, not until I become Hokage. He then sprouted a grin as he looked up at the girl. I just need to get stronger, and fast enough so that I'll be able to prevent this from happening again. He held up his right and clenched it into a fist. I'll get so fast, not even Light will be able to keep up with me. Believe it. Tayuya gazed at him, with that attitude, I know you'll be able to do it, shithead. Fucking go for it. Yeah, Naruto cheered. He was about to sit up and celebrate his resolve properly, only to suddenly have Tayuya slide into the same couch beside him and snuggle up against his chest. The boy froze at her actions, and looked down at her in bewilderment. Tayuya-chan? The redhead smiled up at him with a half-lidded gaze, what? You don't want little old me sharing the same couch as you? I'm tired too, ya know. She then leaned up and pecked him on the side of the chin. Surprised at first, upon seeing the girl's beautiful gaze fix on him and red appear in her cheeks, all resistance Naruto had prepared to mount against her faltered, and he beamed back at her. Running a hand through her hair, he then laid back and turned towards the TV, just as she did. I don't mind, Naruto whispered. He felt the girl grin against his chest as the pair laid there, huddled up against one another and watching the show play out on the magic box.